All of you, I was coming, I think, from a very fairly far distance. I don't exactly know the name of the place. I was here for another event yesterday. I flew down from Bombay day before. But it's, I think, 14 kilometers where I was far from. But it took me 1.5 hours to reach over here, right? And it reminded me of Mumbai. So I think it's absolutely pretty similar. Can we turn down the music, please? Because, yeah, thank you. So, I think kudos to everybody for turning up over here on time, beating the horrendous Bengaluru traffic. Can I please request all of you to clap for yourselves on that note? Always very, very difficult, yeah. It's like you plan and you again plan and then you pre-plan your arrival, but that's how you do it. But then this is going to be very, very special. I'm so very glad and privileged to see so many incredible faces over here. A lot of them I've met the last year as well, and it's like a happy reunion for me as well. So thank you so much. We will be having the conclave, we will be having the summit. Sab kuch hoga, awards hoga, sab kuch hoga. We're going to be recognizing some of the finest talents in the real estate space. But where is the fun? Where is the fun? When are we including that? When are we integrating that? Well, we'll integrate that right now. Lamba din hone wala hai aaj ke liye, so it's going to be a test of our patience and resilience and also attention. So attention ka ek chota sa game se hum log chalu karne wale hai. Very simple stuff. I'll request all of you to please kindly stand up. Very, very easy stuff. Pakka main zyada kuch nahi karaunga aap logon se. I promise all of you on that. I'll request all of you. This is the game of attention. So you have to pay close attention to what I say. And you don't have to do that. So basically, agar main bolu close your eyes, you're not supposed to close your eyes. You're supposed to do everything else apart from closing your eyes. If I ask you to touch your nose, you can't touch your nose. You're supposed to touch any other part of your body, but not the nose, right? And I think if we have some interesting winners who have thoroughly done well throughout, then we can have some goodies as well for them. So we have that in plan as well. But again, I'm the one who's seeing, I have the best view over here in the audience. So everybody, are you all ready, Bengaluru? Can I have a big louder yes, please? Yes, thank you so much. All right, everybody, on a countdown of 1, 2, 3. Everybody, look up. A lot of people have already looked up. I love the people who are looking down. Some people are looking sideways as well. All right, raise your hands up in the air. Move your hands up in the air. Do not touch your waist. Do not touch your waist. All right, nice. Do a bit of a running. Stand in your respective places. Wow, I love it. I love it. Some cardio enthusiasts over here, right? Look at me, everybody. Huh? Look at me, everybody. Look at me. Do not dance. Do not dance. Stand up. Sit down. Touch your nose. Get your spectacles off, whoever is wearing spectacles. Get your hats off. All right, I see some fantastic shades as well over here. I love that. Give a big round of applause for ma'am, please. She's wearing some interesting shades over here. Can I have a big round of applause for a style quotient, please? Thank you, thank you. All right, I'm observing everybody over here. Some people over here are very, very, I can remember very clearly who deserve the goodies at the end. All right, everybody, look up at the chandelier. Look at Tripti. Can you all find Tripti? Look at Sapna. Okay, don't look at Sapna. All right, everybody. I believe this is good for an energizer. Thank you so much. Give a big round of applause for yourselves, please, everybody. I believe you all are charged up for a very, very fascinating day. It's going to be a grand day full of interesting conversations, insights, knowledge, everything. It's going to be full of fun indeed. Before I get going, I'll request all of you to clap and appreciate the efforts that our videographers, our photographers, the entire team of Realty Plus, everybody have put together to get this event going. Thank you so much. My name is Shubhojit Ghosh. I'm an anchor MC and YouTube talk show host. And like I mentioned, I've come from Mumbai. Always happy to be over here in Bengaluru. Apart from the traffic, I think I love everything else. The people, the food, the culture, everything. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you over here to the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2025 here in the South. Today, We have
बीच बीच में एक
gathered
चीज बहुत
over
बढ़िया
here
लिख के
to
आ
honor
रहा
some of the
नेटवर्क एक
most
कंजर्वेशन
visionary
बोल लिखा है
leaders, path
नेटवर्क
breakers, and most importantly, change makers of the
दिख
Indian
तो
real
जा रही है
estate
बट बीच बीच में
space.
ड्रॉप हो रही है
We are
मुझे
here
नहीं
to
पता
spark
कहाँ जा रहे हैं
insights,
यार कल को ये
gather
मेरे को
knowledge,
बोलेगा
and
कि ये बीच
together
बीच में
shape a
एक्सचेंज
future
करने दिया
ready
क्यों आया
sector in the real estate
क्या
space.
बोलूं मैं
Can I
इसमें
please
उनको बोला
request
तो
all of
मैंने
you on a
कल
countdown
सुबह
of
वो
one,
बोले
two,
नेटवर्क
three to
बहुत
put
खराब
your
है
hands up in the air for all the real estate leaders of
थोड़ा सा
India?
बेटर हो पाए क्योंकि यार
Thank
ये
you.
डायरेक्ट चल ही नहीं पा रहा ना मतलब आप ये समझो कि
Because
एक एक मिनट में
conversations
आपको
like
स्क्रीनशॉट
these
भेज रहा हूँ
deserve a fairly big
हाँ
stage. The
प्लीज वो दिख
conclave
ही नहीं
is
रहा
also being live streamed right now, especially for those who couldn't really be with us over here in person. So the ones who are not here in person, you can figure this out at www.rprealtyplus.com and also on the social media platforms as well. I believe everybody in this room is always primarily hooked onto their social medias, be it LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. This is the world of social media, right? So please do find us on social media platforms as well. At LinkedIn, you can find us as
वही
Realty
नेटवर्क की वजह से
Plus.
ड्रॉप हो रही है
On
ये तो मैंने
Facebook,
बताया
you
कि
can find
वाईफाई
us as
थोड़ा
at the
बहुत
rate RP Realty Plus.
ड्रॉप हो रही है
On
बार बार
Twitter, you can find us as
बता ही नहीं
at the
सकता
rate
कौन
RP
मैं बंद
Realty
कर दूंगा
Plus. And
बता
on
दूंगा
Instagram, the ID is RP underscore Realty. You know, I have said so many things about Realty Plus. Everybody knows the kind of incredible work that Realty Plus have been doing for so many years. I think 20 successful years they have already completed. They're in the 21st
सॉर्टेड
year
है
right
वो
now. Can I have a big round of applause for that particular fact, please, everybody? I can keep saying on and on
सेंड
because I've known
में
the team. I've known
आउट
Baltasar, the
बॉक्स में
entire
अभी
team
तो
very,
पहले
very
तो
well
आउट
for a
बॉक्स में
long
ही आ
time.
रहा है
But I believe an audio visual helps the process a lot more rather than me saying and talking about stuff. So can I please request the console to play the special AV of Reality Plus for all of you?
Some people are born to show the world which path to
कितने
choose
मिनट्स की
in
हैं पहले ये बताओ
crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge,
300
the stalwarts of the Indian real estate
एक
industry
बार
have
में
chosen to do just that.
आपकी आईडी ब्लॉक हो
By
जाएगी
showing others the way to finding opportunities
आपको
even
किसी ने बताया
amidst
नहीं है लिमिट
crisis.
होती है
By showing the world how to go about delivering
ध्यान
on
रखना मैं आपको
promises
बता दे रहा
even
हूँ
amidst
नहीं ये हो
adversity.
जाएगी आपकी भी मैं आपको
Success doesn't just happen,
99% बता रहा हूँ
it happens
800
by
से ऊपर मत
design.
भेजना
By
पता नहीं है
pushing the
अगर
boundaries, by
याद आप
raising
अपने
the
टीम में
bar.
बता देना अगर आपको नहीं पता
It
700 के
takes
ऊपर
days
एक बार
to
में नहीं एक
develop a
दिन में
vision and nights to make it a reality.
एक सेकंड में आपका चेक कर
Knowing
लेता
that
हूँ
pictures are worth
क्या
1,000
सेंड का बोल रहे थे
words
ना आप
and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you
यही सोच रहे
started. For the past 20 years,
पहले आउटबॉक्स में
Realty
पूरा आएगा
Plus
पर
has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments.
पहले आउटबॉक्स में आ जाने दो अभी आउटबॉक्स में जा रहा हूँ ये 380 में 0 हो जाएगा पहले हो जाने दो फिर पेमेंट
Innovating to inspire debates and discussions.
हाँ अब देख लेना अगर हाँ फिर करो
Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders.
वो
Honoring hard work and achievements.
नहीं नहीं सर इसका हम बैकअप कर लूँ बार बार ही ब्लॉक हो रही है
Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
That last line says it all. We lead the way, leading the way for the last 21 years. Realty Plus ke liye zor se taali, please. If I may request all of you, thank you so much. The incredible team, Tripti, Sapna, Avantika, the entire team. A lot of them are here, a lot of them are not here. They're working, but they are multitasking in the best way possible for so many years, curating new IPs every now and then. Of course, for more details regarding Realty Plus, you can get in touch with Ms. Tripti Keria, who's the publisher and business head of Realty Plus. We are now going to be beginning with the first panel discussion of the day. I'll quickly request my hotel staff friends to set up 6 chairs on stage, please. So what I'm going to do is, in the meantime, when the chairs are being set up on stage, I'll tell you all the topic for the panel discussion, and I'll also be introducing our guests. And then once all the introductions are done, I have 6 speakers over here. Once all the 6 introductions are done, then I'll request all of them to join me on stage together. So in the meantime, can we please move fast in terms of getting the chairs on stage? 6 chairs on stage, please. Yeah, 6. Please ask your colleagues as well to join you so that we make it faster. So this is going to be a panel discussion. Conversation topic, ladies and gentlemen, is expression, emotion, experience, designing trust and safety in workplace and campus spaces. Very, very relevant topic. Everybody's looking forward to something like this in the real estate space, especially workplace. So the topic is expression, emotion, and experience, how they're beautifully blended together. Designing trust and safety in workplace and campus spaces. The conversation will be led by Fancy George, one of India's leading voices in human-centric workplace design. She's an architect with more than 30 years of experience and has shaped million-square-foot campuses for Fortune 500 companies and has guided organizations through some of the biggest shifts in how we work. She's a recognized change leader who blends creativity, strategy, and measurable impact to design workplaces that uplift people and, most importantly, the planet on a whole. She's also the co-founder of YNet World, driving women's leadership, DEI in real estate, and an elected committee member of CoreNet Global India chapter, a sought-after speaker and a thought leader in the true sense of the term. She champions circularity, user experience, and life-centric design, reimagining workplaces for a better, more human future. That's Fancy George for you, our moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'll be introducing our speakers, and in alphabetical order. We'll request 6 chairs quickly on stage, please, with the mics and the tables. And I'll request all of you to get the help of the videographer. Videographer, sir, थोड़ा उनको guide कर दीजिए so that the frame is perfect. It shouldn't be like we have 6 speakers and frame में 5 लोग हैं तो, you know, just get it done accordingly, please. In the meantime, thank you, kind of you. My speakers for this session, in alphabetical order, we have with us today Anamika Gupta, who's the head growth strategy, Table Space, super stuff. A lot of them very, very popular in their domain. Namika Gupta is the head of growth strategy at Table Space, bringing over 20 years of experience in sales, marketing, business development, and people management across hospitality and real estate. Having been with Table Space since its inception, she has been absolutely instrumental in its journey and now leads strategic growth, revenue expansion, and most importantly, brand visibility. That's a lot of stuff indeed. My next speaker over here is Jyoti Gupta, Associate Professor, Christ University, Bangalore. Wow, that was the university that I actually wanted to get into my graduation, but I don't think I really qualified over there. Yeah. Maybe for my PhD, which I don't really deserve to do, but jokes apart, Jyoti has over 19 years of work experience in AC industry and has 1 patent published and 3 copyright published, WRT IPR cell. Jyoti was part of international client and market development as sales intelligence analyst at Compass Group, London, UK, and she's presented more than 24 papers, both in national and international forums on smart cities and spatial networks. Prior to UCL, Jyoti has worked with L&T Construction, Synergy, NCBS, and Cognizant. Basically, to put it all in one word, or maybe in one line, everything that I can't do, you excel in that, right? Super stuff. That's Jyoti Gupta for you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. My next speaker over here, Ria Singh, MCR, leading Workspaces India Booking Holdings. You know, I love this camaraderie between the panel already. Like, they're all cheering for each other. I can't wait to see what's happening over here on stage. Love it. You know, Ria Singh, as we all know, is a purpose-driven corporate real estate leader with 12 years of diverse experience in facilities management and workplace experience. Her mission is to craft office experiences that elevate employee well-being while advancing environmental stewardship. Now, that's an interesting combination. Give it up for Ria, please, everybody. Thank you. My next speaker over here is Shaju Nanokuttan, Design Director Associate Gensler. Yes, yes, all the whistles can come in and blow in. Shaju, with a diverse work experience spanning 20 plus years in the industry, has worked on projects across the UK, Middle East, Singapore, China, and India. He has worked with practices like Zaha Hadid Architects London and DP Architects Singapore. He has worked on a range of projects, a few notables like KAP SARC. It's called KAP SARC? CAP SARC? Okay, thank you. Not the most knowledgeable around, so pardon me for that. It's a research complex, ladies and gentlemen, in Riyadh with ZHA 5 million square feet mixed-use World Trade Center in Kolkata, my hometown. Give it up for Shaju, please, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And my next speaker over here is Suzanne Matthew, HR Leader, India, R&D International, LinkedIn. So basically all the confusion around LinkedIn, how you want to enhance and boost your profile, please get in touch with us separately. You can get yourself hired in many interesting ways. Jokes apart, a people-oriented HR leader, ladies and gentlemen, with strong leadership, business acumen, and interpersonal skills. Suzanne helps in driving organizational and talent strategies. She has extensive experience partnering with executive teams to analyze, determine, and implement HR solutions focused on achieving business results. She has the strong ability to strategically partner with and influence executives to work effectively at all levels. Wow, I have said it all, but then I think the ones who deserve to say a lot more are here. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for all our panelists, as I request them to please join me over here on stage. A warm welcome to all of you. Swagat hai aap sabka. And I'll request all of you to please kindly take your seats as per the photo order, because like I mentioned, this is the world of social media. Aesthetics very, very important. Aap log please is order mein baith jaiye kindly. Thank you so much. Warm welcome to all of you. Very, very glad to have all of you. Thank you. My pleasure. And do we have the mics for all of them? Yes, we do. Thank you. And over to a moderator. You know, I keep talking. I do that for a living, so I'll pass it over to you so that you take it forward. Can we update the timer quickly for our speakers? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was quite an introduction. We didn't know so much about ourselves. All right, so first of all, I want to start by wishing you all a very happy International Men's Day. And Shaju, thank you for representing. Yeah, and I also want to clear the question on top of your head. Yes, I'm wearing a hat because I want to express myself. I come on panels and I'm always very careful about the way I look, but I said, no, I'm just going to do this because I love hats. All right, I've also been a part of a lot of campus designs. And I want to just kind of jump a little bit into this because it's very important to understand, like, everyone that you have here is like going to go through how we design for the future. We have an educator. We have somebody from Table Space, Anamika. Then we have Ria, Booking.com. She's a real estate director. Shaju, Gensler, so much work done. I didn't know half of what he explained about you. Susan, LinkedIn, HR, so much that she can also contribute to this panel. I'd like to try and keep it a little conversational because I think it's important that we bring out a lot of real life experiences, really, so that you can take away from this. And also, I want to keep it a little open for the audience to ask your questions. Whenever you want, put your hands up, or whenever you feel like you want to ask, I might just say, okay, fine, over to you, right? I've been a part of a lot of campus planning, really 3 decades in the business. And for me, the most successful has been the ones that I had a lot of really in-depth conversations with stakeholders on, because their feelings and their voices and what they wanted to see in the campus was heard, and they owned it. At the end of the day, I'm telling you, even like 30 years, or let's say 15, 20 years later, I have conversations with them, and the first thing they say is, man, that exercise, that was just amazing, right? So how do you bring out that kind of feeling in the way we design campuses and the way we kind of hear a lot of young minds out? We will try and ask a few questions. Right now, I want to start with everybody here, okay? So the first thing I want to ask you guys really is, and this is for all of you, so we can start from you, Jyoti, is, when you think of trust and safety, right? What's the first emotional memory from your student life or early career or today, that rises to the surface, and why that moment? I want to start with that because I think it's a good way to start this conversation, and then we can run into the others.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And thanks, Reality Plus, Sapna, and the whole team to make this happen. So the question, absolutely, it is more on the trust and safety. As an architect, we have eminent architects with us like B.V. Doshi, Charles Correa, or whether I mention Laurie Baker. They have designed buildings with trust. They have designed building with safety. And when we design buildings in such a way, we need to ensure how the people are living for it. We are designing for people. So considering the design of a campus design, it needs to be more nature friendly, more biophilic, and we need to also ensure how the connectivity between the nature and the built environment is.
Is that your memory?
I would say my memory was way beyond because I have actually graduated from UK, wherein the environment was like I was mostly on my books in the library, huge, beautiful libraries, I would say. I have experience, and the environment was so silent to do research. Yeah. Trust me, what I experienced in India, though I graduated from BMS, we were in the city of, heart of the city, BMS College, and you know where the stress comes. And when in UK, that also was in the heart of city, King's Cross. The environment of UCL was amazing, especially for academic students, academic professors, whoever is part of campus. So I would say yes, safety, trust, and I would say biophilia, the environment plays a major role.
So I'm going to go over to you, Anamika. So, it's more on if you can touch upon a memory.
Thank you. So today, while I represent Table Space,
I think it'll hold closer.
Today, while I represent Table Space, we are in the business of building the best world-class offices for our large multinational clients. However, the memory I want to talk about is as I was starting my career, now that's about 2 decades ago, was to be in a space where I was not judged. Even if I made a mistake, people would listen to me, my bosses would listen to me, hear me out, understand mistakes happen, but not be judged. I think trust and the ability to feel safe in the space you are in, you've tried your best. Sometimes, most of the times, you cross the line and you deliver. At some points, you may fall short, but you should feel safe that you tried your best and you're being appreciated for it. For me, that is trust.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's a great start. And Ria, over to you.
I echo with Anamika's point, right? Like, you want to walk into a space that makes you feel secure. You want to feel relaxed. You don't want to feel judged. I think even at our company, we ensure that we create that kind of an environment. And yeah, for me, that would be a place for trust and safety.
Okay, Shaju.
All right, thank you. I love this theme basically because I'm so used to talking about technology, merit, construction, all the hard
square
stuff,
footage,
right? Yeah, square
efficiency.
footage, efficiency. Yeah. So I love this part because it's touching the soft aspect of architecture, and which is rarely spoken about. And so I'm really looking forward to this panel and engaging over here. But when you talk about emotional and experience together, and if you ask me about a memory, I think I'll go back to my workspaces. So I've worked across many different studios. In fact, Zaha's studio was located within the girls' school. It's a very funny incident, but they found that space and they were located within that. But the best workspace I found was CNT office. Chanda Barkar and Thakur, right? It was a very, very idyllic space. It was located in it's behind Mount Carmel College near Palace Grounds. And the moment you enter the space, right, you can see there is a nice landscape pathway, and you have varied scale of spaces. As you enter into the studio, the whole space has varying height with a sloped roof, clear story lighting, and large format windows looking out to the greens. And those are like 100 years old, by the way, that landscape. The house is owned by the family. And it's 100 years old, and the landscape is preserved like that, and you have an amphitheater out there. So the kind of work that goes on here, it is always inspiring, It is always bringing the best out of you. And it's a space where you can be yourself. Nobody is watching you. You could be reading a whole book through the day. You could be doing a detail through the day, or you could be sitting and talking to your colleagues. Nobody is questioning you, watching you. And I think that probably is where you can find the safety.
So what happened to that, right? We're missing it somewhere. Do you feel that?
We are trying to build it. We're trying to bring in, but again, it's driven by efficiency and metrics. So the chance becomes very rare that you can actually build into these kind of unprogrammed spaces, you know. It's a hard thing, but every day we are trying that. It's a pursuit, if you ask me.
Susan, please help.
I'm so different from the audience and the panel here. I'm more closer to a policeman than anybody else can be. HR has been known for that. But my earliest memory of a building is fear. And I can go back to college or school because squeaky floors, long corridors, silent, teachers walking clickety-clack of their heels and everything else that goes with it. It's the most intimidating setup. And the buildings also carry that intimidation because people carry that personality in that space. But today, looking back, I mean, I don't want to disclose my age, how many years ago that was, but if you look now to the workplace, if I walk into LinkedIn, the first thing I see is a massive coffee bar and the smell of fresh coffee and people chatting and walking in, and it's so refreshing because you see youth, you see candor, you see fun, and you see smiles. And if I was a new employee joining that organization, the first thing that strikes me is, this is so cool, you know, that's the language they speak. This is so cool and this is so chill. Of course, when you get into work, we'll show you the chillness, but the fact of the matter is, at least the first impression is a sense of relaxation and a feeling of calm, you know, and then comes the rest of it in terms of experience and safety and trust. But I think first
Belonging as
impressions
well.
is about feeling included, belonging, and I can relax in this place when I'm walking in because the culture is what we are depicting when you first walk in through that door. So that's my emotion.
No, that's
You know, to
fantastic.
add
Yeah,
to
sure.
this, you know, and Fancy, this is quite alarming that I was just reading the other day, and there's this survey by Colliers. Only 48% of the companies in APAC focus on workplace design, workplace experience. And I think it's our responsibility to kind of change that. So, yeah, why not do that?
No, because it comes to mind, I'll just add and then I'll go to you, Anamika, is that, you know, I don't know how many of y'all have seen this little video of, it was doing the rounds a lot. A little kid going to school with his father, jumping, happy, and then he sees a playground and then he jumps on it and he's really happy. But his father is like, you know, slowly over the years, just like taking the whip out and saying, no, you need to go to school. So he takes him. And then the next few minutes of that video is him just like drooping and losing that emotion and expression. And that comes to me when, you know, you're all talking about this to some extent. Where has it gone? It's got to be there somewhere and we need to find it. Is that correct? Anamika, you wanted to add?
Yes, I just want to add a contrary point of view. I think offices being boring or offices not inculcating the trust and all the other emotions that we are speaking was kind of true till pre-COVID. But after COVID, office designs have turned on their head. Companies have realized a regular functional office will no longer do. Employees need much more than a workstation and a table. Work is what they come for, but now you need to also tell them what else they will get besides the place they're supposed to sit and work and be productive, right? So do they have social spaces? Is there a cafeteria? Do you have a wellness room? If you're stressed out, do you have a place to sit and take a power nap for 20 minutes and come back refreshed? So offices are no longer offices anymore in terms of design. They have to be much, much more. And I think partners like yourself and Gensler are all helping even companies like Table Space create that for our 400 plus clients.
So it's good that you fall inside that 40%.
I mean,
I think they do. I can, I can vouch for these companies because we worked very closely with them.
So I'll add to that. I'll throw in numbers now, okay? Couldn't help it, but see, the Gentler research, which was doing experience research over this whole workplace environment, and we realized from COVID onwards, 50% of people who want to come back to office will only come back to office if you're offering more amenities, right? And the amenities are supposed to be not just provision of a space, but rather an experience of a space, which reminds them of a retreat, reminds them of a home, and that's why you will see that interiors are more representing hospitality now, and that the quality of spaces, the quality of material and finishes, it's all moving towards that, transcending towards into more comfort environment actually. So it's by design actually.
because a boring office is not going to get people out of their pajamas and work from home, come back to office.
Absolutely.
So offices have
Absolutely.
to change, and they
Yeah.
are. 48 is going to become 75 very soon.
Oh, good. Okay. We look forward to that. So coming to the next set, I just want to try and throw this between Sue, you and Jyoti, okay? So literally, we often talk about psychological safety as a concept, but in real life, it shows up as tiny signals. And I want to go university and, the workplace, right? Tone, boundaries, eye contact, micro gestures. I'm sure you have a lot to add there. What are the silent signals that tell you a space is genuinely safe? And I want to start with you, Sue, on that.
All right. Firstly, there's a misnomer about what psychological safety means. We all assume psychological safety means providing comfort for everybody. That's not the meaning of psychological safety. The real meaning of it is I don't operate in fear because if I tell the truth, there is going to be repercussions. So basically, if it's a culture which has no punishment for being honest and truthful and candid and direct, that is what psychological safety is. Comfort is something that companies provide a lot. I mean, to Anamika's point, most companies today have everything, like from cafeterias to collaborative spaces, to play areas, for the families to come in, to bond, and coffee shops. And sometimes it looks like a resort. And I know a lot of people look and say, do people actually work here, or you're coming for a holiday? What's your productivity like?
Yeah, it was great matcha coffee.
Right? Yeah. So, you tend to kind of equate comfort to the extent of, what you see, what you experience in terms of a building. But the reality is the culture is what determines that comfort. I can have any number of experiences, any number of office facilities that is given to my employees, but at the end of the day, if I am going to penalize somebody for talking up, for giving a feedback, for being honest about giving me feedback, for answering a question without fear, if I'm going to be penalizing people for having said, this is not working out for me, or I'm unhappy, or my manager treats me very badly, or I don't have the freedom of expression, I don't like the kind of work I'm doing, but as a leader, I'm suppressing that emotion, but instead telling you what to do, no matter what facilities you provide, it's not going to build that culture. So it has to be a community of people. It's designers, it's workplace enablers, it's leaders, it's HR, who come together to see, one, from a building perspective, what you have to offer, because to what Chaju's point is, amenities. I'm coming from a hard traffic, 2.5 hours on the road, and if I'm coming into the office, and all I'm getting is a lousy boss who asks me why I'm late by looking at his watch, subtle signs, just look at your watch, right? And then I say, I go to pick up a coffee, and they look at the watch when you come back after coffee, which means that, again, I'm being watched. All of those cultures are old school, and it's not going to work. And that's why we say, why are Gen Z acting the way they do? Why are they objecting to things like this? Because a punitive mechanism is not going to work in an environment. So I think it's a combination. When you say psychological safety is removing fear, it's removing judgment, it's removing bias, but at the same time giving an inclusive atmosphere, both from a cultural context, from an engagement context, and from a building context, is what will make it successful.
How do you start that with education, right? Sure. Jyoti, to jump into what Susan is saying. Very valid points, and we had a long conversation around Gen Z, and everybody seems to be, Gen Z, what is Gen Z about? But they are just another generation that we need to learn how to work with. Very nice, very independent, innovative lot. And I think you see a lot of that, if you can just kind of jump into this.
Yes, thank you. What I would mention here is, gone are the days wherein we used to sit in the classroom, sit near the digital board or a chalk and paper presentation. Now the days are, we collaborate, we do peer learning, we do a class under a tree, we make it more nature friendly, we make it more texture oriented, we feel the space. Why? Because we connect with people, we think what they actually understand. So it's not that as per the design, why did I mention about the great architects? The architects did design them, but people like us went unnoticed. And now when the pressure is on safety, it's on trust, it's on psychology, now we are re-wandering in spaces and we are thinking, we need to actually understand people. We need to get into the psychological path and see how the learning is being taught in a different way.
Not just build glass boxes and flat floors.
Exactly, because what happens is it will go above the ceiling. Trust me, it needs to go inside what we are actually going
Design in and out first, in to out. And that's a message, I think it's a huge takeaway for this audience. You have to design in to out. However, even if it's a commercial space, trust me, you may not know the user, but you know the user. There is a lot of research out there. Design it in to out.
Yes. So with that example, I would say campuses around Bangalore, whether I talk about IIM Bangalore, whether I talk about Ahmedabad project, IIM again, whether I talk about the new campus that's launched in Tirupati, IIT. Those spaces, if you see the locality, if you see the neighborhood planning, and if you see the campus and actually with what essence it's built, you would prefer to go to places which has more connected there instead of sitting in a traffic-oriented, what Sue was mentioning, they take 3 hours to travel, the last mile connectivity. I think that's more important, the place you stay and the place you go for work or study. What time are you spending? Because that is more stressful than actually being in the workplace from 9 to 6 or to the college hours 9 to 4. So that will be my take.
Okay, great. Okay. So now I'm just going to go a bit into what we say. Like people decide how they feel about a place within the first 30 seconds. You know, you walk into a hotel and they had it right from day one. You just smell the fragrance of flowers, you smell the coffee, and then there's so much life in there. There's music playing. Why don't we play music, right? Some of these like very basic things. So to you, Ria and Shaju, what are the arrival cues you consciously shape so someone entering the space feels, I can be myself here?
I think it's the little things that matter. And I don't speak as a workplace leader, I speak as an employee. Just imagine walking into an office with an amazing, beautiful smile by the reception team. Those beautiful collapsed spaces, broad roads, and thank you, Gensler, for designing that for us. I think it's those little things that really, really matter. And I feel at home. I think it's not just a second home, it should be your home. So that's the answer for me.
Yeah, perfect. Because I think we tend to think too much about what's the ROI on putting some fragrance in an AC. So what? It's a small little spend, but makes such a huge difference, right? There are so many small little things. Like, I still love the bubble matcha coffee that I got in LinkedIn. It was great. So I remember it.
I'm quite inspired, and I am going to be having a barista like LinkedIn and have matcha.
Shaju.
All right, I'll refer to what Susan was mentioning earlier about that arrival experience, right, in an office space or anywhere, and what you mentioned about the hospitality, right? And I think it's actually that exact thing what makes the difference, right? What we understand in the emotional parlance is a decompression zone, right? You're coming from a traffic. Everybody is over here, spoken a lot about traffic. You come from a traffic, the whole urban chaos.
This is Bangalore.
Yes. And then when you come to office, like Susan mentioned again, you don't want to be sort of confronted. You want to be sort of, let in, comfortably in, right? And be at ease. And that decompression zone is the 30-second. And that 30-second will tell you that, are you welcome here? Are you going to be yourself or not, And I'll just give you a quick example of one of my earlier college days. There was a RV college, and the whole campus was very green, right? But the engineering blocks and the architecture blocks was the difference was day and night, right? Engineering blocks was like a big box, and you had this one step. The moment you cross the threshold, you are in the office, the department, and hard finishes, very, very rough. Everything was fluorescent light, white color, less of natural light. It was the contrast for architecture block. So architecture block was where you had this huge tree. That huge tree was, I forget the species now, but felt like it was there for hundreds of years. They had the seating outside under the tree, like a katte kind of a style. It signaled people like, you can come in here and sit down, take a break, right? And then you can move in. And as you move in, you had this canopy, which was pergola, so you could see that light and shadow pattern happening on the floor and the wall. So it was like a warm embrace, letting you into the whole meandering pathways, which is inside this block. And then you had this courtyard, the smell of the flowers, the sight of the pottery and the clay horses.
Oh God, I want to go there.
Actually. Fancy, I feel productivity just increases. Right. It's directly proportional, to be very honest. I mean, we have this little mini herb garden in the office where I pick up a little of my curry leaves and little herb. I mean, just imagine, right? Why not create those kind of spaces? It's hardly an investment.
It's so easy.
It's just so easy. So why not just have that? And I think companies should get inspired into doing all of this, like we are inspired by our fellow companies.
Yeah, okay. All right. So you have something to add to this, Anamika? I had a...
I think
Yeah.
for years, offices have just been regular offices.
Because you carry brand and experience and scale. And you're doing this like all over India, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So how are you ensuring emotional trust feels consistent across all of these cities? Because one to the other, it can feel a little different, but how do you ensure that, you know?
So if we were just having 1 or 2 offices, we can do it ad hoc, people-based. But as we are scaling at a phenomenal speed, we have to build in processes in place that operationalizes the feeling of trust and emotion into our offices, right? Therefore, you need things, we need to build rituals, we need to build standards and processes, we need to have intense amount of training so that the experience is consistent in an office in Delhi, in Bombay, in Bangalore. And you need to have a feedback mechanism loop because like everything else, it's a service-based, people-based industry. And sometimes something can fall short. I'm not saying wrong, but there can be a gap. So if there is a seamless feedback loop that tells us, hey, today this was a bit short, we can improve it.
Right.
So, so you have these 4 elements that helps us to scale trust, emotion, safety into all our offices. And these come in through processes like across our offices, all the entry experiences into our offices are consistent. You have acoustics, you have lighting, which is inviting. You have a receptionist that is smiling, warm, welcoming. For the longest time, an office reception was very, very cold. Right? And today we are bringing in, like Shaju said, the hospitality angle into hotels. So suddenly your office reception is like the front office of a hotel, warm, inviting. You enter there, you feel you've come into a safe space. You own it. You see colors that you're familiar with.
Right.
And suddenly you start feeling comfortable. The body reacts to the entry experience before the mind processes it. Right? If the feedback mechanism is so seamless and easy and transparent and anonymous, nobody fears telling you where you fell short, right?
You
Because
said
you're not
it.
being judged.
You said anonymous.
Very well said.
Very well said.
Right? So that's one of it. Intense amount of training because it's people-led. We don't want feedback that your Bangalore offices are better than your Chennai offices because it's table space through and through. So you are experiencing table space office across 7 metro cities today, across 60 plus offices. We want anybody who goes to an office A to an office 10 to have the same consistent experience of trust, of design, of collaboration, or whatever it may be. So that's how we build it, through processes, through technology, through people, and intense amount of training. I think training is very underrated.
Yes, absolutely right.
And we've seen it across large companies. As they scale, we see the gap coming in service. We've all seen it in Ola cabs. Suddenly they're not good enough, they're dirty, right? Because nobody cares. It's become so big that people are learning to adjust.
No,
But
we
for
stopped
us-
taking Olas.
yes. So I think at Table Space, we want to be out there, improving every day, becoming the best version of ourselves while not compromising on growth and scale.
No,
And
very
keeping
well
our
said,
values
yeah.
consistent.
No, but I want to just jump from that point, right? You did say something on anonymity. And Susan's like already smiling because she knows it's coming at her. Are we going to ever get to that place in time when people can freely speak and not be anonymous? Because some of the things that people are most worried about is being judged in a space, right? So over to you, Sue, to add to what Anamika was saying.
I wish I had a crystal ball to tell you anonymity will go away. It won't. The reality is, even in our day-to-day world, you want to talk about politics, you want to talk about social media stuff, you want to talk about anything that's happening around us, religion, culture. How many of us voluntarily go and post our feelings truly on social media? You don't, because you know you're going to get, really taken up by, moral police and so on, right? So that culturally we are tuned to sitting behind a computer. Culturally we are tuned to giving a name, a pseudo name, and then writing articles. Culturally we are tuned to being very conscious about not putting up pictures where we are very radical about it. So unless conscious society and people change that mindset, anonymity will continue to be there. I'll give you an example. Back in the day, when we had a kind of feedback mechanism. Everybody, when they're anonymous, they would do live chat and say, okay, things are not working, we're unhappy with this, this is not the way to do it. And sometimes people lose professionalism when they give comments, right? So we said, okay, we're removing the word anonymity, and we're just going to, if you are making a comment, your name is going to be seen, and you'll be surprised to know that the comments just fell. People didn't want to be seen. And that's because the reason is about the culture that we are inculcating among people. If you are going to be punishing someone for having commented or speaking up, as they say, you will definitely not get people who are going to come and give you candid feedback. You're going to design workplaces based on perception, assumption, maybe probably a bit of data, a bit of anonymous feedback, a bit of voice surveys that they might talk about, but they will not come and tell you that. No matter how great an organization is, no matter what space of business, whether it's tech, it's medical, it's software industry just by itself, all of them go through this challenge. But it takes a concerted effort. We have an interesting concept when we do our employee voice survey. We have something called Speak Up. And our Speak Up scores indicate how people are actually welcoming and feeling inclusive, because I am not afraid to speak up and share my point of view is the question in the employee voice survey. So if your scores are really very good, which means you as a manager, you as a people leader, you as a business head are doing something right, because people are very comfortable in that space. So I think, I'm not going to say anonymity will go away, but it purely depends upon the business, the leader, and a social setup if you want to wipe it out, so that we don't have to face the repercussions of speaking up. You know, that's what my
And you know, kudos to our Gen Z for inspiring us to do that. I feel somewhere we're now talking about mental health so openly, and all thanks to them. We're talking about rags to riches. We're talking about everything that I'm speaking as a millennial, so it's not too far behind, but I think it's all thanks to them. So yeah.
I would like to add.
Does it start with education? Yes, that's what's coming to you, because ultimately, who are these people coming into the workforce and then not, and being judgmental? Maybe we need to start young. We need to start at the education level.
Thank you. We, coming from Christ University, we are very careful about our ranking, about where we are placed. And all this comes with the feedback analysis, as you were just mentioning. We have an NIRF ranking, wherein we tabulate the number of students who are there, what states are they actually enrolled in this program, and after their education, where have they landed, what is the alumni strength, what is the total outcome of the students that's actually being overall taken care of. And when I see an overall ranking around all over the world, we are above 100, you know, so you see where Christ University stand. Now, considering this point, we need to understand academics needs to be tabulated, because each student is been going through a process of learning from the day they have joined, a scratch level to their professional level that they go through, a 5 years or a 4 years, a degree course or an engineering course. And as they were saying, we have students who will be joining Alpha. We are talking about Gen Z because the corporate is going through Gen Z.
Sorry, Alpha is which year again? So
The
I've
one
lost
coming, I
track.
think Alpha, beta, and it's just.
So they are in pipeline. So we ourselves are modernizing our education system. It's like, as I mentioned, we are more connected to the nature. We are talking more on sustainability, because now, if you're all aware about COP30, you have seen the Paris Agreement. We are right now here, but when they come to our places, will they actually be seated this way? Will they be breathing the AQI, what we are breathing? And what is the level of education system that they are going through and what we have gone through? We didn't had ages of iPad connectivity, but now, as I mentioned about Alpha, I'm talking on Alpha basis because I am seeing those kind of students in front of me who are way talking about BIM modeling in 2nd or 3rd semester of building construction. And we spoke in our master's graduation, and the research is overall spread. So you see the transition. And this transition needs to be incorporated in the corporate world, because they are actually, this is what's going to see, what's going to happen in the future. The alumni, people where they are working, what is the next step? Why will they join Christ if they don't see the outcome process who is going to be built as a student, as a profession that they'll be joining?
Beautifully said, beautifully said. So I'm a little conscious for time, but I want to come to each of you because I also want to kind of open the floor out. I have one gesture, one ritual, one cue to all of you. We can start from this side with Sue. If you had to express trust through one single element, a gesture, a design move, a ritual, or a sensory cue, what would it be?
I think I hope we have a situation where feedback is not just a namesake providing activity. I hope that becomes a regimen. It's just like standing up and doing, washing your face or combing your hair, just an activity which naturally comes. Where feedback, people are candid, they can share feedback, there's no judgment. I wish we come to a stage when it's very natural rather than forced, because for me, feedback today is extremely, either it is too loose where you can't take action, or it's too strategic where it's high stakes and the person don't want to do. But if you really want to develop somebody, if you want to build a culture, if you want to build an organization, I think you have to be open to feedback. And we have to be open to receiving feedback and giving feedback as well. So for me, the ritual is on how can we make feedback more acceptable and easily accepted by people in the organization. So that's the ritual that I like to strengthen on.
Great, thanks. Shaju?
Well, I can talk about spatial cues or gestures, but I think nothing brings in trust more than ritual, right? Because it allows you to follow through it on a daily basis or at least weekly basis. And I would like to talk about one of the rituals that we have in our office that's like a high table we have in our studio. And that's a space where we all congregate. We talk about ideas. We talk about projects, concepts, sometimes even gossip, right? So the idea is that everyone from junior to senior, even interns are open and they can bring an idea. Nobody is ridiculed, nobody is sort of threatened over there. You are supposed to speak your mind, and every idea is appreciated and discussed and debated, right? And that's the kind of safe space that we should create for every generation, regardless of whether you're alpha, beta, or millennial, So
Fantastic, yes. Ria?
Does food count in sensory fancy?
I have no clue anymore.
I think it's definitely food for me, to be very honest with you, and it starts and ends there. And the reason being that most of our employees, look forward to it as well, right? Like, I mean, imagine being in the traffic for 2 hours and you just want to come to office and like you're waiting for that food and you're waiting for continental today, or Ria's planned butter chicken and tandoori. So I think for me,
Matcha coffee.
any day. I think matcha is something I really need to try. But I think for me, it is that. It's these kind of benefits that we give our employees. It's your food, your transport, and it all boils down to sensory and gesture for our employees.
Fantastic.
It's a benefit, and it's their right.
Yes. Anamika?
I would like to talk about the concept of having open doors, but with the freedom that each one of us can have not to walk through it. So it lets me join a group, a discussion, with no pressure that I'm called for it, somebody's demanding my presence for it. I can choose to go there or not go there. It's about not being intrusive, but yet giving you the permission to decide. So open doors give you the sense of balance between invitation and autonomous direction.
Right.
I think that's important.
Yes. Jyoti?
Okay, so I would say that where we actually lead to the next step, where we are going. So mostly we would say how the reality we are facing for the next generation. We need to think about the lesson learned. We need to get a feedback about what has actually been gone through, what are the challenges, and we need to make a methodology. I know it will be more theoretical, but it helps. Because creating a methodology and analyzing it with a comparative study will give you a total outcome of what can be the result and what can be discussed to the next step. So I feel it is more to be more, methodological way.
Understood. Yes, Professor Jyoti. Right. So now what I'd like to do really is, you've heard from the educator, you've heard from the brand strategist, and I want to call you that rather than table space, because you promote the brand and you drive the growth for the company. And then you've heard from the real estate director, you've heard from the experience design director, I can call you that, Shaju, and the HR director. I want to kind of open this now because we have enough time, but I think I want it to be more engaging. If you have questions, please put your hands up, and we'd like to hear from you as well, and please throw questions to them here. I mean, you have a great set of thinkers right here. Anyone?
Any questions from anyone? You can raise your hands as a question. You can use this mic. Yeah.
Am I audible to everybody?
Yes.
So hi, this is Yoginder here. So my question would be, but first of all, great session. So my question is, like, there is a certifying global body known as Great Place to Work. So I just wanted to ask, can it be trusted from a workplace point of view, or is it still a gimmick? What I will be thinking about. So this question would be first of all to Susan, and then would be to the entire panel. Why shouldn't it be LinkedIn certified first?
Of course, it's to Susan. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to run any company, any organization which is making an effort. One, the intent of Great Place to Work is honestly to find out if actually it's creating an environment of professionalism and if employees are really happy at that place. Now, sometimes what happens is many people don't believe it. They dilute the system because you want that organization which runs these surveys to survive. So, you tend to kind of exaggerate what is written, what is not written. Unfortunately, we don't participate in it, not because of any other thing. I think more than just getting a certificate and a poster and something that's hanging on the wall, I think that is just a temporary thing that people might pass by when they see it, which is your employees. But if they don't live it and experience the real thing, it's a pointless certification. So you can give any number of certificates. You can put it there and say, certified, this is the safest place. And then you suddenly realize, oh, I didn't think about somebody on a wheelchair. But you have a certificate which says accessibility certified. And then you talk about what a great place to work in terms of systems and processes. And then you say someone has to beg for a leave one day with the manager. What is the culture versus a statement? So we're not big on certifying and posters. You will not see it. You will see our value systems and culture there. But I think we are more about living the experience and taking it from there. So yeah, it's to each company where they want to position in the industry when they participate in the surveys, because it's also a branding effort. When you're certified, it's also a branding. So it's got its positives and negatives. I'm not going to run it down, but yeah, to each his own.
And you can always cross-verify it with Glassdoor. Just putting it out there.
So people, if you want to know what it is, there's Blind, Glassdoor, and Mouthshut.com. These are places where people go and write feedback. This is anonymity. And this is where I'm saying it could be written by bots as well, but if you want to really check out on companies and places, these are the survey places. So thanks for reminding, Ria.
So yeah, one more thing. Susan, why shouldn't it be LinkedIn certified? Because everybody trusts LinkedIn right now, at the moment. Why shouldn't it be like that?
Firstly, thank you very much. I got a great branding. I'm leaving the stage. But LinkedIn certified. LinkedIn is not certifying you because we're not checking on you. Like, for example, if you put your profile on LinkedIn, I don't come to your house and check with your certificates whether you are the person who actually put that. LinkedIn is trusting every member on the platform to say that you are putting authentic information. Of course, government interventions are there. You might want an Aadhaar sign in and so on and so forth, but that's more from a check and balance from the government perspective. But LinkedIn trusts the input person, the person who puts, like they say, garbage in, garbage out, right? If you put authentic stuff, our brand gets built. And so that's what we beseech you. So we don't go and giving certificates to anyone. In fact, we don't have paid certificates even for courses, though we have something called LinkedIn Learning Solutions. We provide a lot of short courses for people to study. Even if it's LinkedIn certified, whether you get the job is on your competence, is not on that certificate, let me tell you that. So we don't do certifications consciously because we want members to experience what it is to be branding yourself. But we give you tips and tools on how you can write your profile, how you can write your resume on it, what kind of jobs that you can seek, what kind of conversations can you have. And I must say sometimes I am also disappointed in the kind of conversations people put up there. I went on a picnic, I went on a party, and then somebody sees a movie and then you have some leadership lessons. You must have seen all those memes, right? So it's a reality. We don't certify, neither does it mean that we vouch for everything that is there. However, we encourage people to write the truth, write your experiences, write what you've learned from your professional world, because at the end of the day, it's a professional website, to be very honest, not just a casual social platform. So, yeah. So we don't do certification. Sorry about that.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. Any more questions over here? You can pass it to me.
We can't hear.
You can take the question and you can pass it to ma'am over there.
We can't hear you.
Use the mic and sort of.
We can hear you. No, but it needs to be recorded.
Hi, my question to Anamika. The focus is more on the workspace design and the operational safety today, a little extended version of what we are discussing. In India, with the DPDP Act emphasizing responsible data collection inside workplace, from access control to visitor management, how is Tablespace designing managed office spaces to ensure safety without compromising employee privacy?
Thank you. So at Table Space, the whole designing is done vis-a-vis common spaces and dedicated enterprise offices. We work on the concept of we monitor the common spaces through CCTV, through access control, but everything that happens inside the office is with the enterprise. So you're running your own office seamlessly. It's just coincidental that Table Space has designed it, built it, and you work within our center. But what happens inside your office is entirely dependent on you. Our offices are GDPR compliant. We would give regular update to you once a month as agreed in the SLAs. But what happens inside your office in terms of safety, in terms of all the other aspects that you said is on each enterprise themselves. Right. How much they want to monitor, how much they want to guide, how much they want to know of what your employees are doing. So CCTV cameras over workstations is not something Tablespace does. If some of the companies are okay and they want to know it, then they would request it in addition from us, and then we will provide it. But as a standard design, we do not. We only monitor the common areas.
Sure. Are you also making progress towards the DPDP Act, which is spoken in India as on today?
You know, we are always innovating and adopting the next technology and the next set of compliance that comes into the country. So the answer is yes. Thank you.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I have a question. So while we try to mitigate fear in the workplace, I do find that it has a small role to play, like fear and a bit of stress helps you meet your deadline, helps you get the desired output. And it's almost like how you cram for exams. It's that fear of not being prepared and you're just cramming and you're getting down to it. So how do you bridge this, that right amount of fear and stress to ensure you get the right focus and output in your design? Anyone can please take it up who can answer.
Okay, that's a very tricky question actually. But let me just translate that. The stress, what you're talking about, is probably more like alertness, right? And that's when the stress is positive. If it becomes trauma, that's something we want to avoid completely. And probably most of the time, it's that trauma that people carry and then they become afflicted with it, right? And whether it's architecture or interior, we try to avoid that kind of stressful scenarios being created. So yes, we want to have a visual connection. Yes, we want to have still that privacy that you would require for maybe a certain call, maybe certain kind of a movement that you want to be being in your individual movement at that point of time. So at every instance, we try to balance it out through these kind of various purpose spaces actually.
Anyone else? I would like to add, when we talk about design, we talk about trust, we talk about how one is feeling the space. And when we talk about feelings, we need to see how the person is actually comfortable in that particular place. Like when people were saying that our second home is our office. Why do we say that? Because maximum of 12 hours we spend there, though traffic is a big another topic of panel discussion. But I would say that a comfort needs to be created with our own understanding between the spaces around us. We need to have that much of ample of space wherein you can feel the light, whether I talk about the texture, I talk about the materials that we look into, we talk about the acoustics, we talk about the noise, because noise is the main thing that we all suddenly have a clash on. So all this is actually important for a human to go. It's all psychological part. And as an architect, psychology plays a major role because we are designing for humans. We need to know their understanding. We need to know what they feel good about so that the building where they're going to stay for about 100 or 70 years, it's more comfortable for that place to be explored.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answers. We can take one last question for this session. Ma'am, you can ask.
Hi. Hi, I'm Sangeeta. I'm just standing so you know where the sound is coming from. So I run manufacturing units. So it's a very cut and dried kind of a system. You know, people come in, work, they go back home. And, so when through Wyatt, we've gone to office spaces. And I keep wondering, if it is so comfortable, in the office, why would people, go back home? They wouldn't go out and socialize. So that is something that always struck me, when I go into offices, because, you have, what is that thing called, foosball, and you have, all those things. So isn't there, my question is, isn't there, some kind of divide that has to be done between a workplace saying, okay, I finished working and now I'm going home to do, social stuff, mix with, meet friends, be with family, and, those kind of things. Because, I'm not at all a corporate person, so this is something that struck me. So I just wanted, I have this question for you all. Who wants to go?
Yeah, I'll start with it. Yeah. Okay. So I'll start because I've been also dealing with this kind of a situation. A lot of times, what happens is actually it changed a lot from post-COVID, right? That's when work from home started, and that work from home has translated and it's now changing the work environments, right? We are now sort of furnishing the environment with more home-like amenities, right? And yes, probably the generation what we came from, millennials and the boomers, I think we did not have that difference of like going back home, was never a priority as such. But the generation now that we're designing for is a very different generation. They see a balance of life. They see that their purpose is not to sit and work only there. They see that the purpose is outside as well. Whether it's going out with friends, whether it's going out for a comedy show or a music concert, they see that there is a purpose out there and they pursue it. And their hobbies are there. They are very serious about it. They are serious about their causes, whether social, political, or environmental, So I think when we are designing these spaces, it's only to say that when you're coming here, you are comfortable, you are able to work in your own comfort space, and you are able to focus, you are able to find that sensorial connect that you need from that kind of a space. So that is where I see it from. Open for discussion.
I think from somebody who creates workspaces for different industries and manufacturing being one of them, but just to answer your question on a broad level is, employees, when they come into this space, yes, they're going to work, yes, they're going to have work conversations with colleagues, but they're also going to collaborate and have informal discussions. So the offices will give you different kind of spaces, workspaces, social spaces, spaces to pause and reflect, spaces to repair yourself. You just want to have a nap, you worked all night on a project, you just want to go and refresh yourself. And yet all the conversations are going to be with one kind of people, which are your colleagues, which are your work colleagues. Yes, they could be friends, but they are work friends. And when you say, why would people want to go out and socialize in a restaurant when everything of that is in part available in an office setup, you will not meet your closest childhood friend in your office. You need to go out to a restaurant and catch up on coffee with her or him, right? So spaces in offices are enabling you to have different kind of conversations which are innately work related, but you can have different kinds of conversations within that larger envelope. I hope that answers your question.
I will just add a small thing. There is a case study. There's an Apple that has launched the manufacturing sector in Bangalore. It's a huge manufacturing setup, and if you have really seen the office space design, you should actually go through. I know I'm sitting with the team, but it's not a table space. It is more like you are working on a sofa and you just have a laptop, because they all do coding. They are different kind of culture. Google also, that's recently opened in Bangalore, have a different kind of setup. So I would say each institution or each organization have a different concept of developing their employees in such a way that they feel, okay, they are working, or they can relax and they can keep working. So again, it's a debatable topic.
Isn't that a question of ownership at the end of it? I mean, that's what I want. When you keep talking about it, when you're designing workspaces, make sure you trust your employees to deliver. Give them a timeline. You don't have to keep monitoring where they are, what they're doing. So there is a timeline that's given and they need to stick to it. And also a bigger, larger message, I'll round up. But honestly, I think if we have to take this expression, emotion, experience forward, right? We really need to be listening to who the users are of the space. And you've heard from the different, very, very expert panel out here. You've heard a lot of inputs today. It's not about building glass boxes, it's about understanding what kind of users are there in this world today. I mean, you can start with Bangalore and the way the culture of Bangalore works. So it's so important to understand that before you move with anything. At the end of the day, it's not like budget, square footage, all that we spoke about, Shaju. It's about the fact that we understand and then design for trust, all right? So I'll round up there, but I've got one thing that I have to just round up on, you know. Trust is not a feature, it's a feeling. You can't enforce it, you can only invite it. So design sets the emotional temperature, culture keeps it alive, but people ignite it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the fire has ignited in the room with that conversation. I actually love that question about, I think the balance. I think it's all fine until and unless it's not the other way around where I think employees are spending most of the time sleeping and chilling and less of work. Until and unless it's not completely the other way around, it's completely fine. But give the entire panel a big round of applause, please. They deserve all of that thoroughly for keeping us entertained throughout. I'll request all of you to please wait over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling upon stage Ms. Gargi Waghela from Alumil to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Gargi ji is over here. I think she's coming from this side. Yeah. Give her a big round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much. Yeah, we don't want the tables to photobomb. Yeah. And I'll give you the opportunity to do the group photograph. Just let the, I would say, token of appreciation be given. Do you have a certain count to give to the organizers? Nothing like that. So, can we have the token of appreciation on stage, please? Please kindly give it to her. And I'll request all of you to please remain on stage. Over here, to her. She can give it, and yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have a big round of applause for each and every token of appreciation being given away? Thank you. Thank you so much. Very kind of all of you over here in Bengaluru. Yeah. I think the panel was all about expression, emotion, experience, everything put together. Yeah, women. Yeah. With a great International Men's Day representation over there as well. Huh? Love it. Thank you. But I think all the knowledge and insights was like super, but I think what stood out was the camaraderie, the mutual respect they have for each other, right? When I was doing the introductions, I could see all of them literally cheering for each other, absolutely no insecurities. You grow together as a community, that's the belief that you all stand by, right? So a big round of applause for just that fact, yes. Yes, now we need to do the group photograph. I'll request you to be over here as well. Please be over here, Gargi. I'll request you to be over here. The frame is incomplete without you. Yeah, everybody over here at the front. And yeah. He needs space. So you're talking about the stage or your personal life space? A lot of space. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please clap and appreciate a little louder? आप लोग ताली बजाओगे, उनका smile जो है, मुस्कान जो है, वो और थोड़ा प्यारा सा हो जाएगा. So that really helps the entire process. And they're actually giving me real life validation on that fact by actually smiling brighter. Thank you so much. And talking about smiling brighter, ladies and gentlemen, we got more reasons to smile because it's lunchtime right now. So please enjoy yourselves with the best kind of meals around. And I think we'll see you all in the next 30 to 40 minutes. 30 minutes में बोलूँगा, सबको finish करते करते 40 minutes हो जाएगा. So yeah, that's what it is. Please enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. See you all very, very soon in the second half. So just an announcement for everybody. We are looking forward to beginning with the event again at 1:40 p.m. It's 1:05 now. We're looking forward to beginning at 1:40 p.m. Request all of you to please kindly enjoy your lunch. your seats and settle down so that we can begin with the second half, post-lunch. Audio check, 1, 2, 3, mic testing, check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request all of you to please kindly take your seats and settle down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to please kindly take their seats and settle down. We're all set to begin right now. Tripti, can we start? Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back once again, post-lunch. I hope you all had a great lunch. Everybody who enjoys delicacies, I hope you all enjoyed your delicacies. Jitne bhi log yahan pe diet conscious hai, I hope you all forgot your respective diets and enjoyed all the delicacies right from the main course to the desserts. Did you all enjoy your food? If you raise your hands, you might get extra desserts. Huh? Anybody? Oh yeah, yeah. You enjoyed? Huh? Sleepy? That we don't. I'm sure the next speakers would not like to hear that, so we'll kind of mute that in the live stream, hopefully. But then, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Been a interesting day so far. It's gonna be a very long day. This is just the beginning of the conclave. Thank you so much for joining us over here. We're pretty much on time, so we would like to remain on time. Just a bit of a request to all our esteemed guests over here to please kindly keep your mobile phones in silent mode, as we don't want to distract any of our speakers who are going to be coming up on stage and speaking. So I'll request all of you to please kindly keep your mobile phones in silent mode. Thank you. I believe that, not just me, I think everybody over here believes that, India is a land which is of culture, right? We believe in our values, traditions and everything. And I think paying respect to the Almighty is something that's always been embedded in our minds and hearts. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to be doing the lamp lighting ceremony over here and begin with the Ganesh mantra over here. So do the honors on stage. May I please have the pleasure of calling up on stage Ashwinder R. Singh, Vice Chairman, BCD Group, Chairman, CII Real Estate Advisor, NAR India. Thank you so much. Give a big round of applause for Sir, please, as he makes his way to the stage. I'll request Mr. Mayank Saxena, Senior MD and CEO, Land Services, Anarok. Can I please have Mayank sir over here on stage as well? He's coming. Okay. I'll request Mallana Sasalu, Chief Executive Officer, Puravankara Limited, to please kindly join us over here on stage. Thank you so much, sir. Please give him a bigger round of applause, everybody. I'm sure you all have had your lunch, so lunch के बाद energy और ज़्यादा तगड़ा हो जाता है. आप थोड़ा और जोर से ताली बजाओगे, please, to kind of validate that fact. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I'll request Mr. Ranjit Oak, Managing Director, KNB South Asia from Kolar, to please join us on stage as... Do we have Ranjit ji over here? Tripti? Oh yeah, yes. Hi. Give sir a big round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much. May I please invite on stage Mr. R.K. Mishra, non-resident scholar, Carnegie India, co-founder, Yulu Bike, founder, director, Center for Smart Cities. Wow, that's a lot of achievements put together. Give it up for R.K. sir, please, everybody. Thank you so much. Our request for Mr. Srinivasan Gopalan, CEO, Addis Infra Solutions Limited, to please kindly come up on stage. Srinivasan sir ke liye bhi zor se taali, please, everybody. And of course, it's a Realty Plus event. How can I miss out in calling Tripti Keria, publisher and business head, Realty Plus? Give a big round of applause for Tripti, please. She's the brainchild behind the initiative. If there's no initiative, then there is no event. And if there's Tripti, then there has to be Sapna as well. So Sapna, where are you? I can't find you. Sapna is outside. Sapna will note this. All right. So can we please do the lamp lighting and can we please play the Ganesh mantra?
Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
क्या हम एक और बार उसको गाने को बजा सकते हैं प्लीज?
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा. वक्रतुंड
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please repeat after me? Ganpati Bappa. Aur zor se please, in the name of Ganpati Bappa. Ganpati Bappa. Itna is over Bengaluru. Come on, do a little louder. We are not going to start before you get louder. Ganpati Bappa. Yes, that's the kind of respect it deserves, right? Thank you. Can I have a big round of applause for all these incredible people for doing the Ganesh mantra and the lamp lighting for all of us? It's important to get going on a positive note, and we have the most positive people around to do this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tripti. You know, like I truly believe, no event is genuinely successful or possible without the support of the partners, as it's only them. Just hold on for a minute. Bro, get it down. I'll tell you when to put it. Get it down. No, don't put the chairs now. Maybe you want to go home early, but then we'll not let you. Like I was mentioning, that no event is genuinely successful or possible without the support of the partners. So it's important that we take out a moment to thank our partners for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are powered by Addis Infra Solutions Limited, strategic partner Anarok Property Consultant, Mana Projects Private Limited, co-partner Nisus Finance Services Co. Limited, Kolar Puravankara Limited, event associate partner The Phoenix Mills Limited, Adisia Developers, White Lotus Group, strategic marketing partner Sion Marketing Private Limited, technology partner Cell.do, ArcVI, doors and window solution partner Alumil Systems India, PropTech partner Reloy, industry partner Bangalore Realtors Association India, WireNet, FIAPCHI India, and CREA, Confederation of Real Estate Associates India, creative partner ABC Brand Advisory, business media partner BW Business World, online media partner exchangeformedia.com, and of course organized by Realty Plus. To cut things short, basically Tripti has got the entire real estate fraternity as partners. Give a big round of applause for all the partners, please, and also for Tripti and the team of Realty Plus. Thank you so much. Without your support, we couldn't have pulled this event off, so we truly value every bit of it. What we are going to do right now is we are going to be having the exclusive conversation, and I'll request now for the chairs on stage, please. We need 6 chairs on stage. The topic for the conversation right now is South India Growth Story, the real estate powerhouse of India. For a long time, there has been this conversation that right now the real growth is in the South. South India's growth story has been absolutely magnificent, and it is indeed the real estate powerhouse of the country. We're going to be having some esteemed speakers over here who are going to be joining us for this session. We need 6 chairs on stage, and can we have the tables as well? Thank you. Can I have a big round of applause for all these hotel staff, please, as well? They've been working hard, and I want to keep them energized throughout because they have a lot of hard work yet to be done, so thank you. Hanji, please guide them accordingly for the frame. 6 chairs on stage, please. So what I'm going to do is, I ideally want to call individually or people on stage. So let me just get done with the stage management over here with all the stuff being put up on stage. Then I'll be calling and introducing all our speakers. I'll be introducing our moderator first, and then I'll be introducing our speakers. Mr. Videographer, is it fine? All 6 chairs visible properly? And they're proportionately placed, right? Properly laga hua hai, right? Take it. Thank you. All right. All right, so this session is going to be chaired on stage by somebody who, of course, is a legend in the space with over 2 decades of expertise in the real estate industry. He has built a pan-India land business for Anarock. He brings a wealth of experience to the organization, and he has been focused on delivering value to landowners as well as developers. An experienced industry veteran of high-ticket real estate transactions and acquisitions, he has expertise in land transactions and pan-India residential markets with robust industry relationships and developer-focused growth framework. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Mayank Saxena, Senior MD and CEO, Land Services, Anarock. Thank you so much. I believe Mayank sir deserves a bigger round of applause. Everybody, people at the back, can I have all of you participate and clap and appreciate? Thank you. Your appreciation is the reason why we have sir smiling so wonderfully. Thank you. And sir, goes without saying, I'll request you to take that seat. Everybody, the speakers will be requested to take their seats as per the photo order. My next speaker over here, he chairs the CII Real Estate Committee and serves on CII's National Task Force on Ease of Doing Business. He has led major real estate organizations as CEO of Bharatiya Urban, co-founder and CEO of Anarock, and CEO of JLL in Residential India, following leadership roles at Citibank, Deutsche Bank, ICICI Bank, Fullerton Singapore, and Bajaj Housing Finance. A mentor with IIT Bombay and India Accelerator, he also serves as chief advisor at BitSafe, which is crypto fintech, and advisor to NAR India. Author of the acclaimed Master Real Estate Trilogy, he is recognized as one of India's foremost voices in real estate leadership and urban reform. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, Vice Chairman, BCD Group, Chairman, CII Real Estate Advisor, NAR India. Sir, sir ke liye asardar wala thoda taali, please, everybody. Yes, thank you. All right, my next speaker over here, we have with us somebody very, very special. An internationally experienced CEO of Puravankara Limited, leads the organization's operations across major Indian cities, overseeing a robust portfolio of more than 50 million square feet of residential development. With decades of leadership experience scaling real estate businesses all over India, Canada, and Singapore, he brings a globally informed and strategic perspective to large-scale development and enterprise growth. An engineering graduate and an alumnus of Harvard Business School, a dream for many, I'm pretty sure. He continues to combine analytical rigor with visionary leadership, driving initiatives in strategic planning, product positioning, and market expansion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Malana Sasalu, Chief Executive Officer, Puravankara Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. Now I can feel the energy in the room rising higher and higher. Thank you. My next speaker over here leads Kohler's business strategy and operations across the South Asia region, drawing on nearly 3 decades of leadership experience across multiple sectors, geographies, and of course, product categories. He brings a wealth of cross-functional leadership in sales, marketing, and general management, having held key roles both in India as well as abroad. Prior to joining Kohler, he served as member of the board and chief commercial officer at Pernod Ricard, India, and held leadership roles at Unilodges, Make My Trip, and Procter & Gamble. He's known for his ability to identify critical business drivers, establish robust processes, and inspire high-performing teams. Give it up for Mr. Ranjit O, Managing Director, KNB South Asia, Kohler. Thank you so much. The stalwarts over here, we can keep talking and talking about them, but then that we don't really have the time bandwidth for that. And I believe, can we just quickly check the speaker? I believe there's a bit of an issue with the speakers. Once I'm speaking, there's a bit of an audio glitch. My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, non-resident scholar at Conclave, India, a global think tank, founding director at the Center for Smart Cities, a knowledge bank and repository of best practices in the area of technology-driven planning and management of smart cities. He's also the co-founder of Yulu, India's largest shared mobility platform, and in the year 2006, he founded Sahyog, Indian Council for Public-Private Partnership, to provide livelihood opportunities for rural poor. He believes in inclusivity, that's why he believes in all these initiatives. Give it up for Mr. R.K. Mishra, non-resident scholar, Unage, India. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. What a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please clap a little louder for all these people? They deserve every bit of it. And I believe the number of people, the audience that we have over here is not really matching up. My next speaker over here, I have a lot of things to say about him, ladies and gentlemen. He brings 3 decades of cross-sector expertise, including 15 plus years shaping the real estate sector. As co-founder and CEO of Addis Infra Solutions, he has led the company to become the youngest player in the construction materials ecosystem to go public within just 4 years. Under his leadership, Addis Infra excels in aggregating complex construction materials for infra and real estate, unlocking underutilized manufacturing capacities and enabling equitable growth for small producers. He also drives development management vertical, delivering developers the 3 essentials: money, material, and management, the 3 magical ends of real estate to ensure discipline, on-time project delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Srinivasan Gopalan. Thank you so much, sir. What a pleasure to have you. The stage is set. The panel is ready. In order to pay your respect, everybody from here till the back, here till the back, in sync. 1, 2, 3. Can you all clap, please? In sync. Can I have that sync? Can I see that sync? Yes. Yes, thank you so much. And we'll quickly update the timer. Can we update the timer, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is it taking so much time for the... Can we set up the time? Because we need it for the reference, right? Yeah, thank you. I have spoken enough. We'll let you all speak because they're willing to hear all of you. Thank you.
Am I audible? Yeah, basically. So first of all, thank you Reality Plus for organizing these sessions. I feel it's great to have these knowledge sharing sessions, quick and easy takeaway for all of us. Interestingly, when I got an email from Sapna, I was like, this should be a masterclass for me, because with such stalwarts on a panel, it gives me an opportunity to, how do I express, like, dil khol ke poochne ke liye. So सबको पकड़ के दिल खोल के मैं I can ask, and hopefully I would expect that after I have done with my questions, the panel can also do the same. And interestingly, this is the first time when I'm seeing that everything has to work by the clock. So the MC was very smart to put the clock on face of all of us, that we should not forget it. But without much ado, I would like my first question to go to Ashwinder, because probably this was the first time that I realized that I don't know him so well, though I worked with him, few years back. And interestingly, if you look at, there was a time, or there's still in India, we consider that the eastern part of India is probably 20 years behind the western part of the India. So if you imagine, have an imaginary line cutting the country, going over Bihar and all that, and that's what people used to talk about. But what now I am seeing is, and probably post this session, is that there's another imaginary line which is dividing the southern part of India with the northern part of India. Now with that, while Ashwinder, you have been in various parts of the country and have done business in various parts of the country, I would like to know that what is your view in terms of, the capital and the investment which is entering in the southern Indian market specifically, and, the southern Indian market being the darling, especially post-COVID. So what is the assumption that investors are taking, and where are they going wrong today?
Thank you, Mayank. Thank you. See, if you look at some of the leading players of South India, Brigade, Purvankara, Prestige, Embassy, RMZ, Adarsh, they're all very old players. So, it is somebody is celebrating 50 years, somebody is celebrating 60 years, somebody is celebrating 70 years. These are now legacy players, and there is a lot of name lending that happens in South India. You also have, I've been a institutional lender myself, and in my role in Bajaj Housing, I was either doing retail lending or I have funded, now let's take names of Bren, let's take name of Renaissance, let's take name of Manna, let's take name of Goel Haryana, let's take name of most of them, I have funded, we started funding them at 15 crores, 20 crores, 25 crores, because Bajaj Finance is a retail lender and we were kind of bringing in wholesale risk. So we were very clear that we will not do large ticket sizes. And I was also very clear I will not do name lending, because if I'm going to a large player like Prestige or Purvankara or Brigade, their ticket size would start at 200 crore, 250 crore. I don't have the appetite to take risk, and one of the CFOs told me, most of the CFOs I know personally because I've been, 50% of my life has been a banker, and I have borrowed and I have lent, is that he says, how does it matter, because we are this name, you can give us 250 crores. And as a banker, very early I understood that I will never do name lending. So even if it is, for example, the biggest name, I will evaluate the balance sheet. And risk is something that you can't see. So just because the name is big doesn't mean the risk is not there. Actually, the risk is bigger. People don't understand. And that is why when you have AIFs, they are lending at 20%, 18%, 22%. Now I am a developer who's only 1 year old, and I can call myself an entrepreneur as I run it independently. It is very tough. It is very, very tough. So I think the biggest risk that people are not seeing, Mayank, is I think we are going overboard. We are reaching a point where supply will start becoming more than the demand. We are reaching a point where pricing is going to be a little higher. Or pricing mein kya hota hai na, that you don't want to bring the pricing down, because your overheads have already been built according to the pricing. And development is a very tough business because it has multiple angles. Whether you show you are busy or if you show you are not busy, you are actually very busy. And the younger the organization in development, the tougher the route. The risk will come from lenders if they get into only pure name lending. They will have to look at project level funding, they will have to look at ticket sizes, They will have to look at what is the collateral they are taking and be a little careful. And then the risk obviously is something which is really geopolitical, and if there are certain things that happen which are not expected, and if you look at what is happening in Bangladesh right now, and if you again have a war, or an environment where the Indian subcontinent gets impacted. I'm part of the ease of doing business, and right now the entire hosiery business is impacted very badly. And all of this is connected with somebody who's sitting in the end doing something. So one is the geopolitical risk, which is very macro. The other is if the sales kind of stall, pricing becomes an area where the clients are not buying the way they have to buy. And that is where lending might become an issue over a period of time, because we've had a very good time in the last 2-3 years, and every day is not a Sunday, right? And we have seen more than once. There was a Lehman and then there was a COVID. So anything can happen. So we should not get over leveraged, is my point from a developer standpoint. And we should not fund just looking at a name and looking at a reputation and not doing deep dive into books, into assets, into liabilities, into sold receivables, into cash flows, and then go about it focusing on the basics.
So if I may sum up, what you mean to say is that one has to be deeply focused on the fundamentals. So if the moment the fundamentals go wrong, there's a first sign of trouble. Taking that clue from there, Srini, you have had the opportunity of working in West and then coming and working in South. You had an opportunity to probably lead some of the top developers in the country, and then deciding to go on your own and not just look at the development piece, but look at a wholesome service element, and especially the construction management and all that. So as per you, where are the development cycle, if you look at for any project which would typically take 4 to 5 years, where do you think is the biggest challenge that one faces?
Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Mayank. Real estate, as Ashwinder said, is a very complex business. One is everything is interconnected, so there are no departments, right? You look at every area, right? Land, go and meet a land guy, he will tell you a host of stories on what is difficult in acquiring land. Then comes the land aggregation guy, then comes the conversion guy, then comes the approval guy, and then actually your work starts of seeing how do I monetize this particular thing. So there again, you're starting with the design, what to do, right? What to construct there, say like a design, then contracting. So I think there are so many touch points. A real estate developer is the सबसे बेचारा वही है. I think he has to tackle so many things. So it's important that we do a classification of what he is good at and what he is not good at, right? A developer is great at identifying land, looking at an opportunity, looking at vision, envisioning what is to come there, and get approvals because he loves to do that. Go meet the bureaucrats, change the law, or do whatever that he wants to maximize his FSI. Then comes the mundane stuff, right? Abhi yaar bore ho gaya, abhi aa gaya, maal aa gaya. My GDV is 3,000 crores. So he is already mentally preparing 3,000 mein main 500 crore borrow karunga. I will increase my size to etc. etc. So that is where I think, and also Aris plays an important role there. Saying that you have done the shopping, you have brought the product to fruition. Now it's the time for professionals to deeply look into every area and deliver the project on time. Because by this time, the developer is already thinking 2 more projects that need to come in. So that doesn't allow him the bandwidth because he has to do the mundane stuff and also be creative. So I think it's very important that the developer realizes that, and like in West, even you look at US and also Australia, right? There is a developer concept. His job is only to get land, funding and approval. Everything else is given to another company. So that is where I think things will move. And Aris and Uniturn, which is the brand, we are a very, very small experiment in that, where we say that, आप ये दोनों काम करिए, उसके बाकी का हम करते हैं, so that you concentrate on increasing the FSI in this region, and we keep completing those projects. So every Every section is a problem. Most of the time of the developer also goes in financing, right? Financing bolo to uske liye kya, he dreams saying that mera maal 25,000 mein jayega, whereas the reality is it is at 18,000 or 17,000. But he has to visualize that he lives because of all this myth, because so many personal guarantees he has signed. He has to sleep in the night. So it is important that someone steps in there, does a reality check, and actually implements those projects. So every section is a problem. Important for us to dissect that, do something on our own, give it to some people who are experts in this. So everywhere it works the same, whether it is west or east or south or north.
Very interesting take. I would like to take a poll from the audience that how many developers are bechara here. But interesting take. So from from there, I would really like to go and ask a developer, Mr. Malna, are you a bechara or not? And then while you guys are doing such interesting stuff, and your organization specifically has been pretty focused on the design and the design elements. Any areas where you guys are actually over investing right now, and you think that you need to tame it around and need to rework on it?
You mean in the development?
Yeah, in the design aspect of a development.
See, I think, he said, and my Hindi is not so good, he said, Dil khol ke prashna karo. I mean, Dil khol ke, he almost asked like a exam-like question, right? So let me a little bit break it down. So maybe what you're saying is that what is the things that we are doing today, maybe we will not be doing in the next 3, 4, 5 years, and we bring down our investment on such things which may not be there at all in the next 4 or 5 years.
Correct.
That's maybe
Correct.
the question, right? So it's basically, I think, so far in the last 25 years that housing was a requirement, and I think we built colonies. That's what I call them, big colonies, which means that house or the apartment was the focus. Now I think the time has come that we need to look at something little beyond that. That is the experience of the people who are going to live there. And that's going to be the focus. So far what we did was we showed disco and we told them it's a ballet. People believed it, and that people are not going to believe anymore after this. That is a development which is 2.5 acres. If I say that I've got 75 amenities in 2.5 acres, and I think people are not going to believe that, and say that it is an elder's corner in the corner. So we put a chair and say that's the elder's corner. People are not going to believe that. That's going to disappear. So I believe that any design or any product that has not kept customer at the center of what they need and also the experience. Let's face it. If you go to anybody's house who lives in an apartment and tell them that, hey, can you show me? And what can they show? The 8 walls and the 9 doors that what the developer has provided. That would not be enough. And what they'll do is that they'll spend some 30 minutes there, and they want to take you out into the common facilities which they feel that they own them. And your clubhouse, your experiences, and the swimming pool or this or that. And so I think that that's going to become even more. At the same time, that a swimming pool cannot be a guitar-shaped swimming pool that cannot be utilized, because somebody thought it's a design that we want to do. And maybe people may expect that, this swimming pool is there, means it must be a usable swimming pool. So there's quite a bit of those, there's no pointed thing as 1 or 2 things, and I think it's an overall improvement towards the experience the customer should wear, we will be moving towards.
But you mean to say it is more about the outward experience apart from the apartment, or inside apartment also?
So inside apartment is, as a developer, what is that? If it is a 3-bedroom apartment, and I think we have reached a stage wherein that we are still not figuring it out, what is the most economical or what's the best floor plan. We all know what's the best floor plans are, and it is all available. And after that, it is just what is the interior that the people do for their house is what it is. What they actually look for is what is outside my apartment. What is the experience that I get? Let us say that you are living in a place where 1,500 apartments are there, and you have a 30 or 50,000 square feet of clubhouse where you have a bowling alley. So suddenly you feel that you own the bowling alley. That's the experience. That's the ownership. Correct? So I think people are going to move towards that. So that's what I said. Colony is a word used for saying that I have a unit, I have a home. There is an experience of living is not just the home, it's everything other than the home.
Interesting take. With that, I would like to ask Ranjit a question. Imagine, Ranjit, that your business becoming difficult day by day because, as Malna said, that people are more interested in the outside amenities, whereas you guys are focusing mainly on the bathroom with some stunning, beautiful ads. So, what do you think is going to be a non-negotiable? It's the bathroom or the kitchen?
So actually, I would be worried to say the bathroom when I know that people in my home will say the kitchen. But both these spaces are important. I completely agree and echo what Mr. Malana said. In fact, that's one of the significant shifts that we've seen from a consumer point of view, which is to say that when I'm buying, ownership has gone up. After COVID, everybody wants to own a home. And it's not just a place that you're living in, but it's actually your sanctuary. And the space that you're looking, I mean, I moved to Gurgaon about, 15 years back. The place that I'm living in is the bubble that is my life. 80% of my friends are there, the amenities make sure that I'm able to take care of all my interests. At the same time, wellness is becoming another very big aspect, which is I want to take care of myself. I'm not shy of saying that I want to take care of myself. I want to make sure that all the experience that I have outside the home as well as inside the home is at a different level. I mean, I lived in Bangalore back in 1996. And I remember my apartment at that time. And now when I go and see some of the developments that are happening here, the apartments are completely a world difference. What has become a non-negotiable is you cannot deliver a bad experience to the consumer. And that experience definition is moving up day by day. We have now steam generators in most of the bathrooms in the luxury segment, something that you could not have thought about a few years back, right? I mean, everybody wants to say that this particular sanctuary or this particular space is, every corner of the house is utilized as an experience. The favorite anecdote of mine when I joined this industry was that when a housewarming would happen, people would earlier on just bring people into the living rooms and you would serve them food there. Then it moved to showing off your kitchen and saying, see how many different things I have in the kitchen to be able to deliver a very different experience. Now the bathrooms are opening up. And people are very proudly saying, at the end of all of this, let me show you the technology that I have in the bathroom, right? That's become a flex, where I say I have a rain shower here, which is equivalent to a 5-star or 7-star hotel. So I think the consumer experience and what I can get out of my living space is now becoming more a non-negotiable than a nice to have. And that's why consumers are becoming a lot more, let's say, picky. What you've told me you're going to deliver in this has to be delivered to me. Don't just show me, I don't know how you said it, a disco and then show a ballet, right? You have to deliver against what you're promising, and those promises are extremely high.
Very interesting take. So, for the benefit of the audience, though I am in this industry for last 2 decades, but by education I am an architect planner. And when I was seeing this panel, I realized that I definitely have to have, sorry again saying Hindi mein, dil khol ke sawal to Mr. Mishra, because mobility, I'm like, it's on the face of all of us. We, especially in a city of Bangalore where people get, stuck in traffic jam and then they curse themselves for doing creating that traffic. But then, you guys have been doing something very different. So what do you think in the current, especially from the industry perspective, from the real estate industry perspective, what do you think is being missed from a last mile mobility perspective? Like, is Yulu being considered by developers to be a part of, their developments or not? It is still outside, or is it somebody else's problem, or it is becoming part of our integrated development now?
Hello. So, thank you, Mayank. First of all, I wear several hats. And when Murli from Shriram called me and he said, oh, RK, you need to give a perspective on Bangalore and the government policies, and because I'm advisor to the government in terms of the growth of real estate versus catch up with infrastructure has to do it, because you can make a wonderful apartment. But if you don't reach the apartment, I don't think you'll be able to sell it, correct? And many times apartments are made first, and hopefully road will come in future. And road actually happens 60 feet on the paper, and maybe in front of the apartment, but look at famous Panathur and Bulgaria Road in Bangalore, where everybody is there. So anyway, I'll answer the question. And I also happen to own a company called Yulu, so we'll tell you. But I think let me just first take the first part. That's more interesting. Yulu or non-Yulu, you can go anywhere. You can walk. I think first of all, I'm very happy because usually I sit with bureaucrats and engineers and investors to try to get more money to Bangalore in terms of investment, because I'm advisor to Economic Advisory Council of Prime Minister and here, and UP government and everything. My only request to all our friends who are sitting this side, please make sure that Golden Goose, which we have, actually survives. I'm like, saying actually in all seriousness, the real estate lobby, especially in cities like Bangalore and I think Hyderabad, is the same. UP and all, of course, they don't have much power because the government runs them. Here, they run the government. I don't know about Chennai, but at least few cities which are very fast-growing cities and which are driven by IT industry, which is primarily the only industry in this country which pays you disproportionate amount of money than your actual talent and abilities, which creates you surplus money for which you can buy apartment. That's why South is growing. There's no other reason. South is only growing because of the IT industry and knowledge industry. Correct? Now, if we go and tell everybody that, okay, we are doing, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, yesterday, Hyderabad has overtaken Bangalore in attracting GCCs for only simple reason. And I got a call last night from the man who runs the state. What's happening? We are doing so much, and this is when we are doing Bangalore Tech Summit today. This news comes. I said, news would have come on the day you did Bangalore Tech Summit, but the writing on the wall was there forever. And not only your term, but previous, so many chief ministers have been seeing this. The government has, I think, not done its job very well, both in terms of planning and also ensuring that the rules are followed. Because 20-story, 30-story apartments have been made on a 20, 30 feet actual existing road. On paper, it'll be like, whatever, 30 meters. And given that I work with the government, I know it's all not hunky-dory, the way it's done. If it continues to be like that, people who are buying in Gunjur Road, Vartur Road, Balagere, Panathur, IT corridor, that's where maximum sales are happening. And now the next chaos will be in Devanahalli area, because there again, things happening. So my request to all the builders and the associated people and magazines and publications, please see to it that you put enough pressure, because you're doing a very important job. The biggest dream of every person is to have their own home. You are doing a social service by providing them good quality homes. But please, while you're trying, and you have powerful bodies like CREDAI and all that, push the government. Push the government. Put your foot down. I know you get your work done by doing whatever you do, but this is a public cause. Ensure that infrastructure keeps pace with your development. You're making beautiful apartments selling for 5 to 20 crores or whatever it is. But if you bypass the infrastructure, it'll come to bite you. Not today, but tomorrow. Cities will hollow out. And Hyderabad is doing fantastic job because infrastructure is amazing. Bangalore is not doing that. Places like Lucknow are trying to attract. I'm advisor to the UP's Economic Advisory Council to Chief Minister. But people are not going there because there is a talent issue. Bangalore has a talent, but infrastructure is not there. After some time, there will be a problem. That's one part. So my humble request, because I sit here and I'm sure this will be picked up in the media. Tomorrow will come and I'll be in trouble, but that doesn't matter. Please make sure that, please work with the government. Whatever is to be done, do it, because if infrastructure doesn't keep pace, your industry will suffer. Okay? When Gurgaon floods like crazy, you live in Gurgaon. Yeah. What happened this year? Yeah. It's unthinkable. And all of you control that city. I mean, DLF controls the city. How difficult it is to just do the proper planning and do the, drainage setup. You can't do much about the, burning and, all that, but so this is one request. Finally, since you asked that question, well, Yulu had hardly any role to play to solve your problem. Yulu is primarily right now
making your life difficult because you can't take your cars out to buy grocery and all that. There's so much traffic. So Yulu delivers to you. Correct? So all the delivery in Bangalore, around 50% happens on Yulu. Delhi is around 35%, Mumbai is around 30%. We have around 1 lakh drivers on road on Yulu bikes delivering your Swiggy, Zomato, Zepto, whatever else is there. Now the ladies who come to work, Snapit and Pronto, the ladies who are working, we have a women crew of around 2,000-3,000 who work at your homes as cleaners and maids or whatever it is. So we are doing our part, but making you to go to office doesn't matter Yulu or no Yulu, you are going to be taking 1.5 hours. So it doesn't matter.
Very true. And I think so very, very important points that, Mr. Mishra spoke about. I'm glad that you spoke about it so openly in a public forum, because a lot of time people don't do it. And they would probably grind, or probably they'll discuss in their living rooms or the bedrooms. But that's the reality of life that, we all are living.
Life is short. Say what you mean.
Yeah, correct. With that, probably I would like to put a spotlight to Mr. Malna, because on one side, so I feel two very important aspects which affect all of us. Very few of us are able to take head on to it. One is definitely the infrastructure and what all we suffer because of infrastructure. And second is, I think so, sustainability, because sustainability becomes a marketing talk. People talk about it and they want to just show it off. But in reality, a lot of times sustainability becomes a big issue. So as a CEO with Purvankra, how are you guys handling the sustainability part? And do you really think buyers bother for it, or it's just again a fad?
If you're okay, I'll just respond to what Mr. Mishra was talking about, and then I get to the sustainability, whether my customer wants to pay for it or not. Right? So I think this developers, or they see developers as somebody who's got some kind of insane capacity or insane value in the society. And I don't think so. Basically what's happening is, who are we as developers? Land is not ours. We buy the land with an investor like Ashwinder giving the money, or we went to go into a joint development agreement, and then we bring an architect, we design that, we go to the government, and then we get the approval, and we go to another lender, get the construction finance, we go to the customers, and then we take care of the government officials. So it's like, generally speaking, that we are putting together a lot of people to do our business. The second thing is that we don't have so much of powers as everybody has made out to be, because this is something that we always discuss in CREDI. What is our span of control in the industry, or span of control in this society, is very, very limited. If I am developing a 5 acres or 10 acres or 15 acres or 25 acres, say 100 acres, and my span of control is within 100 acres. Tomorrow, if I go and lobby for a road widening or something like that, that is seen as for being done for selfish reasons and not for the society. Whereas somebody like Mr. Mishra, who is part of the government, advising, that he can be quite open about it and actually demand and advise and say, do this. When we are trying to do that, it looks like selfishness. In fact, as real estate developers, that what we have done, and also the little bit of disagreement there is that 30 feet, 40 feet, and we have built 20-storied, 30-storied building. Maybe that might have happened some 20 years back. And I can tell you that there is not a single developer in town today who can build 1 square feet more than what is allowed. It is not possible. And unless that you want your house to be demolished or your units to be demolished, then you take that risk and develop it. So it is, so there are so many rules and regulations, and I don't think that there is any developer today who wants to flout that, except some in revenue areas. There may be some small developers who are developing 50 feet by 80 feet, may be doing that. So in my opinion, the work that the developers have done in this society is laudable, and it is really applaudable. And I can say with the confidence that with all the difficulties, and I think Srini said that, developer's life is not easy, it's measurable, and it is bichara. End of the day, somebody was asking, hey, Malana, you got a big job, you're a big, yeah, I said, I'm a big coolie. End of the day, maybe that, it looks like a developer's life is fantastic, it is still a bichara life, because you are there begging with somebody every day morning, from morning till evening, somewhere something is going on like that. So we really do not have so much of control over our own environment, to say the least. So coming back to this sustainability which you're talking about, whether people are going to pay, Who's going to pay for the common good? Nobody's going to pay for the common good. Nobody wants to pay for the common good. Sustainability is a common good. For example, people, when they want to pay, they want to ask, what's the value that I derive out of that? For example, if I say I'm using Kohler and it is a water saving instrument, like whatever the shower or a tap or something. Oh, he says, okay, it's going to save water for me. Oh, great. Oh, the water is a pooled water. And so I want to put a water meter to measure, and you're going to pay 200 rupees for the water meter because it's an electronic water meter. They say, no, I don't want to pay. So tomorrow, let us say that I want to do a solar or something like that and bring something to with the electricity. People say, I don't want to pay that. Whereas if you say that, okay, I'm going to put the solar on your rooftop, and you are going to be off the grid, you don't have to pay electricity bill, and people will come in. So sustainability is something that everybody wants to talk about it, everybody wants to be part of it, and nobody wants to pay for it unless the value is directly derived from that directly by them. So there are certain lot of things that we can do actually. So this is something that we have already pushed for as an industry, as myself, as leading one of the organizations, that I put together a small note and gave it to the government departments as well. For example, we are doing projects where 6,000 units, 2,000 units. In Bangalore, one of the largest development we are doing is 6,000 units, which is roughly around 12 megawatts of power is required. And I said, why don't you guys mandate such large developments to have 50% of the power coming from renewable energy like a solar or so. So if you say that, if you mandate me saying that 6 megawatts of power has to come from solar, then I am going to put together a solar unit somewhere. I'm going to put the electricity in the grid, and you give me the benefit for that and allow me to sell the electricity to the people. But that is controlled by a coterie. It is not possible to do that. So the sustainability is, everybody likes to talk about it. When it hurts them, they don't want it. If the value is not there, they don't want it. Only if the value is just for reaching them, they like it. And in fact, the value reaches the other person, they don't like it. So that's about sustainability.
I'd like to just add one point. Totally agree. I think we've also gone back and done some consumer studies on this one. Are the consumers willing as yet to start paying a premium for anything that we are tagging as sustainable? And the answer right now is that overwhelmingly a lot of people don't want to do it. So actually the burden, I mean, I'll tell you how we operate it at Kohler is we put the burden on our innovators to say, without shifting the price, what is it that you can do which is going to ensure that the input that we are putting or the footprint that we are leaving itself is restricted. I mean, efficiency, that's right. And without changing the price, profitability or effectiveness, that's the biggest one, right? I'll give you an example. When we launched our new flushing systems, it's not easy. So we moved our flushing system from what used to historically be 6 liters to slowly now it's come down to 3.6 liters. Every bathroom saves about 12,000 liters of water every year. So last year, for example, we celebrated that we ensured that 500 million liters of water were not flushed down the toilet, so to say, right? And if you don't do that, then you don't have to do the next step. You don't have to say, how do I replenish the water table? When I'm saying that my usage itself upstream is something that I'm going to restrict. But the ownership lies on us as manufacturers, as developers, etc., to say, what is the innovation that we can give? Till such time that the entire population moves up and says, I'm willing to pay for the greater good, like what Mr. Malan said.
But, Mishra ji, correct me. You were just hitting on developers because quietly Srinivas and Malna together have clubbed to become Bichara developers.
Okay.
Or you were just, pushing
let me, I will actually, what I meant, and I'm not hitting on developers because I also mentioned that you are doing a very important social responsibility of providing roof over the head of many people, correct? I live in a wonderful house and my life has been happier because of that. What only I was referring to that, especially in case of Bangalore, because Bangalore is not planned. Now they will acquire 10,000 acres and then cut it and then make the roads and then give you and you auction and you get the plot auction. In case of Bangalore, builders accumulate the land from the farmers, from the, whosoever it is. And there is a CDP of I don't know, in Bangalore last CDP was 2015 or whatever. In CDP that road is supposed to be 60 feet, 100 feet or whatever it is. In reality it's not happened. But the approvals are being given. And approvals are being given for based on the CDP, but the reality the road is not there.
Then I must disagree with you. No, it's really the FSI is given on the basis of what is exactly that is there. There are hundreds of roads in the CDP which are 60 feet and 80 feet, and you don't get this thing. Whatever is the road that is the width that's available, only on that it is given. Whatever is the lesser of the two is what is given.
All right, okay.
So if I can...
Just quick one on this. As you said, I'm in the government. I deal with day in, day out. I can tell you 20 roads in Bangalore where people are building and road is still whatever it used to be 20 years ago. On the paper it is 60 feet. Any road, any GBA East you see, any road east of Outer Ring Road, or even between Outer Ring Road and MG Road, roads have not been done. And even if it is done for 100 meter in front of the apartment, after 200 meter, it is again back to the same, because some guy has gone to the court or whatever is not given. Insist that government should make the road first, correct? Then you give the permission and all that, and then if the collective, I'm not one, use CREDAI. I'm not asking Purvankara or Prestige or anybody to use it. Please do it, otherwise it happens. Look at, anyway, you know what happening in Bangalore. Look at Barthur Road, look at the Gunjur Road, look at Balagare Road. I don't know if any of you would recall these names. Look at your Chinpanhalli Road. Look at all these roads. On paper, look at I'm talking about IT corridor, which is the most congested. I'm not talking, JP Nagar and Jain Nagar, which are already planned places. This whole of East Bangalore, east of HAL, is complete mess because it was just acquired. They made Outer Ring Road. After that, not a single road has been made. That was made in 2000. After that, not a single new road has come. No road has been widened. Even Sarjapur Road, widening did not happen. Government is there, project is there, widening didn't happen, but apartments are coming.
Same question we have.
Yes, hence CREDAI should sit with whosoever it is, sit with DK Shivkumar. You say all these are 20 roads, which are CDP roads, which are supposed to be this. Already approval happened, and they have taken betterment charges from you. Please make it.
So
and I'll be sitting there.
So just imagine we as a developer, we buy a land. Land का पैसा भर दिया है. And I go to 30 feet का तुम 60 करो बाद में मैं construction शुरू करूँगा. तो मेरा तो लग गया है. Profitability is gone there.
So Srini, before the entire panel goes to a different direction, I thought let me, I'll again use a Hindi word. Let me add some masala to it, because, and this is an open question, so any one of you can, if you can remove one approval. So today, I think so each project you have to take 55, 65 approvals. And like if you given a magic wand and if you're able to remove say one approval to help you shorten the timeline and you could launch a project faster, which is the most destructive body and which is the most destructive approval that you would like to change?
I think one of the things that, English is not our mother tongue, but we use quite a bit of English, and there is a word called comprehensive. And we don't know the meaning of comprehensive because we call our development plan as comprehensive development plan. We don't know what is comprehensive means though. See, for example, that if you take any areas which Mr. Mishra was talking about, if you look at something like Bangalore North, in the area that on the Hennur Road on the right of there, you got around 2,500 acres of land which has been marked as residentially developable land, marked with yellow color. So a comprehensive development plan would include saying that there are so many roads and the FSI available is so much, which means that I've designed these 2,500 acres for so many lakh people to live there. And so many lakh people are going to create this much of solid waste, and they need this much of water, they need this much of electricity, and how to provide that and how to dispose that. And all of these things must be available in a comprehensive development plan. And then developer will go on the basis of the land that he has got, he will go and get the approval, and that should be the thing. Once that it is marked as a residential zone, a developer need not have to go to MOEF, he should not go to KSPCB, because somebody who marked that as yellow, as residential development, should have already taken into consideration of all the environmental disaster that's going to do. So developers are developing this one, they're doing the environmental, no, I'm just doing my duty. Society needs housing. Either as a society, we need to figure it out that we want housing in this country or we don't want housing in this country. Then we'll find another business and move on, right? Maybe a casino or something like that. So basically, the approval period, approval is that once a CDP is done, most of the things should be absent. MOEF should not be there, KSPCB should not be there, and it's already marked as yellow as residential. Then you're going and running and saying that, no, the underlying land is still an agricultural land, you have to do a change of land use. Wow. Then of course, all lands were agricultural lands only. Then you already marked as yellow, right? It's already, it's what is a CDP? CDP is all departments in the government put together, heads and all secretaries are part of that. All secretaries of every department is a signatory to a CDP, and it goes to cabinet, and cabinet approves that, and it goes to gazette, and it's a gazetted document. What is that gazetted document when you say it can build residential here? What is that you're going for change of land use again? And also the sequential form. You have to do MOEF, till then you cannot do your PCB. Both of them are the same, and then they should not have two of those things. What is environment is only one. What is KSPCB? Because it's a state government, and then you have a central government environment. It's just made into the, so there are quite a number of those things that can be corrected. And Mr. Mishra says, Malana, you should go with CREDAI and tell the government, and you know what government is going to tell me. We should have this little bit of debate. No, it's not like that. It's not that we have not voiced it. There are 101 times it's been voiced. And it is not that, the ministers have not been called on the stage and asked the direct question. Because just like this, we have quite a number of CREDAI meetings. So it is not that, when government chooses to do what they want to do, an elected government, there's not much that you can do. Right? So it's basically, what is it? You deserve the governments, you deserve the governments that what you deserve as a population, and this is what we deserve, and that is where we are. What is there? And when I was speaking to you, what is there that the city does not have? The smartest people, the greatest education, go on the best of the best jobs, per capita income, one of the best in the country. What is it? Look at the way we live, look at the roads we have. Even I have the same complaint. Just like you. But the thing is that it is something that as a population that we all don't rise, then it won't happen. And that's what. So as CREDAI, we do our best, whatever we could do.
If I may add to it, so to put it simply, you mean to, or maybe what I could get out from, understand from whatever you suggested was, there is a design flow in the CDP or in the entire process. And for that, the developers are actually paying and compensating for. So what do you think that, developers are actually forced to compensate? Is it the monetary terms, is it design terms, is it the project term, or what is your view, especially from the developer fraternity? I
think we are forced to do everything as a developer. These are the 20 things you follow. वो बोलते हैं ना मंदिर में जाते हो तो घंटी मारना है. So there are 20 to 40 things that you need to do before you till the land, and that you're supposed to do. It's the law of the land. We follow it. Nobody has questioned it. Or even if you are questioned, we don't know whether you can question. So that's the first question that you need to answer, whether you are allowed to question individually or collectively. So I think, see, let's give credit to the government where it's due. These are the environment. We choose our land, we choose our location based on all these constraints. So positively, if we have to look at it, let's keep focused on what we have to do. We have to build homes, and we should concentrate on that. On the sustainability side, I do believe that people over a period will get an edge. You keep doing this today. Today we may not get an immediate gratification for it, but eventually your products will sell better, your brand will be better, your product will be selling at a premium faster, so on and so forth. So I don't think we should get illusioned by all of this. We have to keep doing good work, and that is the value and the vision that one developer brings as compared to another. So I think we should keep going. We are all doing a great job, in my opinion. The environment is tough. We are running on a round ball, trying to balance ourselves. I think we are doing a great job. As you guys are there, keep buying properties. That's important for us. And keep taking new commercial space on lease. keep buying from the Amazon so that the warehousing industry does well. Keep coming to the Taj so that the hospitality does well. So everything is real estate. So keep supporting us all the time.
But thank you, Shrivan. And probably what you said is very right, that you have to do the good work, and eventually the work will speak for itself, right? So there will be a catch-up, and there will be a time for that. Probably my last question to the panel, because what we started seeing was post-COVID is that everybody wants to get into plotting, and plotting has become the new buzzword. What is the take of you guys? Is that the right stuff that is happening in the industry? Should developers continue to do plotting? Is it a... Because I get to hear a lot of other side of the story also, that it's a waste of natural resource, because people will do plotting and then they'll sell it and nobody will construct on it. So what is the take that you people have?
No, well, if there is a product that people are buying, so I don't know what do you mean by waste of natural resources or national resource, whatever you meant, because there is a waste if you buy a Gucci, right? I love Srini's shoes. So it's a, I don't know, how much does it cost?
We'll discuss. I'll DM you.
So there are a lot of things that are waste. There's water getting wasted in flush. So, and what Ranjit said is right. I love the place where I stay, and Malana is related to it. I stay in Carle. I love that place, but when I flush, that flush is on even when I'm outside. And the water is going out, and this is like 350 apartments, and all the residents say that. And it is one of the most well-constructed societies I have ever stayed in. Srini was again a little jealous when they were introducing me, because he found my profile quite good. So I was just doing.
Envied you, so
I
let's use a positive.
I was just doing touch wood. I said, "Yaar, nazar na lag jaye." But the fact is, I have stayed and worked in Gurgaon. I have stayed and worked in Pune. I have stayed and worked in Mumbai. I have stayed and worked in Bangalore. I have stayed and worked in Dubai. I am the only real estate professional who's done a CEO role, staying and working in these top 5 cities. I think Mr. Mishra has been a little tough today. Especially the way he said about developers, and in a very unilateral manner. I have co-chaired CII Real Estate for 2 years. I am now the chair of CII Real Estate. I have dealt with a lot of bureaucrats at a central level, at a state level. I want to share this, I was in Punjab and I met Mr. Sanjeev Arora, who's a businessman himself and a Rajya Sabha MP for 3 years. Now he's the industry minister. And Punjab has won the best state award for ease of doing business. And anything and everything that the industry was saying, he was saying yes. I don't think that is the case in most of the states. And why Punjab is saying that today is because it had the best resources, and it is very, very down under in the ranking as far as industrial development is concerned. And now it is too late. And I told, sir, you're being very nice, but I don't know whether we would be able to recover as fast, because we focused more on agriculture and less on the industrial development. But my point is that, and what Srini said, what Malana said, Mishra ji, my point is that I think he made a comment, and it is only yesterday, that developers are the biggest contributor to the state's GDP today. And when somebody whom I also very respect like you says that developers will not construct if the road doesn't come, let me tell you, the development will stop. It is a very complicated situation. I know where you are coming from, sir. I am not saying you are not right. But the point is, like Srini said, you've got all the approvals, you've done all the hard work, and as Malana said, because it was music to my ears, that you have dedicated this as a residential development thing. Imagine if in Singapore it is written that this is a residentially developed allocated land. Would you again want to go and do a CLU? Forget about environment, okay. We can understand. Pollution, okay, we can understand. Airport, okay, we can understand. But CLU, now, and you are, the way you are saying, Credai, Naredco, sorry, CI is not able to do it. And CI is the government body. We've got Mr. Piyush Goyal, we've got a panel of RERA chiefs on the dais. It's very tough. So I feel there has to be a better mechanism, because what is happening is the drain is not buying a plot. The drain is the process of getting it approved and then starting the conversation, because land acquisition, approvals, lawyers, I think I spend more time with the lawyer than I spend with my marketing team. I spend more time with my licensing guy than I spend with my marketing team. I spend more time thinking about how I'm going to get the approval than spending time with marketing team. And marketing is consumer. Marketing is consumer. So somewhere the industry which is contributing maximum to the government, to the exchequer, contributing maximum to the society, contributing maximum for livability, quality of life, housing for all, which is an important aspect for the government by 2047, is being ignored at the moment. We have become like a liquor industry. We have become like a Bollywood industry. What is Bollywood? Bollywood is, other than Shah Rukh Khan and Akshay Kumar, everybody has we talk about nepotism, right? This is the only industry where there is nepotism after Bollywood. How many promoters have you seen who are today promoters whose father was not a promoter? How many promoters you have seen whose father was a promoter, whose grandfather wasn't a promoter? So what are we talking about? There is no entrepreneurship in this industry. Entrepreneurship in this industry happened 50 years back. I was working for an entrepreneur. Malana was working for an entrepreneur. But when he became an entrepreneur, he saw tremendous difficulty in the real estate industry. I am an entrepreneur today. It is not easy, because to become an entrepreneur in the real estate industry, I need 500 crores in my bank account. So it's a complicated world. But I think if you can create a platform for us, sir, where you can bring in the developer and the government together to really have some serious conversation, which is not backed by Credai or Naredco, but definitely CI can play a part.
Sure.
We would really be very glad, because when it comes from you as a mediator whom the government also respects, the developer also respects, I think the whole dialogue and the engagement can take a different shape.
Okay, just...
So, Mishraji,
one,
I would probably like to, because I'm aware that, and I'm conscious about the time that, we are run out of time. But I would go back to MC to decide that should Mishraji be given a chance to, because I know there's a reason why Mishraji has been asked to sit in the center.
I am thinking the last time I was given so much of responsibility, but then it's okay, fine. Maybe, sir, please go ahead. But then since our next panelists are waiting, if we can kind of keep it crisp in 2 minutes, that would be ideal. Thank you.
I think what you said exactly in the end. First of all, I live in a beautiful house thanks to some of the builders here. And so absolutely huge respect. Just 2 things I want to say. What you said in the end, and all of the, by the way, his Ravi, Irfan, all are personal friends as well, and we talk privately. My only request is, as you talked about the platform, you have tremendous power. You don't realize it. Because if IT industry, one CEO, some, nondescript company called Black Buck says, I'll move from Bilandur to Kormangla, and DCM starts, talking about it, where these IT people's companies and houses, who builds them? Embassies, Prestiges, Purvankaras, they are the ones who are doing it. How come none of them ever mention any such thing like that? Me, Kiran Mazumdar Shah, Mohandas Pai, we are at loggerheads. And of course, we also run companies. They can come and close our companies. Correct? My request is, it is something which is hurting the city. And I started with the word called golden goose. There are few cities in India who run the country's economy. Correct? If we don't fix it, Bangalore is one of them, and few other cities. If we don't do it, the government is not a one entity. It's an amorphous body of lot of people. You talk Piyush Goyal. He can do very little in his individual capacity. But if we all create a platform, I'll be very happy to work with whosoever. CIA is fantastic. You come and put things together. Individually we'll talk. I would request if CREDAI put certain, or whatever body, I don't want to name, that builders are also suffering because of poor infrastructure. And I think they are all personal friends. I have seen them in the party. They are very good friends with all the powers that be. Nobody will mind it. Let it also should come, because public perception is, okay, forget about R.K. Mishra. Talk to anybody. Till we buy a house from builder, he's my friend. After that, what happens? Correct? So my request is for the own good of the industry. Industry should take the initiative and be the friends of the public and work with the public to get the government to do their thing, what is their job to do. I'm not blaming you. My question here is just come together. It's really, really tough and frustrating. My only request is this, because otherwise, I came back to India. I wanted this, love to this country. I was in Tokyo and I wanted this city to be like Tokyo. That's why I came 30 years ago. Since then, I've been fighting. So if it come, because we love our country. If we don't do it, 6 cities run the country. So we got to do that. Thank you.
Just 1 second. So being a developer in this country and to speak so bravely is also a task. I think it's very important. I
see what happens.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Ji, but he has a point we can discuss, but it's very tough. I agree with
approval doesn't come, your project goes very
So, Mishra ji, if I may request, I think everybody should talk, and why it should be tough. Why can't we? I'm like, imagine we pay so much of taxes, we do so much, from our heart, and then we, in return, what do we get? Potholes, crazy traffic jams. And at some stage, we have to all stand up and start talking. Yeah. But
how he spoke in Gurgaon. You saw Sohail Seth, how he spoke in Gurgaon, because he was not a developer. Why did KP Singh of DLF not speak like that? Because he has invested the maximum in infrastructure any developer, not just in India, but in Asia would have invested to develop a city. DLF has developed Gurgaon. It is not the government of Gurgaon that has developed Gurgaon. So this is the only country in the world where the whole city has been developed by a developer. And when people were abusing Gurgaon, they were actually abusing a developer. And the person who spoke was a media celebrity, nobody else. It is not easy going back to Srini, but yes, I think it is also not impossible.
thank you. So thank you, panelists, for taking time out today afternoon. And thank you for audience for being patient with us. Back to MC.
Thank you so much, and I think they deserve all the big round of applause because all sorts of points have been shared, and there can be differences in opinion, which is completely fine, but then that's the whole idea, right? You want to actually have a very healthy and progressive conversation. Thank you so much to all of you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Rohit Kedia, founder and CEO from ArcVI, to kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to all our speakers over here. Mr. Kedia, can I please have a big round of applause for him, please, everybody? Thank you. We're supposed to do the group photo with the felicitator as well. So I believe he has been given a certain count. Kitne dene hain photos. Yeah. Can I have the token of appreciation, please, quickly? Thank you. And I'll request all of you to come forward so that it's easier, so that we can do the group photo directly after the token of appreciation is done. Madhav, no problem, no problem. Relax, no problem. Three more.
The main advice news reporters have been able to get from official sources is to tell private citizens to stay in
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment to clap and appreciate. Can we please do that a little louder? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rohit. And yeah, that's what it is. Relax. Thank you so much to all our speakers. Can we have a big round of applause for all of them, please, everybody? Thank you. I'll quickly request for one more chair to be added, and we can move to the next panel discussion. The next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, the topic is reimagining reality, future-proofing through digital transformation. I'll quickly repeat the topic for everybody once again. This is about reimagining reality, future-proofing through digital transformation. Do we have 7 chairs on stage? Hanji. All the chairs are in the frame? Huh? All of them are in the frame, right? Yeah. Thank you so much. Let's evenly distribute them. So what I'm going to do, like always, is I'm going to be inviting first on stage and introducing our moderator, and then I'll be introducing our speakers. And I'll also request people to please kindly take their seats and settle down as we are moving forward to another discussion. So we'll seek your presence and cooperation throughout. I'll request all of them to please kindly take their seats and settle down as we are moving and transitioning to another panel discussion. Alright, so my moderator for the session right now is Shajai Jacob, MD and CEO, Anacity Anurag Group Business Services. Shajai Jacob oversees Anacity, an app-based SaaS platform. Yeah, but introductions as well. Leading the digital transformation mandate amongst the real estate ecosystem comprising developers, homeowner associations, communities and residents across India and the Middle East. Shajai is a global business leader with over 24 years of proven track record in international and Indian business leadership and strategy, with wide-ranging experience across all verticals like technology, real estate, professional services, e-commerce, retail, banking, finance, aviation, FMCG, and whatnot. Can I have a big round of applause for Shajai Jacob, please, as I welcome him on stage? There he is. This is why you need to clap a little louder, please, as I welcome him on stage. Thank you so much. My next speaker is a serial entrepreneur and IIT alumnus. He's a visionary with over 15 years of experience in entrepreneurship, management, and leadership. In the year 2014, driven by his own search for a home that reflected his essence, he founded White Lotus Group. Guided by a commitment to craft meaningful living experiences, his position White Lotus is a distinct voice in India's luxury real estate. Please give it up for Mr. Pawan Kumar, founder and CEO, White Lotus Group. Can we please have Mr. Pawan over here on stage, please? Welcoming Mr. Pawan over here on stage. Thank you so much. Give him a bigger round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you. We'll request all of you to please take your seats as per the photo order. My next speaker is the CEO and founder of Huts Global, the past president of NAR India. Wow, I love that cheer, right? President and chairman of FIA, a veteran with more than 3 decades of varied industry experience, a learner, coach, and trainer. Please give it up for Sameer Arora. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. My next speaker over here is a real estate leader with over 22 years of experience in the sector across investment and asset management, profit-centric management, and business operations in reputed global organizations. In India, he's proven strong investment acumen to identify lucrative investment opportunities, ability to mitigate investment risks, and time his investment to enhance returns of project capital. He has in-depth understanding of various asset class and experience of working in multiple geographical markets in the country. Give it up for Mr. Shantanu Chakrabarti, MD, Real Estate, EAAA Alternatives. Can we please have Mr. Shantanu over here on stage? Hello, sir. Khub bhalo laglo. All right, my next speaker over here. She's responsible for REITs, marketing, outreach, and communication initiatives across multiple stakeholders, including occupiers, investors, media and policymakers, has over 15 years of experience as a senior communication strategist with extensive experience in the international finance sector. Prior to joining Embassy REIT, she was the Vice President, Global Head of Public Relations at Pioneer Investments, an asset management firm based in London. Please give it up for Shweta Reddy, Chief Marketing Officer, Embassy REIT. Welcome. My next speaker over here has 2 decades of extensive experience in the real estate and infrastructure sectors, a visionary leader and a key member of the board, and is instrumental, absolutely, in shaping the strategic direction and overall growth of his organization. His keen expertise and in-depth understanding of the real estate landscape enables him to seamlessly navigate complex challenges while, of course, maximizing value for the stakeholders. Please give it up for Mr. Sunil Parekh, Executive Director, Assets. Please clap a little louder for Mr. Parekh. Thank you. And my next speaker over here has 23 years of experience under his belt. He's spearheading Prestige Group's digital transformation journey, leveraging technology to elevate total buying experience by creating seamless and personalized experiences for customers. His current passion is to transform the construction, engineering, procurement and contracts process and herald the next age for Indian construction industry. Please give it up for Mr. Vishesh Kaul, Chief Information and Digital Officer, Prestige Group. Give it up a little louder for him, please, Mr. Kaul. Check the speaker, please. It's echoing a little weirdly. Yeah. Thank you. Please update the timer. We'll begin after that. Kindly update the timer quickly.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Thank you. Warm welcome to everyone. We're in a terrific mood right now. I mean, all the panelists have had a sort of a discussion already outside on coffee and breweries, right? So I think we're going to have a little bit of fun on the panel, talk about digital transformation, which I believe today is at the cusp of an inflection point. Real estate truly needs digitization because it has been the last bastion where digitization is not hygiene, it's still work in progress. There's a lot more to do, and I believe that, you know, with developers and all stakeholders adopting digitization, there is going to be a marked change as we progress over the next 5 to 10 years. But before getting into the specifics, let me just first congratulate this entire panel for coming together in a very varied and differentiated manner. We have 2 developers, we have a marketing expert from the pioneering REIT of the country, we have a channel partner, we have a veteran CIO and a veteran in the commercial real estate space, right? So, I mean, what a sort of a motley crew, but a great, and I must congratulate Realty Plus for putting it together. Yeah, so fantastic again. You know, there has been a lot of change, and I'm going to just throw a few questions out. We'd like to get some answers around it and get your feedback. And there's going to be varied perspectives, so whatever you all can pick up, that will be useful and insightful. From what my perspective is, you know, I believe that there is a huge change which is currently happening. Developers are still operating with gut-based decisions, still pretty transactional, right? But at the same time, open for change. Now, I'm going to ask each of these panelists, what are their thoughts on this digital transformation or the digitization that they are seeing, or is there a sort of a conflict happening within their organizations on it? Sunil, why don't we start with you?
So I think you started with and I'll set the context maybe then. So real estate traditionally has been a very legacy-driven, gut feel-driven, typical old process-driven industry. Now I'm talking of the last, say, 10, 20 years. The way things used to function were accepted. I think that's how people were conditioned, saying real estate mein aise hi chalta hai. But I think now times have changed. The customers have changed, the preferences have changed. The more of the Gen Zs and the millennials have started influencing the decisions of home buying. And because of which, and also they become very digital savvy. You know, in fact, for them, I would say digital is very innate, you know, because there are kids now who are now 15 and 18 who will become home buyers. They've only seen, for them, phone is default. Like when we tell a teenager saying
phone rakh do. They don't understand why are we telling phone rakh do, because we are conditioned that phones are not right, but for them. So digital, innate, highly aware, well-connected consumers who have come in, there is a mismatch for sure. I think the customer expectations is now increasing faster than the maturity of a developer. The pace at which he's sort of developing, and that has to be bridged. And to set the context, apart from the basics of do a good design, be well governed, I feel technology will bridge that gap.
So-
And that is happening. I would say we are kind of an inflection point. I mean, low-hanging fruits have been explored, but there is a lot to be explored going forward. But we are mid of this. In fact, the last 5 events I've attended, I think tech, prop tech or digital transformation is certainly one of the topic being discussed and well attended.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
absolutely. Compared to what was there a few years ago. But, you know, the way that it seems, and on the same topic though, Shantanu, and I'll come to you for your thoughts, but I do feel that, you know, that the playing field has changed. It's like you're asking a football team to come and play cricket at the Chinnaswamy Stadium, right? So if the game has changed, like Sunil has just mentioned, the players have changed, the customers have changed, the way you do business has changed, right? Why is this change not apparent? And obviously, is there a mismatch, and do you see this conflict?
Yeah, I mean, I think primarily real estate has been driven by legacy companies, and that has, formulated what is transpired. I think whatever little digital transformation or so-called digital transformation that we are seeing, I feel is very gimmicky. Extremely gimmicky in nature, just to kind of, I think it's very, very sales oriented. However, the real digital transformation is in the processes of development itself, right? Today you can do design much better. For example, structural design. There is no reason why it should not be digitized, right? I know of one company which claims that they have a patented this thing that where they can optimize steel in construction of steel construction to get the coefficient much lower than what it is required in a RCC construction, right? And the overall cost of construction is lower. That's the kind of digital transformation that we need, right? We've been speaking about stuff like the digital twins, right? Now these things have to be planned at the start of the project, right? When you're buying land, you have to decide that today, on this land we will build something, starting with digital twin. I will ensure and I'll enforce that all consultants will have to work on that digital twin, right? Now that requires a different mindset, right? That can't be done कि concept design कर लो, schematic में आता है फिर उसको let's try and figure out if we can do BIM now, right? BIM is for the lack of better word, conflict resolution, right? BIM is not for conflict resolution. I mean, it is, right? But its power is much bigger. So some of these things are not really done. The amount of data points today that can get captured, even from the ops perspective, is phenomenal, right? If you just capture that data and showcase that data internally and externally, depending upon who the audience has been, the value is created there itself, right? So I think that is the challenge. If you do not think about digital transformation in the beginning of the project, right? Any intervention that you do in the middle is going to look gimmicky. And that's what I think is happening right now.
Wow. So I think at the end, if you're left with time, I'll reply to this gimmicky point. I think there are two developers here, both are itching to tell you that, maybe we would want to enhance your knowledge, but at the end.
Sure. Shweta, your perspective on this?
Thanks, Shujai, and thanks for having me on this panel. I think, I'm just hearing everybody here. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Am I heard? I think real estate, and I think the physical business is the core. You can't take that away from it. And I think the way I see it is, digital infrastructure is a layer that you add. Sorry, can't hear me?
Just keep the mic close to you.
Hear me now?
Yes.
I was saying as a physical real estate, real estate and is a physical business at its core. And I think while digital transformation definitely is needed, very early stages there, but what I think what digital will do is it will add that extra layer on top of the physical, real estate to really kind of take the business to the next level. I think that's kind of, we are at that inflection point, like you said.
Super.
Lots to be done.
Super.
But I think it's the harmony of both, physical with digital. I think that's because the quality of
Fantastic.
assets trumps the
Great.
digital stuff. So
Great.
yeah.
Vishesh, what's your thoughts? And I know that you've been doing quite a bit. And you're from outside the industry, by the way. And you came in 3 years now.
See, I cannot say no to digital transformation. Right? So, I think just to pick up on your earlier question, the industry cycle on digital transformation, the awakening that it is a need without which the industry cannot progress the way it wants to progress, has been there for last 3 to 4 years, right? And different players have taken different steps to meet the requirements, as per their ambitions and how they want to treat this. And when we talk of digital transformation, I think one thing we need to take out of our mind is that it has anything to do with technology. It has something to do with technology, but
Yeah.
it is not everything to do with technology.
Well said.
And like earlier a point was made over here, you need to, digital transformation is basically reinventing your whole company or that particular process of the company, and then enabling it through technology. That's in the nutshell of it. So if you are doing a sales process which you have been doing for last 20 years, 30 years, and you are just adding a layer of Salesforce to it and then trying to follow the same process, sorry, you are not, this is not digital transformation. This is digitization, but not digital transformation. And you should aspire to carry out digital transformation if you really want to reinvent the DNA of the company. And that means that you're setting up yourself for the higher goals, for higher success, and attuned with the requirements of the new age customer, because the new age customer will demand that kind of trust, that kind of flexibility, that kind of ease of acquiring a property, and that kind of quality, which I think somebody was jokingly saying earlier that nobody knows that, in the earlier panel, that nobody knows that what we are promising and nobody knows what we'll deliver, but still this cycle is going on.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen in future, right? Sunil just mentioned that the average age is lowering down. It's already 27. It will go further down, right? And these are people who will demand these kind of things. And if we are not reinventing the whole process, if we are not re-looking at the way we have been doing something, construction for over last 40 years, I think companies will be in trouble. Yeah, quite simply put.
Fantastic. Yeah. Pawan, what about you? You're the other developer on the panel.
Yeah, quite tempted to address the gimmicky part of Shantanu. But
Oh, I'm really glad we have controversy here. Very good.
Yeah, so, no, Shantanu does have a point, while me and Sunil probably won't agree to the term he used actually. But see, the thing is, I think across the developer spectrum, whether it's small, big, mega, everybody has figured out the low-hanging fruit, which is the initial customer journey. When I say low-hanging fruit, which is what really matters to a so-called builder today, which is sales. So everybody has addressed the digitization of the sales part, because that is what immediately brings you money on the table. That's what makes everything look very rosy, right, for you. So that part, every developer has figured it out, right? The digitization, actually, what I'm hoping we'll be discussing here today is the other aspects which we have not been even, we barely scratched the surface of it, right? For example, the construction part of it, yeah. Because see, if you look at the complete project life cycle, while sales is a very important factor and it brings you money on the table and makes the project bring to a closure, the two most important and most time consuming in any project still are the raw material, which is your land,
Correct.
and the delivery, the construction part of it. In these two modules, even if you have the intent of digitizing a lot of things, you need all the stakeholders coming together to make something happen.
Sure.
Till that happens, you're still not talking about the complete digitization part of it, right? For example, I mean, like Sunil was saying, the new generation is digital native. They're born into digital. So for them, the expectation of digital is obviously there. How do you make that expectation into a reality when it comes to things like land and construction? Not so easy, right?
Correct.
Like today, if you look at Swiggy, what exactly Swiggy has solved? Swiggy has solved the problem of your anxiety. Earlier also, we used to still order food from a restaurant. I know the restaurant guy delivers it to your home.
Correct.
I just don't know the middle part of it, right?
Yeah.
Swiggy just solved it for you where, live tracking what's happening. I'm not anxious, right, actually. Today, in a way, your real estate also, a lot of things are like that, right? From the time I buy my home till the time the home is delivered, what's happening in between? That is where a lot of transfer. So, I don't remember, somebody was saying, digitization does not necessarily mean that we only have to think tech in real estate.
Correct.
It's a lot of transparency, a lot of anxiety solving. I think if we can start with that, there's a lot we can do in terms of digitization.
That's a beautiful point, yeah. Samir, you want to add something on that?
Sure. Should I add it from the channel partners perspective
Yeah,
or generally? Okay. I think the whole forum is getting pretty serious, so I'll start on a lighter note. In this tech city, talking on a digital platform, I just wanted to share that way back in my engineering college, I also did double Java. It's called Mer Java and Mid Java. That's what I was doing in the college. And there is a reason I start with this. I think we are very unclear on the digital adaptation. The digital tools exist for us. The transformational tools are there with everybody. The problem is with the adaptation. Now, there is a pre-funnel, there is a middle funnel, and there is an end funnel. And I'm not talking of construction and design, so the respective developers can leave me in there. But when you talk, the pre-funnel processes, right from a lead generation to everything, going to the end processes in terms of documentation and everything, those are the ones that need to be digitized heavily. However, if you see, there is an overstress on digitizing the human processes, and human processes like, say, a realtor's role in between, the Kriya members sitting here who are doing it in Bangalore, or the National Association Realtors, or your marketing teams. I think the tech has to come in to assist them and not take away the human relationship part of that whole relationship. And that is when we work out the tech, the absorption will become very, very high.
Fantastic. That's a good point. So I'm going to now go on to an individual question, Sunil, and you've said this on several panels, that if you put money in, apart from where you put money in normally, which is in your real estate company, but if you put money in, you'll put it on prop tech, and that also to unify the data layer. Now, I am a big fan of unifying data layers, right? And that's what I've always tried to do. But what's your thoughts on it, and why? And do you think this will, if you unify the data layers, it'll become a competitive advantage? It's a moat for a developer? Because developers today don't have moats. And is that something that you'd look at? And feel free for the full panel to jump in on this, yeah?
Sure. No, I think you've done your homework well. I've spoken about this, when I was asked if you want to put your personal money into some prop tech, what that will be. I think Vishesh was also there that day. And out of sheer experience is what I said, that I would want to invest money in something that will unify data of an organization. Because what I realized in the last 3 years of journey where I'm trying to understand digital transformation or prop tech is it is not the lack of tools that is a drawback, but it is the fragmentation that is a drawback. See, any real estate developer, okay, and it can be a large listed company, or it can be someone who does 400, 500 crore sales. Across the spectrum, you at least have 15 mini companies or 15 functions that all come together to make a project happen, to keep the cycle of development going. And largely they are working in different corners. I think I've seen the strongest communication channel sometimes is grapevine. sometimes is this informal communication that keeps the communication alive.
Yeah.
So example, the salesperson on the ground, he gets the best customer feedback, right? The deck is small, or the paint's not right, the tiling could be longer by a feet, or this box is good, but wooden color is not right, or this amenity works, I don't like tennis court, why not temperature control pool? Like, there are so many feedbacks that comes on a product to the salesperson. I don't think generally that gets translated to an actionable item for the design team when they are. Same thing with product mix. When a land acquisition is happening and we are having a transaction with the landowner, the kind of guidance that goes to the landowner is different than probably what ideally should be a product mix there. Likewise, multiple, if we are working on sustainable elements into the project, it gets incorporated later, not at the design stage. So likewise, there are multiple companies within a big company, and they are sort of working in different corners. Finance accounts work in a different island, legal are working in different island. Lies in sometimes are caught off guard that the design is ready, but they haven't started the process. Or process of approvals happen faster, the marketing guys are not ready for the launch. These are very simple, common man kind of an example which I'm giving. Now, tools are available for every function. Is it being adopted? Shantanu, they are being adopted. Low-hanging fruits, sales, yes. You know, be it Salesforce, be it Reloy, I just saw Reloy somewhere here. Those kind of lot of sales, customer expectations, CRM tech is available, being deployed. For instance, we have put in, or rather on a pilot we tried, probably we will replicate it, is where there is a caller mic on the sales person's collar. He does the entire sales chat, sales talk, and then his performance gets assessed and he gets an individualized feedback that he didn't cover, or his objection handling was not right, or what he did better. And even human intervention is not required for his performance appraisal. I mean, a tech which knows the ideal way to pitch a house is able to give it. So there are a lot of these techs which we have tried, we have made it mainstream. Likewise in the construction space, there are techs available where you have, you know, the camera which is mounted on helmet. Someone goes around the construction site that gets stitched into a 3D image, and then you have a drone shot which takes like about 3-4 hours to cover. Now you have external and internal 3D model created of your construction site every 15 days. Then we layered it with AI, saying this is our standard for quality. If there is any deviation, please red flag it. And we actually get a red flag report saying based on your parameter, and you can keep layering new parameters. These were the issues. Straight away goes to the site, gets rectified. And in the next one, we know that it has been rectified, which earlier you would have taken months, or sometimes a customer would have pointed it out. Procurement, lot of, platforms are being utilized for BOQs. Recently, we are now trying one software, you can call it, or tech, you can call it, where entire cash flows of the organization, it pulls out data from trial balance, overlays with the budget, and any given point of time, you will be able to say what is the cash flow to go of this particular project at an organizational level, how the cash flow is looking. Which normally we had 5 analysts doing it with certain errors, with a big lag. Fabulous. Like we are just starting a pilot now, and it's working well. If that works well, can you imagine for a management to see what is your cash flow position in the next 3 months? It will be able to sort of predict for you. But all these solutions which I'm mentioning are great, are being utilized, but they're not cohesive. They are all fragmented. The champions of those are the departmental heads. They don't know how to now relay this information, how to connect this information. I'm not a, a tech solution provider to come out with something how we can unify the data layer. But if there can be something that can make entire digital transformation into one single OS as step 1. Step 2 can be, can this further be integrated with the vendors? Can you imagine the amount of bill certifications, payments, RA bills? Next 10 years will be super exciting. And I'm sure after these solutions which make things efficient, which can enhance your revenue a bit, which can cut your costs a bit. Eventually, all will move towards unified data layer, a new sort of an OS. And if that happens, I think real estate will start looking like an insurance company or a bank or a logistics company where the chances of error is 0.0001%. If you have one error in a bank that you had put in some money and that is reflecting differently, or wrong debits and wrong credits, it will make national headlines. That is how bulletproof people think banking, insurance as a sector is. I feel it will take a decade or a little more.
Oh, and of course, decision making, of course, will become
Decision
more
making,
intelligence-led, right? Data-led.
So therefore, I feel unifying data layer, giving that intelligence, moving towards strategy and innovation through digital transformation, a long journey, but that's something which is the next thing to look forward to.
Sure. Thanks, Sunil. That was very insightful. I picked up something else, Vishesh. This is for you. You've said that the process of digital transformation is like opening a Pandora's box. You open the box, there's a lot of stuff which comes out, but you throw everything out and then you build again, right? Now, what is this entirely?
Yeah, so this again was a statement made on one such forum. And see, what we have to understand is this was statement made in perspective of that digital transformation should not be looked at as a one person effort or a one department effort. It requires a lot of decision making on how exactly do we reshape the DNA of the company. Now Sunil just gave a beautiful example on construction side, right? How do we link different things together? And he made, the specific example that he gave, that can we predict the cash flows and the amount that we need to actually possibly borrow from the market, and what should be our collection strategy, because the cash flow needs to be maintained at a particular rate. Today these are all gut feel decisions. Right? Somebody decides that somebody in collections will decide, okay, इस महीने मुझे इतना करना है या इस quarter में मुझे इतना करना है. There is no targeting. There is no science behind this. And that is the level of maturity that needs to be achieved at. Now, how do you do that? If we expect somebody in tech will do it, that's not going to happen. So there is somebody who's doing the collections. He understands the problem. This has to be linked with your whole construction plan. This has to be linked with your outflow of purchasing and other things that you are doing. And then you forecast, okay, over next 12 months, this is how my situation will look, and this is what I need to do. So when I say that you need to take out everything from the Pandora's box, throw it away, and then start rebuilding, this is exactly what it means. It typically takes me 3 months just for a major transformation exercise. The first one I did it in 2023. So for 3 months, I just sat locked in a conference room with the sales team, sales head, and we just discussed nothing but the sales processes and what should be the sales processes that will serve us for next 10 years. And one I'm doing right now on construction management processes, where we are again relooking at the construction management. How can we give back 5 to 7% back to the company? So it involves a lot of coordination. So the design teams, the procurement teams, QS, quality, everybody sits together in one single effort and then tries to imagine that this is the process of the future. This is how we want to run the company for next 10 years in this particular department. And this is what we commit ourselves to, and then we bring in the technology on top of that. So that's
Fantastic.
What I see.
So, I mean,
digital transformation.
that's a great insight or 101 onto how to start off that process. Relook internally first. Yeah. Shantanu, you are on an acquisition spree, right? Especially on commercial assets, and you have a ton of experience in the commercial side. How do you digitize existing assets? And there's a lot of refurbishment that comes in. Yeah. So, what is your thoughts on that? I mean, you're technically retrofitting stuff in, where there are bolts, you're putting back new bolts.
No, so I think, like I said, I think, and you have to start it from a clean slate, right? And use some of the existing stuff which you can't do away with as your constraints, and then you plan from there, right? But if you think I will take the existing and do something on it, it will end up being gimmicky. And I know that's how it turns out to be in a lot of places. To the point that you just made, right? I think I've moved from a very large organization to a very nimble organization, right? And I won't say nimble, very small organization. The benefit of a small organization is that you can start crafting the processes, thinking of a digital path ahead, right? In a large organization, like I said, you take 3 months just to align with one function head कि भाई ये करना है, मतलब तेरे को क्या चाहिए और मेरे को क्या चाहिए, and then align the promoter to it as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's a big challenge, right?
Correct.
If the promoter has got somebody and feels that अब तो ये करेगा, and if that guy is him, I pity his role, right? Right? But if the promoter says, no, I am invested, I will give you the ammunition that is required. I will push the function heads to align because this is my vision. Then digital transformation can happen. Otherwise, it will again, I'm sorry to use the word, gimmicky.
Gimmicky.
Right?
That's the underlying controversy.
That's the underlying controversy. And having said that, right, I think on unification of data, right? And let's look at customers, right? Let's look at commercial customers, right? There is tons of commercial data available with various departments. Finance departments have some commercial information, right? पैसा कब दे रहा है, क्यों दे रहा है, कैसे दे रहा है, how, what time, all of that. That's a information, right? Second is ops team, right? They're meeting, they're getting feedback. They're looking at their BMS and seeing ये HVAC कब on करता है, off करता है, कितना consumption करता है, नहीं करता है, electricity इसकी कब on होती है, नहीं होती है, turnstile से कितने लोग अंदर आते जाते हैं, so on and so forth, right? AHU में in, out, CFM, all of that, right? Tons of data, right? Then there's leasing, right? They go and meet, they talk, they get a feeler, right? All of that. There's market. There's a lot of information about what's happening in about the company in the market, right? That's the data. If you're digitizing all your experiences, right? There's tons of data. Who's, what kind of companies are using food courts more, crash more, this more, that more. Now, if you unify all of this together and get a customer 360 degree, right? You also give that view to the customer. You say, ki, boss, for your company, this is all the parameters that you look at, right? Now, 2-3 use cases, right? And I'm sorry, I may infringe into a little bit of your space, right? Sure. If intermediaries come and say, yaar, isko discount chahiye, ye chhod ke chala jayega. I will just look at that data and say, you're bluffing. Wow. Right? You're bluffing, right? Because I know the amount of engagement that the company has with the asset, right? With all the data that I have, right? I can call that bluff on the face of even the CRE, for that matter, right? Don't want to do that, I'll be polite, but I can very politely push that thing through. On the contrary, if there's a real challenge, right, before that gets escalated, I will get to know about it and I'll address it, right? So some of these things are extremely powerful, but unification is required, and everybody, right? If the sales guy says, "Ki yaar, theek hai, meeting karke aaya hu, but I don't want to enter it in the sales," that's your failure point.
Wow.
Point of failure is there, right?
Superb.
Lethargy of that one guy to say that I will not record the minutes of my meeting on the Salesforce is the point of failure, right?
And that's your moment of truth.
That's a moment of truth, right? A sensor not working and not capturing data is this thing, right? So I think, what I would say is that, and I agree with what he's saying, right? It is starting with a clean slate, right? Reimagining your processes first, then think what technology can deliver that process.
Fantastic. That's in line with our theme also, reimagining realty.
Just one point, I can't stop myself from quipping on his example. It takes time to just make finance and leasing to speak the same language. कोई जाके 700 करोड़ रिपोर्ट कर रहा है, कोई जाके 500 करोड़ रिपोर्ट कर रहा है. तो सच क्या है भाई? वो सच निकालने में ही टाइम लग जाता है कई बार.
So, great, Shantanu, and thanks for that, Vishesh. I'll now move on to the pioneer of REITs in the country, Embassy. You guys are a mammoth on that. But as grade A, being a pioneer also brings a lot of responsibility. But now that grade A office assets are becoming more uniform, standard, how do you differentiate, to your customers, to your occupiers, tenants and employees?
I think, Shujai, we were the first listed REIT in India. We were the first listed REIT in India, and I think the hallmark of that, was of course the quality of the real estate as Embassy. And I'm not trying to sell here. We provided, and that kind of obviously were the first one to real estate. So I think that already was a big differentiator. I think Embassy's always, the philosophy has always been to create these large office ecosystems, right? At the very beginning, where I think experiences matter. How do we kind of engage our employees matter? Where we give them. If you look at some of our parks today, we have everything, particularly in Bangalore, from hotels to F&B to, diagnostic centers even. So it's just like, how do we kind of give back time to our employees? That's kind of been the philosophy. So I think already that's a differentiator a little bit. What digital, I think, will do is to kind of really add to that.
Okay.
It'll help us differentiate us in that space a little bit more. I think independent of geography, to create that experience across all our parks, which is going to be more uniform. And I think some of the things, and not that you're sitting here, but we're working together on, of course, is this workplace app that we want to do across our parks. And I think this is a huge project, but something I'm really very excited about because we have these large parks. How do we make it more personal?
Sure.
How do I give my employees or the park users like an information that they can carry in their pockets?
Correct.
And I think that's something we definitely want to do a lot more. Of course, I think Shantanu already spoke about BIM. That's, I think, really been a game changer in the construction space. So these are some of the things that I think will really be great.
So going to luxury and bespoke, and obviously that's where most of the demand is, and creating these niche experiences, Pawan. What are your thoughts on how digital transformation can help? And you've heard internally, you heard the data unification layer, and I obviously love that thought. You also heard about building from inside out, and of course on the commercial side. But what are your thoughts? And then I'll go to you, Samir, on that.
Yeah, one.
And especially when you have to create experiences.
Yeah.
So how do those experiences get amplified through digital?
So this whole digitization in terms of luxury will probably take a little different context when compared to everything else, right? When compared to other segments of real estate, let's say, our segment speed of delivery might not really be the top on the list. Okay, that doesn't mean that we want to delay the projects, but
I just thought about that.
Yeah, I know. I was digging,
when a developer says speed of delivery is not the priority.
Yeah, don't ever quote me on that, but yeah. So I'm saying that the priority of what you want to digitize, right? So in terms of luxury, it's always the experience first. So the way we look at it, right? So we say we are a product company. We don't like using the word that we are a builder. I mean, no offense to that, we just say we are a product company. Our product is a home. But home has a very deeper inner meaning, right? I don't know how do I design a home if I don't know who the home buyer is, right? Because it's a very personal thing. So our challenge always is that first. So we are already developing an in-house bespoke customization tool because for us, the way we design our whole floor plans also, they are customizable. So all the people sitting here, whatever the kind of personalized taste you have, our default floor plans have the ability to customize to the way without having to completely change structure, right? So for us, the bigger challenge is that. So we are designing an in-house bespoke tool. We just 6 months back, we started building our tech team at White Lotus, and we are developing an in-house bespoke tool where we are figuring out how can we do this customization of the floor plans real time. Otherwise, there's a bigger challenge in the luxury part, right? Where you come as a buyer, you say, I want so-and-so changes, then the team goes back. That's a 2-3 week process for every iteration, which goes on for 6 months, and then, sales team is waiting for the, the closure of that, and they blame the design team. This is a never-ending process, right, actually. So we are trying to figure that part first. Second, in our order of priority, what we are trying to figure out is, the moment I say we are a product company, there are three parts of a product the way we look at it. One is the product designing, which we are already addressing. Then there is product execution. Then the product maintenance part of it. So when these three parts, the way we look at it for us, product design is like trying to be like an apple, which is, we are obsessed about the way they are obsessed. We are obsessed about details, the thickness of the phone. We are obsessed about these kind of details, what are we doing and all of that, right? So if we can do Apple kind of design, and let's say, for lack of better example, let's say a Tesla or an Ather kind of a product delivery, right? These people have made automobile delivery into a different process altogether. And if I have to get to the product maintenance, maybe an Oberoi kind of hospitality, right? Or any of the top hospitality, if we can get these three parts, and I can get tech to solve these three parts, I think the luxury part of the consumer experience will be solved. But obviously, we still would not have gone to very deep. We still have to get to the construction part, doing the digital twin part of it and all of that. But in the order of priority, I think for luxury, we are aiming at these things to be covered. Because at that luxury level, I think everybody has made a lot of peace that, a project typically takes 4 to 6 years. I don't think anybody is expecting that to be delivered in the next 1 year. So I don't think trying to solve that problem immediately, any developer is trying to address it. Having said that, the expectation of a luxury consumer in terms of the anxiety and the transparency part of it, that is a given for them. That's a no-go, and a lot of developers are already doing that. So for us, the order of priority would be that. But eventually, as a next version 2, we want to get into the digital twin part of it, because all these beautiful things are like the external touchy part of it, right? The core of it, which is the construction and the issues which the engineering team goes through. Like everybody here was saying, and everybody goes through this problem every day. Nobody's talking to anybody. Nobody's talking to anybody. Everybody thinks they're doing their job.
Yeah.
Minutes of the meeting come. In the end, the promoter, I think, in the end, looks at all that. Who, collates all this data, and if the systems don't talk to each other, if people don't talk to each other, how will the problem eventually be solved? I think
we're back to data monetization. We are back to unification again.
Absolutely.
An army of
MIS experts.
analysts.
Yeah. So, Samir, on this aspect, from your perspective, what's the capability gaps amongst the channel partners from a digitization perspective? And is there something that can be done to, and I know in Dubai, there's been a lot of work that's been done on this, especially with Damac and some of those guys, they've moved completely online with their entire channel partner ecosystem. You cannot transact offline. But is that something that you see here? Is it relevant?
Lovely question. And can I see how many channel partners are sitting there, so I'll respond accordingly? How many channel partners in the audience? Okay, maybe about 15-20%. So I will put in a channel partner and a developer perspective in there. I loved what Shweta said, and I'm coining a statement here, and that is the hardcore truth of real estate. Actually, we don't need a digital transformation. We need a phygital transformation, because real estate will always remain physical plus digital. And I think we can coin it and call it phygital, absolutely. So when you're talking of the gaps, you look at the companies in the West, in the US especially, and you will realize for everything that you talk of, I'm hearing all the developers, I'm hearing Vishesh, I'm hearing everybody else, every department that you talk of, data analytics is not a problem. Today, AI can throw a model at you in terms of what you need to do next. But data assimilation is our biggest problem as on date. Now, if you look at the channel partner gap also, I would call it the digital discipline is what is missing. The digital tools exist for everybody. Enough free tools, enough paid tools. You look at people bringing in apps. I sometimes ask this question, what are you trying to do with this app, what WhatsApp cannot do already? And you really see some of them are just replicating it. So I think as long as we don't try and replace the human behavioral part and the human touch part, I think the tech has to build consistency, and the human has to build the trust, and that is where the digital movement has to go. So for channel partners, whether it's CRM, whether it's tech adoption, whether it's anything on the tech part, it's got to be discipline, it's got to be consistency, and it's got to be movement in there. And the world changes there.
So byline is Phygital is existing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I know Vishesh, you were wanting to say something when I spoke about.
No, I was saying that
and you should,
there is an example in India also.
Talk
Prestige
about
channel partner capability is completely digital.
Wow.
There is we don't have any physical transaction points with our channel partners or our customers for that matter. All the sales happens on. Last quarter we did almost 100% of our sales on digital platforms.
Wow. Wow, fantastic. Now that we are on, and I want Sunil's thought on this, is that real estate is quick to adopt. We may have knee-jerk reactions on technology and digital. We are quick to adopt, but do we really manage to adapt and make it inherent to the DNA of the organization and then take it forward from a digitization perspective? I mean, is there examples enough that you are, or are there structural changes that you all have adopted? And maybe Sunil, you want to go first, and then Vishesh you can add.
See, I think adoption of anything new, there will be resistance. Like you're doing your work. If I ask you to do 2 more, you will resist. True for anything for that matter. And especially if the mindset is this is good to have, then the resistance is higher. Therefore, it has to start from the top. I feel a lot of conditioning is required, a lot of long-term perspective is required. Let me give an example of, say, budgeting, right? Now, budgeting as an exercise is taken pretty seriously in a lot of organizations. And it is not just decided by a board or a senior management that this is your budget. It goes down, it comes up, it's an iterative process, some sort of discussion happens, a healthy competitive tension between a procurement to a BOQ guy, and finally budget gets sort of set and determined. So organizational involvement is must, certain. And I think in this case, it starts from the board and the senior management. Any culture change, I think, starts from, and why do I say culture change? I think digital transformation, as everyone put it, is not deploying tools. It is changing the culture. A mindset has to change. So for that, number one, the key guys, let's say there's a 3-member, 4-member board, there are 2-3 senior management. Those 5-6 people need to have awareness. They need to feel that the future, if you want to develop a moat, you need your own unique digital, what do I call it, way of delivering things, you know. So once that is understood, you'll need a roadmap. I like what Prestige has done and some of the other organizations are doing, who came up with a 3-year. Can I take this mic? Who came up with a 3-year or a 5-year sort of a roadmap. And not that this roadmap is cast in stone, it can pivot, it can improvise as we go, but there has to be a plan, right? Let's say if someone thinks we have a 5-year roadmap of this change, it can't change overnight. It can't be adopted overnight. Is, okay, first 2 years will be anything that improves data capturing and compliances. The next 2 years, let's do something where revenue can enhance, costs can be under control, or things can be faster. Maybe the next 1 or 2 years where P&L impact is there, and then we will look at strategy and innovation coming out of this entire process. So that roadmap is very important, and the senior management or the board needs that maturity, clarity that what exactly is required. That itself will take you 6 months. So it's not that 2 vendors came, you liked it, you just deployed it and transformation happened. It doesn't. Adoption doesn't happen. Another important thing that I have observed is the conditioning and the articulation of what we are doing across the organization, telling why this is important. This is not to replace you. This is not to make you feel, or that I'll not give you bonus this year, any of, your tech has done the job, or. So it is to say that this is your friend, this is your tool, this will enhance your productivity, it will reduce frictions, it will XYZ, a lot of the benefits of it. And then an iterative process starts. So that's more on blueprinting of, then is making champions, right? Have 5, 10, 15 sort of a champions for each space under the larger blueprint umbrella which you have put through, and then start doing your interactions with solutions that are available, or you can develop your own solutions. One anchor is always required. Vishesh in this case is an anchor, so that you will need a strong anchor who understands what's happening, who understands that the demonstrations that is being given by various solution providers are something unique or something very relevant. And that's how slowly, gradually, under the larger blueprint, creating champions, articulating that this is something which will help you more like a ally rather than a enemy. Kind of a culture, and that adoption will happen, but it has to be taken seriously. Like how any board meeting, first thing is sales, second thing is margins, last may there will be an annexure on ESG, CSR, right? So tech can't be in annexure. Tech has to be a KRA, a KPI.
Yeah.
I think changes will start from there.
And I think that's beautifully put. Vishesh, your thoughts on that?
Sorry, the question was how to drive adoption?
Adoption. I mean, real estate developers are quick to adopt,
Ah.
but they're not able to take it forward. And what do you think should be done?
Yeah, so I think I completely build on what Sunil just said, right? So it has to come from the top. But what we also have to do is within the organization, we have to make the success stories more visible and to the outside world also. And those success stories should not be my success stories.
Correct.
They have to be the success stories of my stakeholders. For example, it's not me. My criteria of success is that I'm not going to talk about in the leadership forum or on any platform that technology did this for us. It's my sales head of my company who should be talking about it. If he's talking about it, that means I have really addressed a problem area and it's doing something right.
Fantastic.
If the channel partners who are working with us are telling us what Prestige channel partner app, Prestige Partner Circle is doing, no other app is doing, it's extremely flexible. I don't need to chase anyone to understand कि कौन सा project launch हो रहा है, marketing kit दे दो, मेरा invoice pay कर दो. It all happens on the app. That's my success story. I don't need anybody else to tell me anything. Whether this program has worked or not doesn't matter. Where is that success story being told by my stakeholders? I think that's something which should be, repeatedly mentioned within the organization to drive those success stories and enforce the point that tech will work for you, digital transformation will work for you if it is carried out in a mission manner, right?
Super.
So
Super.
that's how I see it.
Shantu, back to commercial, and you've been pretty vocal about it. Digitization increasing commercial yields because commercial real estate
large part of commercial real estate valuation comes from CAM margins, right? And that's where a very, very thought through digital transformation will create the alpha, right? Because, and I'm saying this, I mean, of course, I don't think I can call it a secret sauce, but we have to move away from this whole cost plus business in CAM, right? Give the customer that, this is going to be a CAM, this is going to escalate like this, and this is how it is, right? Bear the risk. Bear the risk as a developer, but it is this whole data, the whole process that will give you the juice, right? That CAM is no longer a 20% margin game, right? That's point number one. Point number two is, I think there's a lot more way to juice the asset, right? Real estate is not just about the demised premises, right? It's much more than that.
Correct.
And we may have to look into the retail to understand that. And if commercial offices have to get a more mixed use flavor to follow that process. If you have to get F&B, right, you need to know when, how, what kind of trading that F&B is doing.
Correct.
Right? Almost have a clause with them that if you do not perform well, I can churn you out. Right? That's how you'll get it. Right? But let's say these are all the frills of the business. The core, make essay, you will be able to you get it. And coming back to the point that I mentioned earlier, right? If you have the data which gives you conviction of retention or rejection, right? So I know that when the next time a lease comes up, I will 12 months and ahead of time tell him, don't think of renewal because I do not want you.
Wow.
Right? Because I have the data, you are underperforming in the asset. You may be giving rentals and all of that, right? And you're underperforming in the asset. You're squeezing the asset more. I do not want you. Or you pay me higher. Now, for that conviction to come in, I need data. For that data to come in, I need all the inputs of the data to come into a platform where I can see it in a unified manner.
And flow
right?
seamlessly.
And for, seamlessly. Conversely, right, if I'm talking about a renewal, talking about a new this thing, that's again, that is where all data is going to matter, right? Today you sit in front of in the negotiation table, right, without understanding what is his willingness to pay and what is the price that I will set it in, right?
Correct.
The value creation is going to happen when through data I'm going to understand what is his willingness to pay, right? I will not charge him that. I'll leave some margin there and my price will be lower.
Correct.
Right? But if I don't know that, right, his willingness to pay is like this. I'm positioning here, I'm creating a conflict. Right?
Understood.
If his willingness to pay here, I'm positioning myself here, I'm leaving a lot on the table. So I think that's where this is going to change.
So on commercial again, Shweta, you guys seem to come in twins here. But the fact is that you're embarking on a large digital transformation exercise, and possibly the manner in which you communicate with your tenants, with your occupiers, with your workplace employees will change and transform, right? How do you envisage this? I mean, will it really transform? Will you see a different operating structure? So how do you think this will envisage in the manner in which you are looking at it?
I think it will, Shuraj, definitely it will. I mean, that's the kind of also the purpose behind it, because if you look at data, all the conversations we're having with our clients is about them receiving more real-time data on things, for their employees to kind of find out discovery of services, more Park Connect and information, much more like live real-time. And these are some of the needs, and even for the tenants, right from sustainability performances, right? That's kind of ESG. I think
Correct.
Today, without digital, I don't see how it can work, because you
Absolutely.
really need digital to really perform well for us to
Correct.
kind of get that data.
Correct.
So for sure, I think this is going to be a journey, like I said early on. It's early stages, but very critical. Something that I believe will help us, really go leaps and bounds in the way we kind of provide services. And I think the more we look at real estate as a services industry versus a construction industry, you kind of move from that. You kind of move from how do I kind of really look at experiences, because that's how we look at our creating these large office ecosystems that really elevate the lives of the people that work in our office parks. And with that mindset, I think this digital transformation is going to be a big revolutionary thing for us.
We look
and
forward
we're looking
to
forward
hearing
to
more about
it.
this in future panels.
Yeah.
But yeah, Samir, one last question to you. With the public debacle of the first aggregation platform which was there, I don't want to take the name, and not many others gaining scale. What do you see? I mean, is there a future in broker aggregation, channel partner aggregation across the country, regionally, through those platforms?
Absolutely. But like I said, the burn rate is not the way to go forward onto it. What really happened there was, when I say the burn rate, the CP, the channel partner in this country, would like a value-added creation. The next app has to, like I said, have both the technology and the human element added to it, which assists him. Does not add to the training hours for the channel partner. Creates assistance. Now, if those gaps are covered up, believe me, the next aggregation model app after the debacle that we saw, I am confident is going to be a hybrid model. You know, like Vishesh said, if you see Brigade or Prestige, the way partner apps have come up, you know, the payouts, everything, it's relative ease of functioning that's happening where the channel partner is able to focus more on the human part of it. Like I said, consistency would be built by the tech. Trust would still be built by the human capital. Data will remain the currency, and digital will become the platform for us to exchange it.
Fantastically put. Yeah. I don't want to miss out on Pawan though. He's been pretty silent. But Pawan, looking ahead, what sort of, and you're a high-end developer, you build bespoke. What sort of experience enhancers are you looking at from a digital capability post-purchase? Yeah, and you know, do you think are they relevant, or or they just word of mouth and just plain client speak?
No, interesting. Like I said, the whole luxury consumer is all about the experience part of it, and post-purchase is actually, we feel post-purchase is when our work actually starts, because a lot of these clients actually are, I wouldn't say repeat customers, but most of them are referrals. They all know each other in their circles. The moment they know that they are planning to do a purchase with White Lotus, let's say, and they already know somebody who already is a homeowner, majority of our discussion is shifted there, right? So, in a way, addressing that part of the cycle is very important. I think we have been quite conscious about that right from the beginning, and 11 years back when we started also, we have been doing the property management of all our projects, and for lifetime actually. So we never get out of our projects, we manage all of them.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and that's something actually which gives a lot of confidence to a homeowner that, you know what, these guys are around. So I know, and we also tell that to our homeowners that, we know what went into our building, so we are not scared of anything, we are around. That's just one part of it, right? To come to your point, post-purchase, yes, there's a lot of, so one is that anxiety part of it, right? Lot of developers, the mega developers actually have a default clause built in where they say, if you buy an under construction property, till it delivers, you cannot come. You cannot visit your property, right? So a lot of these things is where the anxiety builds in, right? So if we can address the anxiety part of it, post-purchase, and of course post-handover once they move in, a lot of other things, right? Simple, like we have been using stack parking in our projects right from beginning. Simple thing, it's a simple toy to operate, but nobody knows that, right?
Correct.
So these are things where you can give simple videos on an app for people to actually use them. So a lot of these kind of things, if you can reduce the anxiety part around that, right? That adds to a lot of, their customer experience and a lot more referrals after that. Right? Yeah.
So I think you've spoken a lot about reducing anxiety. Oh, yeah. Yeah, not to mention the fact don't worry about delivery timelines. But on
like
that
I said,
note,
don't quote me on that.
On that note, thank you. Lots of insights from this panel. Obviously, a lot of differentiated views, some controversies, some contrarian, and very, very happy and upbeat because the fact there's a lot going on in the digital space, and a lot of digital transformation is reimagining the way we do business now and in the future, right? So with that, we'll conclude the sessions because we've run out of time. We could have gone on and on. But having said that, if there are any questions for the panelists, please do direct them.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for online questions over here, but then please feel free to connect with them in the networking zone in case you have any.
For questions.
So, yeah, because we are running late, so I'm really sorry. But any questions for them, please feel free to connect with them offline. Give them a big round of applause for this incredible panel, please, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling up on stage Ms. Rekha Malan, Vice President Growth and Strategy from Addis Uniturn, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Give a big round of applause for Ms. Rekha, please, everybody. Thank you so much. And I'll request all our esteemed dignitaries to come forward and stand over here, please. autograph over here. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a powerhouse of a panel. Can we have a powerhouse of an appreciation in terms of clapping, please? Thank you. Certainly does the job better. Thank you. We will be gearing up for our next panel. I'll quickly request for one chair, removal of one chair, please. एक chair का निकाल. Thank you so much. A big thank you to all our panelists over here, and I believe Neetu has something to say to all of them over here. Speaker bites, right? So follow Neetu to the speaker bites. Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to our next panel discussion. But prior to that, just a bit of a request. Everybody who's engaging in a beverage break right now, you can take your beverages and take your seats as well. There's absolutely no problem in that. Please enjoy your tea and coffee plus, but please request you to take your seats and remain seated while enjoying your beverages, because we are going to be having another session right now. So sir, if you can please take your seat over there. Everybody who's enjoying their beverage, if I can please request all of them to take their seats, because we will be beginning with another session. So I request all of your cooperation and presence. I request everybody with their beverages to please kindly take their seats. Sir, if you can take your seat over there, please. Yeah, thank you. Please take your seat. We are beginning. I request everybody to please take their seats with their respective beverages. We're starting a session, so we want the audience to be placed. So please, I request all of you to take your seats. Request all of you to take your seats, ma'am. Thank you. Shukriya. Thank you. I request you to take your seats, sir. I request everybody to please kindly take their seats, because we're unable to start the next session without you being seated. Can I please request people to take their seats and settle down? I request everybody to please kindly take their seats with their respective beverages. We are waiting for all of you to take your seats. Please kindly take your seats. We are waiting for all of you to take your seats. Can you both please take your seats and settle down? Thank you. Can you all please take your seats and settle down over there? Ma'am, please do that. All right, we'll now transition to our next panel discussion. This is going to be about South India commercial realty, offices, IT parks, and flex spaces growth. I'll repeat the topic for everybody once again. It's on South India commercial realty, offices, IT parks, and flex spaces growth. I'm going to be welcoming our session chair on stage for this.
Letter to Thessalonica, letter to Timothy. The Bible kills, but the Spirit makes alive. I'm just Americanizing it. Love makes alive. The Bible kills, but love makes alive. That's what caused that man to be so evil.
I'm going to be first inviting on stage our honorable moderator. He's a business transformation leader with over 28 years of experience across domestic and international geographies. After 24 years of rich experience in multiple CXO roles, in branded fashion retail. He has initiated his journey in the sector of real estate since the year 2022 with Mango Advisors, heading the business for South Zone and Gujarat, and has successfully spearheaded structuring customized solutions for his clients all over the south of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hetal Kotak, Director of South and Gujarat, Mango Financial Advisors Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir. Swagat hai aapka. Welcome. I request you to take that seat over there. Moderator's chair. I'll now be inviting the speakers for the session and in alphabetical order. My first speaker over here, he holds a master's degree in business administration and has over 20 years of experience in the real estate sector. Prior to joining Embassy REIT, he worked with CBRE where he held a variety of leadership roles and led some key corporate real estate relationships all over the country. Let's give it up for Brijesh D'Souza, MCR Head, South Leasing, Embassy REIT. Thank you so much, Brijesh ji, for joining us over here. Request you to take your seats. My next speaker over here has nearly 29 years of work experience, out of which 26 years has been in the real estate sector. He has successfully structured several investment transactions, including joint ventures, private equity investments, advised several funds and HNIs on their investments in Indian real estate prior to joining Bhartiya Urban. He was with Phoenix Mills as COO and business head prior to that, commercial, and prior to that as head of investment and asset management commercial for Maple Tree India. As CEO of Kolte Patel Developers Limited, took the company public during his tenure. Please give it up for Hardeep Dayal, President, Commercial Real Estate, Bhartiya Urban. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. My next speaker over here is having over 30 years of experience. My God, staggering numbers, 25, 24, 30, incredible numbers indeed. 30 years of experience in shopping centers, mixed use and workspace asset management, focusing on unlocking value in complex real estate assets and ensuring that they deliver for investors, tenants, and communities alike. His expertise spans mall operations, leasing strategy, tenant mix, optimization, workspace transformation, and large-scale tech park management. The man who needs no introduction, please give it up for Jonathan Yak. He's already over here. Thank you so much. My next speaker over here leads the multidisciplinary award-winning architecture firm based in Bangalore that is steeped in values of design, quality, integrity, commitment, and ethics. Please give it up for the one and only Naresh V. Narasimhan sir, Managing Partner, Venkataramanan Associates. Thank you so much. My next speaker is a seasoned real estate professional with over 2 decades of leadership experience across commercial, office, co-working, retail, industrial, and residential real estate domains. He drives enterprise growth, strategic partnerships. This is the, I would say the mantra of greats. They don't like to hear too much about themselves because they let their work do the talking. Please give it up for Roshan Alva, sir, Senior National Director, Office Space Solutions Limited. I can keep talking on and on about all the achievements that you have had, but then I think we'll let you all take over the panel. Request you all to please quickly start the timer for the reference of our speaker. This is going to be a 40-minute session. Thank you, and over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Warm welcome to you guys. I was told it's going to be easy. Sapna told me at the last minute that please join in and moderate it. It'll be an easy thing, but we have done some hard work also. So that's where it is. Let me start by setting the context. Growth of commercial real estate in southern India and the opportunity. So, southern India is it's one of the largest markets for us in terms of largest engineering and capability ecosystem. It's not just a commercial real estate. Let's start with that. So some numbers for everybody. Absorption today in India is 75 million square feet. In today's stock is 860 million square feet, of around 17%. Now, when you look at these numbers, 45 to 50% of these numbers is only and in that the stock bearer continues to be Other aspect is, it's a value-added segment in which Bangalore is operating, the entire commercial space is operating. It's not just a cost-driven offering, which is what Bangalore is offering. So that's where it is. It's a deep multi-tech talent corridors are getting created. So there are exciting prospects. Now, if you look at the demand mix.
The main advice news reporters have been able to get from official sources is to tell private citizens to stay inside their homes behind locked doors. Do not venture outside for any reason until the nature of this crisis has been determined and until
things which are always spoken about. We continue to grow and thrive in this ecosystem. So that's where it is. Look, there are multiple things, but I will then not continue on this part of it. The idea was to set the context, which is, defining an opportunity, what is the scale of the opportunity, how GCCs are critical and growing rapidly, continue to grow. Flex solutions is again a critical piece. So all this is already there in the ecosystem in Bangalore and doing consistently well. Now, just to take the journey forward, okay. Let me start with the first question, okay, which is Bangalore's evolution over the decade. And this one, definitely want Brijesh to chip in on this one. And others are more than welcome. But if you look at the big picture, Bangalore's transformation over the last decade or so has been remarkable. Now, there were always speculation that what will happen with hybrid, will it shrink the demand? But actually, it made companies to shift to better solutions. Quality increased, the quality of solutions increased, and a lot more changed. And no longer the workplaces have become larger and bigger instead of smaller and congested in a way. So the shift is radical in a way, and it's exciting. The question for me, from my side, Brijesh, to you is, given Embassy's REIT, and you have watched this shift unfold over the years. So how has the commercial real estate landscape evolved? What do you see? How do you see the evolution, and what are the critical transformations that you are experiencing? Any views on that?
See, the predominant factor which has enabled the growth in the commercial real estate sector to go over the years, I wouldn't shy away from it, is to say that the reason why Bangalore has grown is surely because of its talent. We all keep saying that despite government, Bangalore has seen growth. Bangalore has always been a cosmopolitan city, attracting talent from all across the country and making them stay here, which has then enabled these IT companies to come here in large numbers. Innovation hubs like GCCs, etc., come here in large numbers and set up base, grow into the city, etc. Predominant enabler has been talent. Of course, with talent, also the possibility that the city can expand on all sides. We are not landlocked, luckily, and that also gives us an opportunity to decentralize at some point, which will slowly happen. Also is another advantage. I think the third most important advantage is availability of good quality, valuable real estate, grade A, for these companies to come and set up base, which has fueled the evolution of real estate in Bangalore. Again, the type of jobs that Bangalore attracts to today is very different from what it attracted 10 years back. 15 years back, there were voice processors. 10 years back, there were, KPO kind of, ancillary processing jobs. Today, we are talking about, very attractive innovation hubs. We are talking about creating new products in India for other markets. So the cutting edge jobs are only enabled because of the availability of talent in Bangalore. And that's predominantly led this evolution.
Just a top-up question on that when we talk about grade A commercial and all that, and Bangalore being, and India being a dollar market, as they say. So where do you see that impacting, and is that changing faster? What is the view there?
It is changing faster, of course. Again, the answer can't be holistic. It is dependent on the processes that any company wants to set up in the country. For example, if there's a company with very basic processes where talent is agnostic, be it here or be it somewhere else, talent is the same, then of course they will be price sensitive. Bangalore, in terms of lifestyle, in terms of livability, is more expensive than, say, our peers in Hyderabad and Chennai. So that, of course, gives us a little bit of a disadvantage as far as cost is concerned. But what we are increasingly seeing is that the real estate availability is becoming, or the real estate pricing is becoming a little inelastic, in the sense, if my properties are 5 rupees more than others, but I'm still focusing on quality, creating business ecosystems, creating value to the occupiers, creating an experience which is very different from others. Today, we have occupiers who appreciate that compared to before. So yeah, dollar is important, not from a real estate standpoint as much, but from a talent standpoint more, so that the wage bill doesn't go up. But we are seeing a lot more flexibility today for occupiers taking high value assets compared to what they were in the past.
Moving on to one more question now. This one I want to address it to Naresh and Hardeep. So it's on the infrastructure and developer responsibility area. The most favorite topic of most people, which is you grow in spite of infrastructure, is what Brijesh was saying a few minutes back. So what are your thoughts there, in terms of master planning, if you look at the opportunity, where are the gaps, what is the opportunity, what should one do, and is there a role of the developer in that? How does the developer chip in the entire process? Is there a value add or some co-participation also in that process?
So, infrastructure is the most talked about topic in this city, or the lack of it, rather. So, developers' role, and I leave the city level role to Naresh because he's more well versed to actually comment on that. The developer's role. See, if you look at all the developers who were here with the panel before us, and some of us here, within their development, developers are actually benchmarking projects to the best in the world today, and everybody wants to outdo the other. So in terms of quality, in terms of quality of construction, in terms of the spec that is used, in terms of the design that they do, the overall lighting, the airflow, the waste management, rainwater harvesting, and recycling of water, green areas, all the things that add quality to your life. Everybody is putting a lot of effort. Even the design firms, architecture, Naresh's firm, or you take any other grade A design firm, they're all incorporating this into the design. It has become hygiene. It is no longer a USP to sell because everybody wants to do it. Everybody's delivering it because the customer also needs it. So that is within their own controlled environment. Developers are trying to deliver the best possible that you can, and something that will last a lifetime. I mean, for me, it is easy to, I will sound like marketing, but to be honest, if you come to Bharatiya City, if some of you have seen it, it is designed for longevity with the open areas and all. And anybody who has a large tract of land wants to develop an ecosystem which makes it a pleasure to be, when you come home, you enjoy the infrastructure, you enjoy the environment, and this is a place where you can live, your kids can grow and all of that. So that we can do. But the moment you step outside, I think then that is where the real problem hits you. And that is, there are multitude of things. One, on the city development plan, I've not heard a single thing or anybody talk or any mention of it anywhere in any write-up or even from the government, from the bureaucracy or anywhere else. So I don't even know if exists, whether it exists, and is there even a town planning, effective town planning department which is functional within the bureaucracy? I don't know. I'm not sure that it is there. And it is not true for Bangalore, it's true for the rest of the country also. Right? And that's the one big problem. And I think the first panel actually alluded to it, that if you have already zoned something as a yellow zone, as a resi zone, then you have already should have accounted for the infrastructure, the amount of waste that's going to come out of there, the amount of water that is going to be required, the amount of sewage treatment plants that are going to be required, the traffic movement and all of that, right? So all of that would have been taken into account, or is it just a color yellow that you have painted on a piece of paper? I don't know. But if that has been done, then why do developers have to reapply and re-sanction for that zone? So, I mean, that's my take, but I'll let Naresh comment. I think he's more equipped to do that.
Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be part of the panel. And I'm glad to see a lot of black hair in the audience. I think I'm part of the Gen A. And somebody asked me the other day, what Gen are you? Everybody now takes Gen Z and Gen Y. I said, I'm also Gen A, but the A is for ancient. So, not alpha. I don't know what else to say. But then and literally, to give you all a few examples, I've seen the city. I got some funny news last week. The first apartment I ever made was sold at 325 rupees a square foot 50 years ago. Okay? And somebody who bought it, so there are two good parts. The guy who bought it just now bought it for 26,000 rupees a square foot. The same apartment. And I built it 40 years ago. And the good part is that what you mentioned, the point about longevity. And I asked him, he came to the office and said, do you have a plan? I want to make some Vastu changes. In 1985, there was no Vastu. Okay, thank God. This Vastu is the killer of design. Anyway, so I said, all right, but why did you pay? You actually, how much did you pay? And he said, well, sir, there is nothing wrong with the building at all. And nothing needs to be changed, just some minor Vastu correction. So it's a testament to the quality of Bangalore developers that we have set a benchmark of quality compared to any other city in India. And I think we should all give ourselves a hand. That a 40-year-old project can sell at that kind of price even today, right? All of you know the project, and I think you are from that company, right? This is the embassy, so on Alias Road. People cannot believe it was finished in 91, right? And yeah, so for its time. So that's a good part. On the flip side, I get asked by a lot of developers all the time, say, why is the road, why is the infrastructure a mess? Why is it not happening? And I always ask the question back, why aren't you doing something about it? Why is it that the government is always to blame? Even if there is garbage on the road, somehow the government is to blame. But somebody you know is throwing that blasted garbage on the road and you're not doing anything about it. And I really think from a real estate point of view, particularly with large-scale office towers, which occupy a huge, currently I'm working on the upgrade of curiously, that's what somebody in my office was joking that I must have built more than 2,000 buildings in Bangalore alone. And what I'm known for is a street, which is Church Street. Because you see the impact something like that has. Any of my buildings, I think maybe 10 lakh people have gone through in the last 30, 40 years. But the Church Street in the last 5 years has seen a throughput of more than 1.5 crore people, more than the population of Bangalore itself. So I think it's important that we, as a community, we take some shared responsibility. And you can see an ORR, right? What is happening to ORR? It is not even a sin of commission. It is not a sin of omission. It is a sin of mindless accretion. 6 agencies have done whatever they want and nobody talks to anybody else. Curiously, they all belong to the same government. But they may as well be like a cutthroat competition with each other. And we are finding it more and more difficult to make citizens of Bangalore, and particularly the corporate citizens of Bangalore, a partner in this. It is not, and many people tell me, oh no, we have a CSR fund, we'll give it. This is not CSR. This is CSR, but not corporate. This is citizen-centric responsibility, citizen social. And you have to be able, and I'm saying that rather than look at it as a nuisance, that the government is not doing anything, what if you took this as an hidden point of differentiation? As a developer, and let me just finish, if you take 100 meters on either side of your property, that's 300 feet in front of you, right? And fix it. It is not that difficult to fix it. It's quite an easy thing to do. And some developers do it, I'm not saying it, but 95% of the people still don't agree. Instead of using it as a nuisance, convert the nuisance into opportunity. And I would suggest that if you're building, the simple metric for it is, if you're going to build 10 lakh square feet up, fix 10 lakh square feet on the ground also. No. And it's not going to cost you that much.
Sorry. I would like to come in on that one. Very sorry to interrupt. See, that is not easy to do. And I'll give you a live example.
Nothing is easy. Neither is building the 10 lakh.
It's not a question of will of the developer or putting the money. It is not about that. It is about, so there is a broken road, from Hinnu to Bhartiya. It's a broken road, right? We wanted to fix it. It doesn't cost much, really speaking. When you're building such a large township, you already have everything mobilized. You just need to put a little bit extra and then get it done, right? We wanted to do it. And we got the quote from our construction company. The day we wanted to do, the local leadership came and stopped it.
Yeah. So
they don't want
mistake,
it.
Right?
They will not allow us to do.
That is the mistake.
No, but we told them. We had spoken, we spoke to the bureaucracy, we spoke to the municipal corporation. We want to, yes, we will do, yes. We said, okay, this is what we're going to put. Let us do it. Yes, the day you want to start, 2 trucks came and offloaded mud on that road, they bloody blocked the road.
No, that is...
So,
that part is one issue.
But the other thing,
yeah, please continue.
And then eventually we had to rally with them and whatever needed to be done was done and then we fixed it. It took us 2 days to fix it. where the whole bloody crowd was suffering, the whole residence was suffering for 6 months. 2 days, that's all it took. And it doesn't cost us much. But I'm saying, people, if they want to do, the will is there, Naresh, I don't think nobody wants to do it. It is, are you able to, is there enablement to do it? Just create a policy in the bureaucracy, allow people to do it. City will improve. Sorry, Brajesh.
No, absolutely. See, frankly, if you look at any, and you know, again, I'm not trying to market anything, but if you look at any of the large developments, including our development, right, we create an ecosystem where connectivity is eased out from outside the park to inside the park. What we can control is the ecosystem that we control and a little outside it, right? And to circumvent that point that you spoke about, we work with the government, we work with their contractors, we build with their contractors, pay our money through their contractors, which is generally a little more expensive, but we still do it. But ultimately, what we control is the ecosystem outside. So if you go outside Manyata, you have 2 loops taking you inside the park from a flyover. That reduces clogging big time. But I can't do anything about the clogging in Hebal. I can't do anything about the clogging in KR-Puram. That is something that the government has to do. I mean, at the end of the day, I think if you look at a tech park as a micro zone, there's a great amount of planning. There's a great amount of planning for traffic, sewage, everything together. But when you look at a macro setup of Bangalore, that's where the planning lacks. And that's not only for Bangalore. I mean, we are sitting here, we crib a lot about it, we talk a lot about it.
I'm just,
all urban centers are the same.
I'm just stepping in because we are, the time is moving on. The point largely remains that, you know, the intent of the developers is there to chip in and add value to the ecosystem and develop ecosystem beyond what is organically theirs.
I'm quite happy to help. Please reach out to me. I know how to play the system.
With that assurance moving forward. So this one is for Roshan, something for you to chip in, and of course Brijesh can also add value to it. But if you look at why the critical piece is, you know, Bangalore is consistently winning APAC in terms of expansions and the manner in which the mandates for commercial assets is coming. It's exciting. But even with rising costs, somehow Bangalore still looks attractive. That's what it is. So just a question for you that, you know, why is it a preferred option for Fortune 500 firms? How are global players looking at it, and what is the manner in which it is still ticking all the right notes in a way?
So good evening, everyone. I think clearly from the last 3 sessions, infrastructure needs a different session altogether. I think we need more time for that.
No, we'll ask for a day for it.
Yeah, I was a part of last 3 sessions, and this one's taken the cake all the way. So yeah, about this question here, I think I would like to step back a little bit. Everybody's from Bangalore, people know the story. I think engineering and you know, tech talent in Bangalore dates back to about 1960s when those large PSUs set up like DRDOs and you know, research agencies like HAL set up here for aviation. From there it started, and then, you know, Texas Instruments saw the whole game, the availability of talent in the 90s when market opened up. Texas Instruments came into India. There's humorous quotes, you know, some humorous quotes in the internet if you see. They say, you know, the satellite dishes were carried in on bullock carts. So this was the quote that came in the internet when I was searching this one. And then from there on, we've all seen the journey. We are today about 213 million square feet in Bangalore. I think our vacancies are in the 14, 15 or 20% bracket. So that shows the amount of IT, you know, the growth of IT industry, the amount of talent that is there already in Bangalore. So for a global CXO, I mean, if he's consistent, I mean, when he's looking at Bangalore or any other city, when he makes a market plan or a city plan, the 3 main questions that he has to answer is whether talent is available, whether there is infrastructure, and there is political stability. I think from a talent point of view, Bangalore takes the cake. You find deep tech talent in every field for that matter, be it cybersecurity, AI, ML, any of the fields that you look at. When it comes to infrastructure, I think we've spoken enough about the infrastructure outside. From a building perspective, I think our developers are doing a great job. You know, our buildings are, can match standards of any buildings across the globe. We provide large flow plates, you know, N+1 redundancies, you know, AI, ML, sensor-based occupancy system, saving of energy, and everything is inclined towards sustainability and ESG factors. So I think from the building perspective, that is sorted as well. And also Bangalore provides, service providers like ourselves, AWFIS and my friends in the room. We come in, we bridge the gap between the built environment and the occupancy. We bring in the required capital. We, to build an office, it takes about 40, 50 vendors. That's the expertise we bring in. We work as a one-stop shop for the client. They don't have to worry about doing fit-outs, maintaining fit-outs. We take care of that. So I think that's some amount of ease of doing business here in Bangalore. And finally, I think the political piece, I don't want to bring too much action into it, but then I think recently we had some announcements about, GCC policy and, about 150 crores going into the tunnel building and all of that. So I think, those show intent. What is happening on ground, we all know, but those show intent. I think that's some kind of a driver for people coming into Bangalore or any other city in India.
Cool. Thank you. So just moving on to something that I was reading earlier today, which was a term came across as hotelification of real estate. And to me, it sounded very interesting. Where there is a concierge involved in real estate, there are cafes and F&B involved, there is entertainment involved, and genuinely, truly integrated things are the manner in which it is coming. So the point now is for Jonathan and of course Naresh, which is mixed-use development and the manner in which we are seeing. So mixed use doesn't seem to be a trend, it's actually a reality, and it's a consistent reality. And it is helping in a way to reduce some of the infra pressures maybe that we are talking about. So the question is, with the decades, Jonathan, the decades of experience in malls and others that we were just talking about prior to the session, and in workspaces and mixed-use developments, how do you see this entire space managing complexity of change in these ecosystems? That's the point.
Firstly, thank you for including me in this panel. Such fantastic panelists. You could have a conference just with the five of us, I guess, and the moderator. I'm going to respond from a pure psychological perspective. A little unusual, but it speaks directly to you, Naresh, having been a designer of spaces. So there are three spaces in our lives. Think about it, just three. The first space is the space that is your most private area. Your second place is the antithesis. You can't be private in the second place. It's what we call work. And the third place, surprisingly, is the place between your eyes. It's called the place where you want to be when you're not at home and when you're not at work. It's that third place that intrigues me the most, particularly in respect to how we manage our built environment. And what we're finding is that, yes, there's definitely a need and an opportunity here in Bangalore and elsewhere in India for mixed-use properties. Yes, we have to appreciate how people will use that space. And thirdly, we have to make sure that we mix it all up. Now, I'm not afraid of mixing up retail and offices and hotels, and I'm an unashamed service-orientated sort of person, which means that, to your point, the hotelarization of space and the way that we manage it, well, if you think about it, India's national sport isn't cricket, it's real estate. And we play the game exceptionally well here, particularly in Bangalore. And I'm being very, very complimentary, because real estate is a contact sport. It's the sort of engagement that requires us to talk to each other. For us as managers and owners and developers and architects to actually engage with our customers, our tenants, the users of the property, the people who manage and work in the property. So from our perspective in the Gopalan Group, we're not worried about mixing it all up. We're not worried about matters relating to mixed use. In fact, we're up for the opportunity. Our view is that the more mixed up it is, the more of an opportunity there is. There are enough number of investment bankers here. One's on the stage over there. And the interesting thing about how we manage our property today affects its value tomorrow. We all know that real estate, retail real estate particularly, offers the highest rate of return for a very simple reason. We are getting the retailer to work for us in real estate, and we collect what is called the revenue share. Well, would it surprise you to know that on the outer ring road and all the confusion that's there, we're building out 7 or 8 million square feet over the next few years. We call it Fortune City because we think it's going to be fortunate for everybody. But the remarkable thing is that we're not scared of the mixing it up. There's going to be a hotel, and there's going to be a big clubhouse, and there's going to be bowling. And if we could put in a cinema, heck, we would do that as well. Why? Why go to all of this trouble? It's because there are so many people, two groups represented so well on this stage, for example, who are saying that we know what our customers, our tenants, the tenant staff want. Our biggest challenge is to get people into the office. The return to work syndrome is gaining a little bit of pace since COVID and what COVID did to us. We need to make sure that we bring people back into the office. It's a fundamental real estate requirement. On top of that, we've got to make sure that we've got things for them to do. We mustn't be scared of mixing it up. In actual fact, if we all thought with that kind of an attitude, every one of our properties would be jewels in the crown of the real estate that we call Bangalore.
Curiously, I used the same argument 20 years ago.
I know you did.
Okay.
I was there.
Yeah, okay. And funnily enough, and the argument is proven true. So how many people in the audience have visited Brigade Gateway? Almost everyone. Right? So we used to call that project Hotel California in the office because, to paraphrase the words of the famous song, you can check out any time you like, but you never have to leave. Because you can be born there, there's a hospital, you can go to school there, you can live there, you can shop there, and if you are unlucky or lucky enough to work for Amazon, you can work there. And you can also, if you have too much money, you can party in the 5-star hotel there, watch a film, have a dinner, and when you die, there's a mortuary waiting also there. So you never have to actually get out at all. It's the most mixed use project. It's actually a pioneer of its kind, and I must salute the visionariness of the developer at that time to even get a concept like that. We have a similar one which is half done, which is not complete, which is double that size on Kanakpura Road for Prestige. Again, most of you have seen it, called Falcon City. And that is again, and you are telling me there's another one coming on the ORR. So I think this is a good trend to follow, and people are actually getting tired of moving. Everything for your daily life must be within 15 minutes walking distance of your home. And that is including your children's school, your daily shopping, etc. Work, you cannot predict, you might have to travel a little bit, but all the day-to-day nuisance has to be taken care of with this kind of approach, right? And what will happen now is that if you notice, even say, to go back to Brigade Gateway, the property value actually keeps on appreciating more and more as the years go by. If you look at it now, it's very difficult to believe that it's almost 17, 18 years old now, since it opened. And you find that actually because of the mixed use nature of it, and what I call, actually the other great concept in that project, which also at that time was scary, but still a lot of Bangalore has not adopted it, is what I call the ungated community, right? There's no compound wall in Brigade. Anybody can go into Brigade Gateway. There's no pressure on you to buy anything. You can go and enjoy the water body. Bangalore doesn't have a proper clean lake. That one's sewage water, but it's nicely treated. It doesn't smell and all that. And you can actually go and enjoy a waterfront experience for free. And I think that's a critical thing that you mentioned, Zach, that Jonathan, that every building, even if it's a small building, even if it's an office building, should make the ground floor porous and make it into mixed use development. I mean, we are building something on the ORR also for another developer, where the entire ground and first levels are, we almost create a high street by ourselves, right? You don't wait for a high street and go and put it on a high street. you make the high street yourself. And you find that if you take, anyway, corporates don't want to occupy the ground floor. Offices, people don't like the ground floor, but retailers want it. So if you adjust the access so that one doesn't clash into the other, and the office has a separate access point which is not cluttered with random shoppers, something like that can operate. And the other point that you made, that you can't have a 9-to-5 building, because work from home doesn't mean 9 to 5. Work from home, work from office now means work 24/7. It has to be open all the time. It has to work on a 24/7, 365. And how do you build systems and processes and entertainment and dining and goody stuff all into that, which comes to the final point which I'm trying to make, is that earlier builders used to build stuff and walk away. Today, if you want to be a builder, if you want to do a building, you'll never leave. You can never let go of that project in your entire life. Otherwise, it will affect your own reputation.
No, you're right, Naresh. But I think what you're saying, Naresh, is become hygiene now. Any project, whether it is us or RMZ or Embassy or Prestige, if you look at all the new development, whether it's office, specifically office, the retail is an integral part to create a lifestyle. Offices are no longer offices, they're experience centers. So it is now, unless you create that experience and you're ready and you have engagement to run it and be involved, like you gave a great example of Brigade Gateway. And so and I think everybody's doing it. You look at RMZ EcoWorld, you look at Embassy, or you look at Manyata, all of these, Bhartiya City for us, it's a 200-acre township now. It's got everything. You were saying 15 minutes, you don't have to walk even 5 minutes in Bhartiya City for anything. Live, play, school is there, mall is there, F&B is there, convention center, hotel, office, everything. So it's been designed on same concept. So effectively anybody, I mean, look at all the best parks in the country today, DLF Downtown, Cyber City, Satwa Knowledge City in Hyderabad, RMZ Skyview, whatever we are building here, all the parks. Every developer is trying to outdo the other, and they're creating these experiences. Offices are no longer offices.
I'm saying static assets are over. All new developments have to be dynamic ecosystem.
And you're
Think
right.
like that. And then
No developer is now walking away from the assets. Even if they sell it to a financial partner, the asset management remains with the developer, because that is his stamp of quality and longevity, and that this is what I stand for. And that is also your marketing tool for the next asset.
So I'd like to pick up on what you esteemed gentlemen have said. And I'd like to tell you a little story. So you may have noticed that I'm from South Africa, I'm from Cape Town, and many, many years ago we suffered a small problem in our Cape Town CBD. We noticed that our CBD was going backwards in value and in management, and it was dark and it was decrepit. So a group of us started something called the Cape Town City Improvement District. You can Google that. And in 1991, when we started, because I'm the retail guy, I was asked to do the retail leasing strategy for the 6 square kilometers of the CBD. And you think about it, a CBD is no different to a shopping center. It's got malls, and it's got little places on the ground floor, and then it's got big things called buildings for offices. By the way, in those years, there was no residential in the CBD. So the first thing we did was we started imposing residential into our city. We did a walkability index so that ladies in high-heeled shoes could walk from one side of the city to the other. And here's the revolutionary bit, and I think maybe the learning point for the first session and for this session, is I was part of the delegation to go to national government and to the municipal government, where we enabled legislation to privatize the management of the 6 square kilometers. And at one stage I was a director, together with my late brother. What that meant was that we managed the streets of Cape Town like we manage shopping centers. Can you imagine that? It meant that if the street light was broken, we fixed it. And if there was a gash in the cement pavement, we fixed it. And we regulated cleaning, and we regulated garbage removal, and we regulated security. within 5 years, the value, the municipal valuation of all property in the city moved to $1 billion from a couple of $100 million. Today, the city is worth close to $40 billion. The city improvement district is still managed, interestingly enough, by the same guy who was a precinct manager when I was training him.
So Jonathan, I'm
There's
saying,
method in the madness if you're prepared to put your mind to it.
cool. So at that note, only thing that I realized is, time flies faster. The time spent here moved faster, but when you're stuck in traffic, it somehow doesn't move. But that's about it. Now, just leading to an end point conversation, just to conclude that, South is an interesting market. Bangalore is a very solid market. What will help us sustain? Are we missing any pieces? How do you sustain and grow further or increase your velocity of growth? I think on that note, it's open to anybody and everybody. And post that, happy to take on questions if there is time available.
So I think I don't think we are missing anything in South. In fact, I think in India, if you have to look at it, I think the South is the pioneer as far as new business entering into India is concerned.
I think talent density is one of the critical enablers.
Talent density is a very important enabler. Bangalore predominantly, despite all the urban challenges we all spoke about, is all because of the fact that we've had a run where talent is established here, right? Hyderabad is catching up today, Chennai is catching up too. But between these three cities is where most of the talent or STEM talent in the country is. And that's what enables the growth. So I don't think there's anything that is challenging the growth of South at the moment. But in the future, possibly, enhanced infrastructure, political stability, stuff like that can accelerate this better. Uniformity of policies across zones can help us grow better, can help us develop better.
Can I say something completely selfish? Okay. In any development, right, once the land is secured, either by purchase or JD, some way, the first guy on the scene is usually me, the architect. We are the top of the pyramid. If you don't draw a line, none of you in this room have any business to do. Yes or no? True. But unfortunately, we get paid the least. In the whole value ecosystem, we get nothing out of it, because what happens is that we are the first guys on the board. So the boss of the company is sitting in the negotiation deal himself. About 2 years into the
Naresh, in essence of time, I'm just saying.
I'm finishing it in one line.
Because I'm
so
getting
all I'm
blessed.
saying is, treat architects, in the last discussion also I heard this word 20 times, please treat architectural and design firms exactly the way you treat your, what do you call it nowadays, channel partners. Into my days, I think Farooq is here, we used to call it real estate agencies, but now they are called channel partners. Pay us exactly what you pay channel partners as a percentage of sale value, not some peanut out of some construction cost, stuck in some. So then we can be truly strategic design partners to developers, rather than just some guys who make some drawings and then step back. Somebody earlier was complaining to me in the room saying, architects are useless, they just do dabbas and give it back to me, I have to do all the heavy lifting. I said, because you don't pay people, why should I do it for you?
Okay. I just see. I agree with. I agree with Brijesh. The South has been a trailblazer in terms of the total office uptake in the country and continues to do so. But as Bangalore, I think we are slowly slipping. Today morning, the news came out that, and we were discussing it just this morning and yesterday, that Hyderabad has taken lion's share of new GCCs this year compared to Bangalore. So almost double of what Bangalore has got, Hyderabad has got, and that is because the infrastructure is great. Chennai infrastructure is great. Weather is not so great. Weather is not so great in Hyderabad, but like said, talent is there. The other thing that's going to hit, which we are still not talking about because we are all, biased toward office, is the industrial movement that is happening in the outskirts of Bangalore. So Dodballapur, KIDB Park, Aerospace Park, we have so many new developments, industries that are coming up. They will add further pressure of housing, school, this infrastructure and everything else to the city. more cars, more public vehicles. So there is a real challenge that is going to emerge over the next decade. If somebody doesn't think about it, I think Bangalore will lose its leadership position as the go-to city in the country.
Okay. I guess at that note, thank you everybody for active participation, adding so much value in the conversation. I think we'll end it because our time ended long time back. But
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of you. Very, very kind of all of you. Please give them a big round of applause. I think very, very interesting insights shared from their end. I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Abhishek Kumar, Director Sales India and South Asia from Kohler, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Once again, can I have a big round of applause for all of them over here, please? Thank you so much. Welcome. I request all of you to come forward over here, please. And let's have the token of appreciations on stage. Do a photo of the speakers first, and then you can give all of them the stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do a nice group photo with all of them, including Mr. Abhishek. And ladies and gentlemen, आप लोग अगर ताली बजाओगे, उनका जो smile है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा wide enough हो जाएगा, and I'm pretty sure about that. I exactly see what I mentioned over here. Thank you. Thank you so much, kind of you to come and do this on stage. Kind of all of you to share your thoughts. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We look forward to hearing from all of you next year as well. We'll quickly add one more chair. Just add one more chair, please. All right, so the next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is about marketing homes, building trust, the South India Realty Playbook. I'll repeat the topic once again for you all. This is about marketing homes, building trust, the South India Realty Playbook. I'm going to be first calling up on stage our honorable moderator. He carries over 2 decades of experience and has advised more than 40 developers, from the largest developer to a startup developer. He's an expert in engineering, construction, manufacturing and real estate domains with functional expertise in digital reinvention, smart city information agenda, complex system integration and of course ERP systems. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Chaitanya Seth, Partner Advisory Services, Ernst & Young LLP. Can I have a big round of applause for Mr. Chaitanya, please? Thank you so much. Request you to come and join us over here on stage. Thank you. I'll now be calling up on stage our speakers for the session in alphabetical order. My first speaker is a veteran advertising creative director with a pedigree of defining major brands like Videocon and Manyavar, but real estate has been his absolute evergreen love. Comprising 300 plus real estate brands with 1,000 plus real estate projects, his current passion is to nurture distinct real estate communications where brands, not just projects, stand out. Give it up for Mr. Amit Baid, founder and creative director, ABC Brand Advisory. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. Pleasure to have you. Thank you. My next speaker over here, before I add anything else about the introduction, I would just say that he's my surname sake. With over 2 decades of experience, he spearheads brand corporations, residential portfolio, driving growth, innovation and excellence across sales and marketing functions. In his pivotal leadership role, he has successfully elevated Brent's residential business through transformation strategies that align with evolving market dynamics and customer expectations. Prior to Brent, he served as Honorable Vice President, Sales and Marketing at Shapoorji Pallonji Real Estate. Give it up for Mr. Anirban Ghosh, please. That's the reason why I called him my surname sake, and I'm happy to see him again very, very soon. Thank you so much. Alright, so in that case, I would mention that my next speaker is also my surname sake. A seasoned marketing professional with nearly 25 years of experience across banking, NBFC, insurance, and real estate sectors. He is responsible for driving brand growth, enhancing marketing communication strategies, spearheading innovative campaigns to strengthen Puravankara's market presence. He is expert in both traditional as well as digital marketing, brand management, corporate communications, including internal, external, and media relations. Give it up for Mr. Dhruvo Ghosh, please, everybody. Can I have Mr. Dhruvo Ghosh over here? Thank you. And only the Bengali in me could have called it Dhruvo and not Dhruva, right? All right, so my next speaker over here is a seasoned second-generation real estate entrepreneur with over 15 years of experience shaping Bengaluru's skyline through relation, innovation, and integrity. He serves as a member of the National Youth Committee, CREDA India, and core committee member, Customer-Centric Initiatives, Bengaluru. He is committed to eco-friendly, green, technology-driven development for a sustainable future. Please give it up for S. Rajesh. Can I have Rajesh ji over here on stage, please? Thank you so much. Please clap it up a little louder for him, Bengaluru crowd. I'm sure you all can do a lot better in that space. Thank you. My next speaker is the Honorable Founder and CEO of ArcVI. Under his leadership, ArcVI has become a trusted partner for leading developers across the country, helping elevate marketing strategies with creativity and innovation. His vision is to move the industry beyond traditional tools and into a space where real estate experiences feel more human, immersive, and transparent, ultimately strengthening the connection between developers and buyers. And of course, this is the bookish introduction. Beyond that, having known him for quite some time now, I believe I can say that he's a very, very nice human being as well. My dear friend Rohit Kedia, can I have a big round of applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. ArcVI, one of the partners as well for today. My next speaker is a marketing professional with over a decade of diverse experience across various industries. With expertise in brand marketing, business development, and product management, he has played a pivotal role in driving strategic marketing initiatives for some of the most renowned companies in the world. Vikas Nair, can I please have you over here on stage? A big round of applause for Vikas ji, please. Thank you so much. Come on, Bengaluru, Namma Bengaluru, you can do a lot better in the clapping, right? That's the only bit of Kannada I've learned. I promise to learn a lot more and come back in the next year with much better.
customer journey has evolved significantly, especially post-COVID. And I think nothing more important than that, that how are we as a marketeer, as the promoters of the organization, aligning with that and rethinking, reimagining how we are marketing homes and how are we building trust. So with that, I'll start with Rajesh. You have been in this business for more than 15 years now, and we are talking, right? I think, why do you think trust is so important in this industry? And how do you see that as a promoter, you are able to inspire trust to your customers, to your prospects?
In the last 15 years, when I came into the business, I used to always see that the ads are only about showing specific images or the elevation of the project. Then I felt that is not the right approach. We are actually selling a unit or their lifetime dream. So what we felt is we wanted to give what is happening live. We wanted to gain the trust of the customer, like what is the quality checks, how are we going to deliver the property, or how is that once they enter to the project, what is the CRM activities. And trust is something which is very basics for any real estate, because the real estate does not have any trust in long term. So because of which we felt trust is one thing which we need to actually look into, and that's how trust is a very important factor.
Great. And how are you building that in your organization? And if you've seen any change in terms of the way you talked about more it was like elevation or images, and now you're talking about the real life things. Have you seen any change happening in the business performance per se?
Yes, after we have shown what is the kind of processes and systems we follow in the construction industry, there is a drastic change when we show the quality inputs and how we are actually monitoring every part of the construction. We are able to show that the customer is getting more confident on the builder, and that itself is a great thing.
So showing them the reality is something which is going to inspire more trust. I think you share more and more relevant. It's so great, great. Anima, let me understand from you. I think while he talked about that trust is important and he is doing his bits in terms of doing that. How have you seen the journey evolved in the last few years, and how you see it changing also, and how as a marketer responding to that?
I think a very valid question, good question. So I think I want to put some key points. So what happened last 5 years back? Last 5 years back, the customers to come, they used to you should put an ad on the newspaper or hoarding or something. You get a phone call, customers visit the site and said get closed. That was the cycle. Today things is becoming quite drastically changed. Today, that time marketing was loud, sales was hero, and brochure was the Bible. But thing has been changed now. Today it's moved quite drastically, as Rajesh was telling that it's a trust, what is very important thing which customer looking at. Today, South India, especially Bangalore, Hyderabad, the buyers are, generation has been changed. So look at today's 70 to 80% buyers are between 30 to 40 years of age, which was not earlier, which earlier was people after 40, 45 years think of buying property. Today the thing has been changed now. So people today before buying a property, before come to your sales office, 70, 80% they know everything about the property. They go to the browser, they go to your website, they go to your Google reviews, they go to your digital walkthrough, everything. So after come to the marketing office, they tell what else you want to give it to me other than all the things. So things has been changed drastically now, and I feel that this is the right way things are happening. And we look at a much more bigger shift happening in the future days as well, as the digital is taking forward. Transparency is something which is a very important part in the whole industry.
Great. I think, so you're clearly saying that the journey is evolving, and you talked about a very important point, information asymmetry. Before customer is coming to your site, you don't know anything about the customer, but customer knows practically everything about you, your project, the micro market and everything put together. I think, Dhruvo, I'll come to you. As a marketer, I think it's what he talked about, changing customer demographics, changing journey, and what Rajesh talked about, trust. How do you use different mediums, and how is that between your traditional mediums of hoardings, your print ads, and now digital? Is that influencing your decision making? Is that making an impact? And how are you using these mediums to inspire trust?
Yeah. Thanks, Chaitanya. I think there are quite a few changes which we are witnessing in terms of how the consumers are behaving today from what we had seen maybe a decade, I wouldn't say 5 years back, because I think in the last 5 years it's have been progressive, but it's in the similar thing. So the first touch point for a customer has been digital. So it's digital first for any developer to be to do any business is a must. Now, the way that a trust is built is through, when customers visit your place, you do a whole lot of things which is completely transparent. But even before that, when there is digital platforms which are available, it's extremely important that we bring in a whole lot of content which is, again, very informative, detailed, which can really give a consumer a whole lot of insight about a product, because it's a lifetime investment that a consumer is getting into. The other factor is that there's a huge change that we are witnessing, and especially down south in the southern market, is where we are seeing a whole lot of advisory which is getting a lot more prominence through channel partners. Now, when you look at the channel partners as a source, what used to be a 20, 25, 30% is now moved exactly opposite, where about 60-65% of the business in the southern market is through the channel partners. Now, it is becoming even more important for all of us to build that trust to the customer is also how much we educate the channel partners, we take them through the product with every clarity, because at the end of the day, that's an extended part of our system. So the marketing doesn't just, you cannot encapsulate everything with just the advertising part of it. The entire, right from every touch point of customer and how much we communicate through every space is what becomes extremely important. And how much we put the right content up there is what builds the trust, not from just the consumer, even the advisories that comes in from channel partners, or even when they touch, our touch points from the perspective of our websites or through our call centers or any other channel that they come through. So that's how, I mean, the changes that we've seen in the recent past, which is happening, and that's how we are doing various things to build our trust.
Excellent point, I think.
Sorry, just one more bit. I think it's also very important that when the consumer is also at the site, when they come in, if you look at how we do a whole lot of things, and a lot of peers do it in the same manner, is that the construction, I mean, we sell homes based on not even a hole in the ground, right? Now, you don't see the product except for what you see through various digital experiences and stuff like that. So it is very important for us to how do we replicate that. So again, the conventional way was to put up a scale model, but we've gone much beyond that. We've really integrated the kind of digital experiences that comes into play. Even from a physical perspective, we literally build every aspect of a construction as a construction museum in every site of ours, so that a consumer sees exactly transparently what we are giving, be it the kind of brands that goes in, be it the kind of conduiting that goes in, be it the kind of material that we're giving in. Every aspect is actually covered, right? Even to the extent that we talk about a whole lot about we are sustainable, we approach our consumers or the buildings or anything that we do with. If you visit any of our sites, you'll also find a wall which defines what does sustainability mean. As in, if there is a water factor, how much of water that gets saved because of what are the measures that are being taken in this specific property, yeah? Plus how much of saving a consumer can, or the entire apartment or the society can actually gain out of it, right? So we actually define everything, and these are all content. These are not just about advertising, like I mentioned. It's about every touch point, wherever the consumer is. The entire journey is covered through various information detailed out for a consumer to take a decision, an informed decision. That's been our effort. And I think that's where the world is, or the real estate is moving towards. And I think that's where we will see a whole lot of, more trust coming up onto the real estate segment.
Some real great lessons, Dhruvo. I think marketing is just not about putting those creatives on the digital and other platform. It's actually talking about detailing and being present at multiple customer touch points through the entire journey. And I think one more thing which you talked about, extremely important, which it's not only customer anymore now, it's even the channel partners. You have to build trust with them. And how are you creating those touch points with them is equally important. Fantastic, Dhruvo. I think Dhruvo talked about digital first. I think he said that almost all journeys are starting with digital, or at least at some point in time are significantly being influenced. Rohit, you have been in the space and you've been pioneering a lot of thoughts and solutions around it. What change you are seeing in digital as a space, aiding the sales and the marketing team in building trust, in passing awareness, and have you seen success?
Thank you, Chaitanya, for the question. So, Chaitanya, what we have seen, like post-COVID, see, we'll say it in two eras, pre-COVID, post-COVID. Pre-COVID, what everyone's saying, that earlier people were relying on brochures, scale model, and CPs bring them to the site and we close the sales. Or even if they call in, the salesperson sitting with the brochure explaining them and the sales is done. Post-COVID, the customer is looking for more than brochures. They're looking for the experience that, okay, they want to interact with the product. Okay, there's the product. Because there's nothing at the site. There's not even a stone laid there. There's not a digging done there. When they come to a site, they don't have anything. So for the brand, they have to start from an offline experience and online experience. They have to be very smooth for the customer. The first touch point is always digital. As of now, because 90% of the people spend their time digitally on mobile, laptop throughout the day. So when they see the first hoarding or when they see the brand's first campaign which comes to them digitally, they get a nice experience. Okay, this is the site or this is a property I want to stay in. Then we start digging the property more and more. What do we get it? What are the kind of units? Then you go to the site, to the company's website. You go to any other platform, the listing website, everywhere to just get more and more data before they connect to the builder via CP or by putting their leads on their platform. So at that is the moment where if you being more and more transparent to them, you share more and more data to them, they will be also open to share their data. And as it's said by Dhruva that the buyer knows us more than what we know the buyer. So we should also create a mechanism where we also know the buyer, and predict that whether he is an intent or not, based on what digital mechanism we are bringing out in the market. So that, because see, we have a limited resource, the builders have a limited resource, they have 5, 6, 10 salespeople. If they handle multiple customers, like who are, the chances of conversion are less than 10%, 20%, they are not effectively giving their time to the customer whose chances of conversion are very high. So there, but I believe that the online interaction with the customer, that has to be very strong, where you also get data from them, how much customer is convinced with the product, what are he looking for, and is he getting the right product coming to my site. And then when he come to the site, same experience should continue, that he is getting the same experience there. It shouldn't be that online experience is good, then now come to offline, the experience is not broken. He's not getting that kind of experience. He's not getting interacted properly and all. So once that journey is smooth, there's a high chance that there's a conversion. So we've seen success. So we have seen, and one of the major blocker is, so tech products, I know there are many tech products in the market, and real estate developers are actually putting it. But the major blocker are actual utilization at the site by the sales team.
Mindset.
So if a company is able to get their team adapt to that platform, to their sales team, you will see there's a conversion is actually very high. But if the sales team is just keeping them as a toy in the sales, in the experience center, that's just something put and the customer can just interact. They're not using it to create information or to pass on the right information or transparency to the buyer. It is not fulfilling the solution. And that product, you can build any tech product. Until it is effectively used by the sales team at the site, it will create zero value to the real estate developer.
No, great, well said, Rohit. I think two parts again. One is you talked about omni-channel. I think extremely important, the continuum at any point in time in my journey, wherever I pick up, my experience should continue to be very smooth. And I think the second thing, I think, is about adoption. I think that's where, as an industry, adopting technology is also about the game in terms of to be seen as it's going to be an efficiency build out for them. It's more like a co-pilot to them rather than anything else. So I think relevant point. I think, I'll come to you. I think all the marketers talked about importance of journey, aligning the messaging, detailing, and creating trust, building trust. I think everyone talked about it. And point is, there's nothing on the ground. I am still selling 30, 40, 50% of my inventory. How important is brand in this entire space, especially in the real estate industry? And how do you see developers making effort to actually building a brand?
I would like to make a couple of points. First, why is trust so important? Because this is the highest involvement purchase that one is going to make in his life. There is no other purchase where you have your life's savings involved. That's first. Second, by focusing on generating trust or earning trust, that may not be enough. By actually listening to the buyer, by actually connecting to the buyer, and by actually building a relationship where you're hearing them and you're responding to what you're hearing, by having a conversation, there we have a relationship and there we have a brand, and there is where trust is actually going to happen. So my point is that if you focus just on trust, trust won't happen. If you focus on relationship, trust will naturally happen. And that involves a lot of listening, not just saying across the so many media points that we have. It means a lot of listening, and I think brands that actually listen and respond will do extremely better than many others.
So I think listening is the most important thing, and that's why I think it's shifting towards buyer's market. So great. I think relationship is the key essence, which I could understand from you, Amit, right? I think relationship is the way to kind of build trust and build brands. Okay. Vikas, I'll come to you. I think we see as a marketer another challenge while we talked about detailing, being the customer touch point. We see today so many customer segments, and even if I take it at a very high level, let's say you may have an NRI, you have an end user, maybe an upgrade living, and so on and so forth. How do you see different segments, and how do you see as a marketer responding to different segments differently? Or it's like a same brush, paint all segments with the same brush?
No, it cannot be, I guess, the same brush with which you can paint all these customers at the end of the day. Each of them, of course, have a specific reason or a motivator to kind of buy into your product at the end of the day. So you'll have to figure out what those motivators are. So for us, I think the starting point of that is to conduct consumer research, understand who you're talking to, what are their motivations, what are their aspirations, and from there figure out how your product can meet some of those aspirations. If it's an upgrade customer, then why is he upgrading for? Is he upgrading into a bigger space? Is he upgrading into a better lifestyle, a better location? What is it that is really kind of motivating him to take that decision? Of course, he's so my communication obviously is around those conversations. But if he's a first-time homeowner, then it's a very basic kind of a need that he's trying to fulfill at that point in time. And I think at that point in time, your primary objective of your marketing communication would be to build that trust, like we've been speaking about. So he's never bought a real estate product. It's one of the most significant purchases that he's going to make in his life. He's going to probably put in all his life saving into this. Yeah, I mean, as most of us spoke today, I think this is the only category that I can imagine where customers are, putting their life savings without really seeing the product at the end of the day. So, I mean, I think trust becomes very important, especially when you are a first-time home buyer, when you're nervous. I mean, and real estate is also a very, very complicated purchase, right? I mean, you never know whether you've made a right decision or not until you kind of move into that society. And probably even after moving in and living there for a few years, then you realize whether those decisions were right or wrong. So I think it's important to kind of understand the consumer and understand what his motivations are, and based on that you figure out what your story is and how do you kind of build aspiration among this set of people, and then kind of pull them into your funnel, and yeah.
So understanding each of every segment and responding to their needs. Yeah, fantastic. So Anban, I think coming to you, he talked about different segments. Do you see technology playing any role in terms of responding to these needs, or how you see PropTechs or digital in general integrating far more strongly to the entire real estate ecosystem?
I think I'll give you a small example. Today's, we talk about Instagram is everybody's life. People spend about 2-3 hours in general, not younger generation, the Instagram. To give a small example, a guy see Instagram reel of your property at 11 o'clock in the evening, in the night. They chat with the chatbot at 11:30. They come to a site next day morning, and on the Saturday evening, they're booking the house through a Zoom call. So that's the reality of today's the real estate, how it's moving. Coming to the point, how the digital taking forward. So today, I feel that today's your real estate, the CPL, which is called cost per lead, depends on your company reputation. So today's your Google reviews come down 1 point, your CPL cost goes 30 to 40% up. You can get a lead, but your conversion will be about 20-25% than the market, whatever the market standards. So I think today's market is more driven on the trust, as everybody's talking about it, and as Dhruva told that today people are making the places where they showcase the product, how they build it, and in my organization, Brain also not on the far behind of that. We are the company, we build our own construction. We don't do any subcontracting to anybody. And quality is something we believe in and we take it forward from the customer. So we have about 10,000 customers and our MDs very closely monitor the each and every quality of something. I think that's something which make digitization, trust, quality, as Vikas was talking about, that people don't know they're buying a product of the lifetime, they don't know what they're getting. But these are the things which make things much more easier. I've been part of Shobha about 20 years back. That time, Shobha, I can proudly show, I was associated with Shobha at that point of time. Shobha was the first company, they had the experience center talking about the quality, what quality is. And great things, so today almost all developers follow that. And it become more digitization now. People don't need to go and visit the place. They can see everything on digital. As Rohit was telling, the RKB, I think we also did RKB also, they make things much more easier, like company like that, and make things much more easier to people to understand that how this all the thing congregate and make the customer decision. Today, earlier a customer decision over about 30 to 40 days for conversion of a sales. I was talking about 10 years back. Today, the timeline has come back about 1.5 crores, 2 crores property about 7 to 10 days. So that's something as a shift change in the whole market scenario. I can see the more things coming up in the future where the timeline will come down, everything will get much more, technology will come forward more things people will come inside, and we can have a much more easier way to convert the customer and talking to the customers.
So you see this enabling velocity of the sales, and probably I think you also touched upon briefly about how it can manage scale.
Yes.
Okay. So Amit, coming to you, I think two things. One, why invest to create a brand? Second, how do you see the branding as a subject changing in the next 5 years for the industry?
I'm just imagining Steve Jobs, he's not alive, but just imagining, would he ever think about the cost per lead? What is the CPL? So it is simple. You can dig all around the world, you can sweat on every platform, or you can build a business by building a brand. You build a brand and the brand takes care of everything. So I think real estate developers now will not just make buildings, they'll make brands. They'll not just think of building architecture, but the architecture of their buyer's mind. Not just the landscape garden, but the landscape of emotions. So that is where the real fortune is. Your CPL will be best when you don't have to think about CPL. And that will happen when you build a brand. And as of now, I think we are in the very, very nascent stages of building real estate brands. As we go deeper and more seriously into building real estate brands, I think the business is going to go to a different platform altogether.
Great. I think, so you clearly see that's nascency to becoming far more developed. I think, got it. Rajesh, I think you talked passionately about the fact that, earlier the kind of campaigns were there and now. So it's no more selling flats, right? It's selling lifestyle and experiences. What has been your story around that?
We generally try to concentrate when we are sending an ad out. What is an experience of a customer when he wakes up at around 5 a.m. Up till the night at 11:30? What is the experience or the culture which we are trying to give? What is the kind of community he's trying to stay? And how easy for him to proximity to get into a store and get everything? Like we were just hearing to the architects when we were just talking in the panel right now. So that is the kind of feel which we need to get, right? As an architect, they are planning everywhere what is easy to get, how far they're spending their time to go out for shopping or going for their offices and coming back. So that's the lifestyle which we're trying to sell. We are trying to exclusively showcase what is their living going to be. It is not that just an ad of the space, of how much space they are getting in a bedroom or any size. It's their lifestyle, how their habits will change and how their routine will be there.
So essentially simulating the life of the entire family there. Right?
It's all about the experience which we are trying to sell today.
Great, fantastic. Vikas, help us understand in terms of, I think we talked about trust, we talked about mediums, we talked about importance of brand and so on and so forth. How do you today decide, first, what's the kind of a budget which you have from a launch perspective, typically when you have to launch a project from a marketing standpoint? And then how, let's say it's 100. How would you typically divide it, split between traditional and digital mediums?
Sure. So, I mean, it's no secret that the customer doesn't look at, media spends, whether digital mein kar raha hai, whether he's doing it in traditional. So I think omni-channel, of course, I think we kind of strive to kind of, be where the customer is at the end of the day. So I guess digital definitely is the discovery platform. That's where most of your customers kind of find your product at first level, probably understand a little bit about your product. But at first, traditional media is required in the sense that is the media through which you build trust. You build a brand through traditional media. Of course, you can build it through digital as well. But traditional media kind of has an edge, in my opinion, in that side. So you are able to establish credibility and trust through your traditional media. And you're able to probably create aspiration better when you use traditional media. So when you launch a project, your spends is usually tilted towards traditional media more, also because they are a lot more expensive than digital media at the moment at least. But as you go in, I think once your product is out there in the market, once you've made the first impressions, once you kind of people are aware, people are talking about it, etc., then obviously your budgets move significantly towards digital because that is where product discovery happens. That's where customers get to know a lot more about your project, about your product, how are you different, what are you doing better, how is it relevant to that person's life, etc. So obviously, performance marketing kicks in, wherein you're, generating leads. Through traditional media, you probably, led with trust in that sense. And demand, of course, is an outcome of that trust that you have already built probably. And you try to capitalize that on your digital media through your demand generation campaigns, etc. But another important, I think, change that has happened, of course, is how PropTech has been kind of, an enabler in building this trust, and also in terms of, helping customers visualize what their life is going to be inside that particular project. I think until a few years back, I think the highest level of tech used to be renders, I think. Renders and walkthroughs, I think. That would be the kind of view that you would get, and then based on that you kind of decide to invest 2-3 crores of your hard-earned money. But today I think we're doing a lot more. I think customers can literally walk through the entire development. AR/VR experiences are there. You can explore floor plans. You can even lay out your furniture and see how it looks. You can change your interior designs. You can look at the views. They also tell you the map, how the light kind of flows through the day, so if your balcony is getting sunlight. So this lot of more information that is being shared right now, and that obviously kind of builds trust also among customers because they exactly know what to expect now from your product. So there's a lot of investment that happens on that front also. If you ask me today, I think one of my apart from my media spends, my next biggest spend will be on tech and on creating these virtual experiences that help customers visualize. And also from a very brand perspective, from a sales perspective, when you kind of are able to help customers visualize, you are letting him buy into that life. Now he goes back home and he really thinks about, playing a game with his son, probably in one of those courts, or sitting with his wife in one of those gardens, or whatever it is. So you are trying to kind of create connection with your product, emotional connection with your product, which eventually kind of results in, sales conversations. So I would say when you start launching a project, you obviously have a heavy ATL budget to create that aspiration and create that buzz in the market. You slowly transition into digital, creating demand, etc. And then finally, when you come to the site, that's where you kind of get exposed to the prop tech and the technology aspect of it, which help customers to visualize a lot of things. And that's typically how we kind of take the product to the market.
You stayed away from numbers. I'll probably pick Dhruvo's brain there. But I'm sure whatever narrative was music to ears for Rohit, I think this is exactly what he also believes and would want to work towards. So Rohit, before I jump to Dhruvo.
I just want to add to what Vikas was saying. Very short, traditional media is equal to better stature, and new media, social media, online media is equal to better reach.
Fantastic. Well summarized. So Rohit, I think he anyways became a spokesperson for you. But one thing I would want to hear from Rohit, what is that you would want developers to do or act differently that the PropTech becomes a mainstream part of their spend today?
See, PropTechs, it shouldn't be main part of spending. See, the developers have to train their team more and more to utilize, because we have seen live example. We have implemented that tool in multiple sites. Some sites are doing wonderfully well. They the conversion has increased.
Any numbers?
Sorry, I don't want to share numbers, but at least 20 to 25% the conversions have increased because they're training. They're pushing their team every time. They're talking to them every week. They're having a discussion. And they're evaluating the data which is coming in our product. That, okay, how many customers have been evaluated through this? Are you showing to all the customers or not? And we have simultaneously seen many sites where the product is just left aside. People are not using it. The sales team is not using it. See, the objective is not to gain more and more spend on it. The effectiveness should come out. The market should get mature that, yes, this platform is to give transparency to the customer, whatever you want to know. See, tech is now able to handle pass all the information of the product to the end customer. So what happens? When sales team, because sales team is again a human, and we know human do errors. And many of the sales doesn't happen because the salesperson isn't able to handle the customer well. So that's where the PropTech product comes into the picture. They streamline the entire process of selling and all. So the more and more training happens, the effectiveness will come.
Effectiveness आएगी तो sales अपने आप हो जाएगी. So last question, Dhruvo. I think time is already up. So maybe I'll push you for the numbers. I think if you can give some idea in terms of the sense that what would be the typical spend? And I think I have one classic question, right? People may have 1% or 2% spend, whatever it is. Typically, when you do a launch, and you go ahead and pump in money, especially if it's traditional medium, the money is gone. And God forbid the launch doesn't happen well. What do? You pause marketing, you double down on marketing, what does happen?
Okay, it's not one right answer for
I
this.
agree, yeah.
Otherwise none of us would be really required to be here. See, the launch of a project, if you look at the percentage, we'll probably do about 40% into digital, balance into non-digital. When I say non-digital, there are a lot of aspects which come into play, which is from even technology infrastructure, I would call it, because that's where you require from the space that we are in. Plus, the media, the print, etc., are extremely expensive. But that is where you need to get the larger share of voice in that market. Now, if you look at real estate per se, it's a very hyper-local brands that exists. So within that market or within that micro market, I think there is enough and more noise that needs to be built to really create that curiosity and to pull. Also, the beauty of traditional media is, I keep quoting this to a lot of my team various point in time, and whenever there is a debate on this, is like, why print when I can, can I just request for a raise of hands of how many of you actually read newspaper on a daily basis? Look at the percentage. It's not even 10%. And I mean, they all are an equal consumer.
Yeah.
So that's how it is. But what it does is that even a glimpse of that to various people, whoever are interested, it just talks about, people getting into discussion about that. And beauty about print is that, right from my childhood, I was always told that if you want to really make me believe that whatever you're saying is true, yeah, write it and give it to me. That is what print does. You can go back to the, for history and check any newspaper which has come out on any particular day, and that will be there. So the trust on a particular media which is engraved into our minds is way more. Any decision that we take or any consumer takes, 95% of the decision making actually gets done in a subconscious mind. And these sit in the subconscious mind. And that's why all of these media, which you cannot just rub off, is something which builds the trust or that factor of that brand much more strongly. Yeah? The digital aspect, like Amit rightly said, it gives the reach. With the amount of spend that you can do on and the reach that you get in return is way more. So when you need to balance out is when obviously you do that trade-off. And as you move towards the sustenance, obviously it changes completely, where digital is almost like 80% and balance will be on the non-digital aspect of it.
Right.
You said what happens when it fails. I think failures are defined in various ways, right? The optimization of any of this thing is where digital is bang on, right? That is where it really plays its role much better than any other media can even do. So you reduce on your offline and you build up on your digital, which is much lower than the traditional media. It's not that it's extremely low. That's how it is.
Great, thank you everyone. I think building trust is no option, and building brands and aligning to the customer journey is something which is, as all marketers, key for us. Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction.
Thank you.
Last one point. I think we have talked a lot about digital, print and all the things, but the one thing we are missing in real estate is about AI. So AI is not about the chatbots. I think a lot of things can be done, and I am working few of the startups with them. I think today's market, as everyone talking about, that people are coming and buying, but customer don't have intelligence. What the market was there 10 years back, what is there 2 years back, what going to 5 years, after 5 years. So I think a lot of, there's a vacuum in the market where the tech is not about only what Rohit is doing. Tech is also something which you give the customer the insight that how the buyer decision can be much more faster by using the data, like the insight. Like today, somebody want to buy a house in MG Road, he or she don't have a data that what was the price 10 years back, and if you're buying for investment, what can be price up to 5 years back. I think there's something can be done other than this. Also the customer behavior, who is what they want to do, what they're looking at, what is the behavior. So that's something, there's a lot of opportunities that there in the market, people to work on those particular platform to get customer to get easily converted. I think that's my last bit of and understand that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Can I have a big round of applause for all of them, please? Thank you so much for sharing your insights, knowledge, and wisdom, and all the experience you've gathered in all these years. I'm going to be calling upon stage Sujit Sebastian, Group Chief Sales Officer from Mana Live Brilliantly, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to all of them over here. Can I have a big round of applause for Sujit sir as well, please? You have the... nice group photograph with all of you, including you as well, please. Thank you. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know the drill. Can I please get this 1, 2, 3, first of all, tell you please, yes. Thank you so much. Like every year, we hope to have you all the next time when we do this one, the conclave here in the south. Thank you. We'll request for the exact number of chairs to be on stage. We will now move forward to the final panel discussion of the day. And I request everybody to please remain seated, as this is a very, very, very important panel. It's been highlighted especially by Realty Plus, so it's a very important panel. I'll request everybody to please kindly remain in their seats as I discuss the panel moving forward. This is about building dreams, South India's housing boom. I'll repeat the topic for this panel discussion. This is about building dreams, South India's housing boom. It's a very, very important panel. I'll request everybody to please remain seated. Thank you so much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be first calling upon stage our respected moderator for the session. He has over 20 years of experience and has been driving P&L, multi-city operations and strategic growth across South India. He currently leads residential and alternatives for Bengaluru, Chennai and Coimbatore at JLL. He has held similar leadership roles at CBRE and Blue Dart previously, and his leadership expertise is backed by national as well as Asia level performance awards. Very, very deserving indeed. Please give it up for Srinivasa Rajiv, sir. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you, sir. I request you to take the seat of the moderator. Please update the slide at the back. Yeah, so yours is right over there at the corner. Thank you. I'm now going to be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order, requesting everybody to remain seated. It's a very important panel. My first speaker over here, under his leadership, Primus has set a new standard for senior living excellence with over 3,500 senior homes developed across 6 South Indian metros. In the year 2024, we got 2 of the most sought-after investors, General Catalyst and Nikhil Kamath, to invest in Primus. Beyond Primus, he's the managing partner of Rewild Retreats LLP and has also interests in warehousing, partnering with India's largest players and ventures in land banking, residential and office space development. Please give it up for Adarsh Narahari, please, everybody. Thank you so much, Adarsh. I hope I got the pronunciation right. My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, brings over 15 years of diverse experience at Brigade. He plays a crucial role in liaising with government authorities and statutory bodies. He's also focused on driving the company's expansion plans in Hyderabad. He's actively involved in transformative IT initiatives aimed at improving business efficiency and has instrumental in securing renewable energy for Brigade's commercial, retail and hotel properties. Please give it up for Mr. Amar Mysore. Amar Mysore ji ke liye zor se taali, please, everybody. Thank you so much. My next esteemed speaker over here has been in the real estate business for over 4 decades. That's a really, really, really long time. In Bangalore, he has been the linchpin in finalizing numerous deals for multinational corporations, companies, and high net worth individuals. He's the chairman and managing director of Silverline Realty and holds significant positions in international real estate organizations. Please give it up for Farooq Mahmood. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. What a pleasure to have you. My next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, has over 20 years of experience in real estate investments across the country and has managed more than $2 billion across 100 plus transactions spanning debt, mezzanine and equity. He also serves on the board of Giraffe, a fintech startup with sector agnostic investment approach. Please give it up for Mr. Naveen Dhanuka over here. Thank you so much, sir. Pleasure. Swagat hai aapka. My next speaker over here has a prolific experience of more than 25 years and has successfully managed the sales and marketing of billion-dollar residential townships and is absolutely extremely high-skilled in negotiation, budgeting and market planning. Please give it up for Sujit Sebastian, Group Chief Sales Officer, Mana Projects Private Limited. So, do we have you over here? Sujit, sir. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. I request you to take your seat. And my next speaker over here, ladies and gentlemen, as part of the second generation of the promoter family, has been closely involved in shaping prestigious growth trajectory, contributing across sales, marketing, business development, finance, and investor relations. His influence goes beyond the organization. As the youngest president of Credai Bengaluru, he has been instrumental in advancing policy discussions that directly impact the real estate sector. Please give it up for Zaid Noman, Executive Director, Prestige Group. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Thank you. Pleasure. No, your name. That's a good one, huh? Great one to start with. All right, we'll quickly update the timer. Please set it to 45 minutes. How much? 60. Please change it to 60. Put it for 50, please, and let's begin. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Realty Plus, for organizing this event and got a fantastic panelist here. So, as a moderator, my work becomes much easier because all our experts here can throw a lot of insights on the real estate market. Today, we are going to talk about the boom that is happening in South India, so on the real estate residential front. This is going to be a very important discussion as far as residential real estate is going. And people here are going to give a lot of insights on the residential market, how South is being growing in terms of residential. So I've just divided this into three segments. One is going to be the demand drivers and market momentum. The second is going to be on the innovation and delivery design. The third is going to be on the investment and the future trends. So let's start the panel discussion. And my first question is, South India has consistently been outperformed most of the markets, and the housing demand has been pretty good. So what's driving this momentum? You feel it's going to be the end user aspiration, affordability, infrastructure growth, or the investor confidence? I throw open this to everyone, so probably each one can just throw their insights on this, and then we can move to the next one. Thank you.
Good evening, this is Sujit here. See, South India, when you're talking about the business boom, the real estate boom, I think we should also be considering what is the software industries in a growth has been in the last few years. So you can't actually be separating these two. It's always a mix of how the ITES industry has actually grown in South India, and the real estate has been actually just a direct proportion to that. And the same thing is actually being visible in all the South Indian markets. If you look at Bangalore, Bangalore's already grown, it's still growing with all the GCCs coming into Bangalore, with the number of new GCCs which has been signed up. The numbers have been growing up in terms of the new people coming into work for Bangalore. Likewise, Hyderabad is soon catching up. There's a lot of developments happening in Hyderabad. The ITES is actually growing up in Hyderabad as well. Likewise, even into the tier 2 cities, let's say if we talk about a Coimbatore, Mr. Manikandan was here from Adisia Developers. He was also talking about the growth in Coimbatore. Be it Kochi, again, an IT sector happening in Kochi, and that's actually fueling up a lot much into the demand for the real estate in all those specific places.
So I have a little different view on this. So see, we obviously say South India is overperforming, but that is in combination with West. And I think it is the more about, we had some pro-governments like in Andhra. However, Tamil, if you look at it, Hyderabad right now is little checkered. When we talk about the entire South, still it's more about Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, etc. I think it is now spreading out. A lot more can be done. I think Mysore, if you get the airport, it's at the brim. If you get that airport right in Mysore, it is going to just shoot up like anything, right? We have the education. I think the biggest factor what we miss even in IT is we have probably the maximum number of IT colleges and the educated class. The education percentile is very, very high. That is adding to it. Mostly peaceful people. Law and order issues are very, very less. That adds. Most of the people are happy to come down to South because they feel very comfortable, whether it is the guys or the females out there. That is adding to it. But I still think it is at the cusp where the real jump is still to happen. Right now we keep talking, if you, oh, I'm from North, you go to most of the cities, they're talking Bangalore, 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 little bit of Hyderabad. It has to go beyond, and there is huge potential. We have the water, we have the agriculture. I think we are now moving beyond IT. With Foxconn, if you look at it, Chennai is a very big manufacturing hub. Foxconn, we have close to, if I know, 4 to 5,000 employees right now. They have already declared by 2020, they want 30,000 employees in one Foxconn, what they're doing out here. That is really going to change things out there, right? We haven't seen, in line to Delhi, the aero city around Bangalore is to grow. We have to still to see that to really happen. So I think we are now talking about, I heard DCM talking about Bidadi to be the next IT hub, but I think we have serious scope in Mangalore, Mysore, Cochin already had some IT parks, but we haven't seen beyond that it to go to a very different level. So those are the cities where with the infrastructure, if we don't improve on Bangalore, these are the cities which have all the right elements to grow. Hyderabad has extremely good infrastructure. So I think that is still, we are still at the cusp, and there is huge movement which is going to happen, primarily backed by the, what has IPL done to the Indian cricket team, that is the same IT issue, the education which has done to the IT, which is going to grow. And we obviously have the dangers of AI, which we can speak later.
Thank you.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's all about IT. Bangalore's growth is based on the IT story. Of late, there's been a push of GCCs. I think that's moving up the value chain. I think that's what is the difference. What was earlier more like a entry-level job, I think we've all grown up on the value chain aspect, at least Bangalore and India. So with that, the spending power, the income, everything has increased. So we're seeing that play out on premiumization of apartments, people's ability to pay a little more for amenities and getting that going. So I think that's played a huge role. Infrastructure developments in Bangalore, like the STRR, all that has opened up a lot of land pockets. The metro naturally is one of the driving factors. All in all, I think it's about the entire ecosystem that Bangalore has to offer. I think if I'm correct, there were some 70,000 units launched in Bangalore, and in that 65,000 were sold. In that, not just the ones that were launched, but obviously the ones which are already launched prior, under construction. So I think it's a strong market. It should continue to grow, and with more and more issues like H-1B visas to the US, I think outsourcing will be more, and whether it's through GCCs or plain Jane outsourcing, I think that's only aids to the growth of Bangalore and Hyderabad. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you.
I think Bangalore, from that perspective, is the leader in the south. If you take Chennai, you take Hyderabad, you take the other cities, apart from the climatic conditions which are good out here with very poor infrastructure that we all cribbing about day in and day out, this city shouldn't have been anywhere close to where we are right now, but it's still growing because I think it's one of the best cities in the country. It's got a talent pool here, it's got a cosmopolitan atmosphere here, and most important that I feel, I have colleagues sitting down here on my right and left who have been responsible for building this city to what it is today. They have created world-class facilities with top-notch infrastructure. I mean, if you really look at it, there's nothing that, if somebody is making a pool, somebody is making an indoor pool along with jogging tracks, etc., etc. So it's the buyer that at the end of the day benefits out of this whole thing, and they see a value proposition on the numbers that we're talking about. What are we talking on from a distance perspective? I think once the metro lines are through and our infrastructure projects completed, that I would say in the next 5-7 years, hopefully we'll still have to live with this misery of commuting. But at the end of the day, I would feel that there is potential in the city for growth, and that's why we're growing. You take all the Fortune 500 companies, they're looking at Bangalore, second option Hyderabad, though Hyderabad's got some big ticket size projects right now, infrastructure projects like Google and the port stuff with Adani and the others. I think close to about $1,200 billion has flowed into that city there. But I think Bangalore is not far behind from that perspective, that everybody wants to be in Bangalore and they want to function out of Bangalore, not apart from the climatic condition. It's there's something about this place, something unique about this place that blends, it makes people, whether it's from north, south, east, west, they feel very comfortable living here. So I would say that Bangalore's here to stay, and it's my all-time favorite, and I think it's going to continue with this growth pattern of, commercial, be it residential or retail, logistics, warehousing, etc. So I think Bangalore is here to stay. Thank you.
So Srinivas, I'm going to restrict my answer to senior living. And let's see if I can get the audience out of their phones. Good evening, guys. And Tripti, you've given us the ghost hour, yeah, after 6:30. So how many of you guys here live with your parents? Yeah? 10, 15%. In 10 years' time, how many of you think that you live with your parents? 1 hand, 2 hands, 5 hands, okay. So that's the answer to your question, right? Children have become financially independent. Elders always had money. The children are now encouraging their elders to live life fully, to also spend on themselves. That's what is driving demand for senior living. And as far as senior living is concerned, education level is directly proportional to my sale. So more educated the elder, quicker is my sale. And if you look at South India, we always placed a massive emphasis on education from a long, long time. So you'll find a lot of educated elders here who understand that the solution that senior living provides is one of lifestyle and health and community, not necessarily of real estate only. And that's why the demand is highest here. And if I want to throw, if you want me to throw some stats, India is about 60% nuclear today. Urban India is 76% nuclear. So nuclear families are here to stay, and disposable incomes have increased, and the women of the house no longer want to take care of the house. So these are the factors that are driving demand for senior living.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think am I audible? Yeah. So I think I'm the last, and it's easiest to conclude. But I think I'll bring things in perspective for you, because I think Srinivas's question was more, what are the factors that drive, demand, and especially how is it affecting real estate in the south? So all I can tell you is, see, there are two of the major cities amongst the 5 or 6 metros, key metros in India, where most home buying is happening, right? And that's Hyderabad and Bangalore. They do about 50,000-60,000 units of sales every year. Yes, there is good absorption because there's a good ecosystem in both these cities. You have education, you have industry, you have factors like livability, which is the weather and things like that. But I think that's key. We have the industry also here, which Sujit was saying about the IT industry, which all ties in. But yes, so I think it's very investable. You have many projects. Kudos to most of the developers in the south for making a name for the real estate industry in the country. Developing really unique projects, well planned out, and delivering on time. So I think of the top 10 listed developers, I think 5 or 6 of them are from Bangalore. So I think, and the south, and they operate in the south. So I think that's key. One is there's people you can trust who can deliver projects. Number 2, of course, you have the entire ecosystem that kind of encourages people to buy homes. And lastly, affordability. Excluding Mumbai, I think there is only Pune, you have Bangalore, Hyderabad, maybe Chennai and the NCR where homes are still within reach. When I say within reach, in that kind of bracket of around 2 crore rupees. Gone are the days where you could get a 3-bedroom for 75 lakhs or 65 lakh rupees, right? Probably can get a 1,200 square foot or 1,800 square foot plot for close to 75 lakh rupees today. And that's a lot of money. So I think backed by good, stable incomes, most of these buyers are all first-time home buyers. Your average age of home buying has actually dropped from the mid-50s in the 90s to close to early 30s is the kind of profile of the home buyer right now. Liquidity is also available because most of them have stable incomes, and most of these jobs are in these key metros of Hyderabad and Bangalore, where the IT industry is. Yeah, Chennai and I think Kochi have a lot of catch up to do. It's not really very economically feasible for developers also to do work. The margins are, quite low, given that the capital values are also not that high. So there's a lot of pressure on margins over there. So people like us prefer to do work in Bangalore, Hyderabad. But yeah, I think we'll get to know later in the market why we do prefer Bangalore and Hyderabad versus the rest of the T2 cities. But I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. So thanks everyone. Adding on to this next question, I think most of them have been highlighting about the trends and how the market has been moving, and preferably last 2 years, the market has been seeing a big spike. I just want to, probably this question can be to Amar and to Zayed, because both from premium developers like Brigade and Prestige can probably answer this question. How you see the next 2-3 years the market is going to be, because what it was in 2022, what we are seeing in 2025, there's been a big change in terms of the pricing and the number of launches, a lot of pan-India players coming into Bangalore. So how you see this market next 2-3 years, Bangalore especially?
No, honestly, the last 2-3 years, the 2-3 years that have passed, we've seen a run-up on the pricing. So I would think the next 2-3 years, you will see some run-up in pricing, but not as much. But the underlying factor is that it's very strong. It's a very robust market. The demand is robust. You have a lot of home buyers that want to live. It's not an investor or speculative kind of a market. People are buying to live, which is very different from markets like, say, I would say like Mumbai or Delhi, where people buy to speculate. I think the percentage of speculation is very low in Bangalore, at least. There's a little bit in Hyderabad, but there are all end user homes. So we see that in the way the business is done, like in the sense they go in for home loans. Typically, a speculator wouldn't go in for a home loan. They would have their funds ready to invest. They would say, I'll give you a down payment, a larger down payment, won't give a discount, and that's how they look at it. But we see a trend that they all go in for home loans, that is ones that they are actually going to buy to live. So that's a big plus for Bangalore. I would see this trend growing, and things like infrastructure upgrades like metro reach increasing, that will actually open up a lot of lands that were actually a little away from the city, a little bit of an issue in terms of commute, what Farooq was mentioning. Those will actually ease out. So we'll see more and more developments. And look, people are looking to invest in homes that actually have that larger space and premium offerings in terms of amenities and all that. And I think the IT exports is about $330 billion out of India, and that's only going to grow. So with that, the spending power, the earning power, everything is going to increase. So I think we're here to see a good sales for the next 2-3 years at least.
Thank you, Amar.
See, I have to say we are all quite biased on this panel because we're all believers, right? If we weren't believing in it and we didn't have that conviction, we wouldn't go and invest these monies and buy these lands and develop. But I think fundamentally, I think as Amar pointed out, the fundamentals are very strong, right? You have a huge amount of young population, educated, getting into jobs, stable incomes, first-time home buyers, who really believe in buying a home, right? They don't believe that they can get away with renting. As others said, many will kind of in their formative years save that equity contribution that goes into their home by living with their parents, right? And then that's what happens reverse later, which benefits him. But we will see this trend continuing. A lot of people ask, where are you in the cycle? Uh, are there cycles with me? That's a different story. But I think India is growing at a very rapid pace. Our economy is growing at a very rapid pace. Not anybody can experience what we're experiencing, close to 6-7% growth each year on year, whether the government does anything or not. If the government does something great, we'll go above 7%. Otherwise, we'll be between that 5.5 to 6.5%, is what I believe. Yeah, the way cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore have all grown. If certain initiatives are taken by each state government to better the cities, build satellite cities, how they've done in MMR, NCR, to actually improve that connectivity, do good urban planning, make it easier to get from point A to point B, like for example they've done in Hyderabad, it could be a huge stimulus. But I think the main thing is people are not thinking of real estate like they did 5 years ago, where, should I buy, shouldn't I buy, will it go up, won't it go up? It's more, I need a home. It's good to have that roof over my head, build that security in whatever, take a 20, 30 year 10-year loan. It's priced pretty affordably. And I think that's what's driving it, the liquidity as well. So I think the best is yet to come. That's what I firmly believe in. But as long as the caveat is the prices don't go up too high. If you see a sharp price rise over the next 12, 18 months, obviously demand is going to, people are going to wait and watch to see if it's going to go up further or not and whether it's really within reach. So I think that's the only caveat, but otherwise I think things are good.
Fantastic.
Rajiv, I want to actually just add one point to it. I slightly differ in terms of one of the viewpoints expressed, saying that it is mostly end users. What I feel is actually a lot of investors also, maybe we're talking about the retail investors investing into Bangalore, and that's also like, one of the major factors of the numbers in Bangalore, which probably might be differing in a South Indian state like Chennai or a Kochi or a Coimbatore, but Bangalore and Hyderabad, the number of investors, the retail investors that we talk about are quite high. And I don't think the mortgages, the number of people who opt for the mortgages might not be a parameter for that. Because right now, the retail investors leverage on the mortgage options and then they go for the properties. And obviously, it's not a big number in terms of a higher percentage. But again, depending on the micro markets, it could be varying from anywhere from 10 goes upwards to around 20 plus. So that's the numbers that, it's purely micro market specific. But it's, Bangalore is again, like, I would say a good percentage of investor market, maybe lesser than an NCR market, but that's where we are heading, is what I feel.
Thanks, Sujit. I think overall a very positive move for next 2-3 years because everybody is on that same page. Going to the next question, I think Adarsh already started off with this primus and about the senior living. So just to probably you can emphasize how the senior living probably has evolved post-COVID and what buyers expect in these communities.
So the first thing is that, guys, senior living is not real estate. While the physical home plays a critical role, the solution that people seek is one where they can live longer on their own terms. How many of you here know what a blue zone is or have read the book Ikigai? Okay, so there are these 6 places around the world, like Okinawa in Japan, Sardinia in Italy, Loma Linda in California, so on and so forth, where the people who live in these villages, they all live above 100, and most importantly, they live independently. Like they are not on a wheelchair or they're not dependent on anybody. So a scholar went and stayed in all of these blue zones, and that's the book, the blue book called Ikigai, where he identified 4 common traits between people of different food habits, different cultural habits, different genetic pools. But one common thing, they all live greater than 100. And what he identified is that the people in these places, they're all physically active, they're all mentally engaged, they don't retire, so they have something to do, they have a strong purpose. And he said they have friends and family around them, so they live in a community. So senior living and at Primus, what we essentially do is we give these as part of everyday living. We create a community where people are physically active, they're mentally engaged, they're socially stimulated, and we rekindle purpose or, ensure their bucket list is met. And we throw in preventive health and right nutrition on top of this. Because when it comes to health, we can't wait for things to go wrong. We run a very detailed preventive health plan where we're able to find underlying conditions before they become a health risk. Most of us wait for an event to occur and then we go to a doctor, and after that it's all treating the symptom. It's never about curing the disease, right? So broadly, this is the solution of senior living. So it's a place where you slow down aging and where we increase health span. And the house plays a secondary role. The community and the services play the primary role.
Fantastic. So going to the next segment, which is going to be innovation, delivery and design. I think a lot of it is now being done in Bangalore because of a lot of high-rise projects coming up, a lot of communities coming up in major locations. So the next question is to Amar, where Brigade has always been into integrating ESG goals, smart technology. How do you see the tech and sustainability shaping up the next decade of housing in South India? Because you've been pretty aggressive in Chennai, you've been in Bangalore and Hyderabad. So how you feel that this is going to make a big difference?
Yeah, so in terms of the net zero goal which India has set out, it's about 2070. And I think developers as us, rather Prestige and so many of us here, we have set, the CREDA has set a net zero goal of 2050. And then we in Brigade said, let's try and shorten that and let's look at it in 2045. So what I mean by ESG is like we want to be a little bit more environmentally sustainable. So we've taken steps towards that. We've launched the first project which is called Brigade Citrine. We've done it to be a net zero, not just on energy, but on water and various other factors, even the embodied carbon. So we have done this particular project on Old Madras Road, and the idea is to bring in, we just have one planet, Earth, so we just have to take care of it. So we said, let's do that. In office spaces, we've generally been early adopters. In residential, it has been slow because the costs spent on it is quite significant. But at the same time, you may not always get the premium. There's a lot of awareness that needs to be created amongst residential buyers. Ultimately, the life cycle cost for the person, whether it's owning a home, the maintenance cost, everything does reduce a little bit when you bring in these features. The idea is to educate the clients. A lot of people are not willing to pay that extra premium. But I guess it is part of the learning, part of the curve that is in terms of adoption. So with this, I think it is a matter of, it's just a matter of time when everybody adopts it. We're just trying to piece the things together.
Okay, thank you. So the next important question, I think every developer would be probably wanting to listen is majorly on the sales front, because that's going to be the cash cow for any developer. So I think we have got Sujit here, who has been into multiple sales strategies with multiple developers. So over to you, Sujit. I just want to understand how the residential real estate has transformed from a walk-in to the digital first. So what's changing in buyers' behavior today?
See, it's all about digital discovery now and offline purchases. And see, how it's happening nowadays is the customer is hyper-informed. Before even he visits the site, he knows about the project, he knows about the price, he knows about the reviews of a particular project, he knows about in and out of a project, and then he comes to a particular property, meets a sales guy for a reassurance. What I've actually selected, or probably what I'm looking at it, is it the right thing? He just needs a little bit of nudge. That's what is actually required from a sales perspective. So one major change had been from a customer's behavior over a period of time is about the dependence on digital factors, the tech part of it, not just that again, that's one major factor, but that's not alone. Today's customer needs a lot more things beyond just an apartment. He wants amenities, which has got social amenities, has actually got fitness amenities required in that. So many things are required in that. So let's say, for example, I'll tell you, AV rooms we thought might not be used to a very large extent in many of the projects. So there was a lot of discussions. Should we continue building AV rooms or should we discontinue? So when we did a dipstick study into a couple of communities where the AV rooms were actually provided, surprisingly, the bookings are actually there up to 4 months to 6 months in advance. So to get an AV room also, it's actually difficult. That means people are valuing all these amenities which is provided, and there's a reason why they're actually buying into all such properties. So these are few things which is adding up to a customer's behavioral shift from past.
Okay. So you mean to say everybody's now started wanting more amenities and looking at large township kind of a projects?
Those are basic expectations now. Amenities are basic expectations. And what is actually going to be extra? See, he's looking at a sustainable living. What is going to be is the developer going to be doing anything for, in terms of rainwater harvesting or solar panels or solar electricity for beyond the common areas? There are multiple things what a new guy is actually looking at. And this is actually not specifically for a first-time home buyer. It is even applicable for a person who's looking at the second or a third home as well. And again, the tech part of it is different again from city to city. And as I mentioned earlier, investors to an end user. Investor is actually not that concerned. He's more keen about the location and the overall price aspect of it. This is what an end user's perspective would be, to look at much more things than the investor's perspective.
Okay, thank you.
If I can butt in on this, see, what is the major reason from physical to DG first? See, today there is a complete mental shift of the entire population. If years ago, we wouldn't be thinking about Swiggy and Zomato. Today, in our times, we used to go on Sundays with our dad, with jholas, and used to do weekly shopping. Today, even the kirana shops are having next door. Even within the building, in the communities, we have those shops. They are having challenges because we don't have the patience. Blinkit is there, Zomato is there, 6-7 minutes we are getting it. Correct? Most of the time is spent on Instagrams and the Facebooks. The generation which is buying, or the age group which is buying itself have shifted. I have been on this dais where we had a couple of years talking about whether the real estate purchases will take effect, because now we have the WeWorks, Co-Live and all those people who want to be more independent, they want to move around, they wouldn't be buying real estate. The last 3-4 years have shown completely different than what was being discussed on the same dais, right? So there's a completely shift. So we are getting most of those people being online most of the time in one way or the other, or the Instagrams. Our first things comes to us about various projects coming, all those comes to us on online itself. Then we have become a little more educated, where we know we have, unlike earlier, we have access to information which was not possible. If we had to look for a house, the only way was go and see 10 houses. Now we know we can save that time as a generation. A, the patience level is less. B, we know that there is access to a lot of information through digital avenues to know about the project. The e-brochures are there. 80% of the data is there. Ticket sizes are available. Otherwise, we have to go to the shop to find out what price we can buy. So when the information is accessible, we have Google Maps, which we didn't have long time back. Now we can't do without Google Maps. So things have changed. World has changed. Efficiency has changed. So there is no reason why it will not change. Today, I think most of the times when we are discussing in our marketing meetings, we talk about putting a paper ad of 40 lakh rupees in Times of India is complete waste. The number of responses, and I think most of us will agree, the number of responses which come through that just doesn't justify, other than you just want to putting it once to show the world that you have launched the project. Most of the things do come through digital because that is the most efficient way of attracting the new generation who are your actual buyers. And that again, as Sujit said, it again will differ from city to city. Maybe in tier 2 or tier 3 cities, some of those places, that may still not matter. But highly technological cities here, that is what matters. So, and it's very cost efficient, most important, even for the developers. So it's a complete shift on a mental level.
Thank you.
Adding on to that, there's one more thing. See, earlier, let's say 15 years back, if at all you were thinking about buying a home, one of the worries was like, how are you going to get the loan? I have to go to a bank, sit in the bank, talk to a manager. Then it was actually a bit difficult like that earlier. Now there are a lot of fintech companies which is offering you multiple options. You just click on it, they'll give you 10 different options with the loans and EMIs, including the interest calculator. So it's actually become a lot more easier to actually go for a home purchase nowadays.
Yeah, so tech is going to be the next big thing, and we have already started seeing that. Moving to the next question, everybody talks about pricing, why pricing is going high, but nobody thinks about two factors. One is the land component and the construction cost. My next question is to Zayed. So, you're constructing multiple gated community projects across various cities, and the land and the construction cost, which is going on a higher level. How the developer balance premium aspirations with affordability, how that is going to happen, and are we likely to see more compact or the mixed use developments?
It's quite a elaborate question, so I'll just break it up for everybody to understand clearly. Firstly, in terms of the land, yes, the market heated up, prices have gone up, so obviously expectations from the land side would increase, right? The land prices, landowners would increase their expectations on pricing. But what we tell them is, listen, for me to have a successful project, I need to sell the project, right? I cannot pay you a premium and then at the end of the day pass that premium on to the customer, because the project has to make financial sense to me. I need to build in some buffer in case things go wrong somewhere in the middle. What if steel and cement prices shoot up? I can't go back to the customer and say, listen buddy, your premium specifications are costing more, can you please pay me more? Nobody's going to pay. So we buffer in a certain underwriting for the project. If it doesn't meet that expectation, then that's not a deal to be made. So that's where we balance it out with the landowners and try to explain to them. For example, in Hyderabad, landowners think, they have this land, there's no ceiling on FSI, there's height available, builder will come and he'll build as much as possible, let me ask for the moon. But the reality is, it builds in a lot of inefficiency because you have something called as building code. You need to build car park, this, that, so your common areas, your excess just goes up. Efficiency it's not very efficient. So there are many factors like this, so we need to balance out that kind of need with what's required, and then come up with some sensible pricing and economics to guide the project. Then of course there's a certain affordability, right? And that doesn't really change year on year. Your salary will only go up 7-8% every year probably. Maybe if you've done exceptionally well, you got a 12% hike and maybe a bonus. So we need to keep in mind that we have to play backwards from a certain ticket price. That's how when we approach a project, we look at, or a certain location to do a deal, we look at what could my end product sell at, right? In a more conservative, reasonable fashion, and then build in kind of the buffer and work out the area share or percentage that we give the landowner, or even what price we could buy the land at. So that's how we balance it out. But at the same time, we don't dilute the product. So in case the land is too expensive or whatever, and there's no other choice, then probably we'll have to rationalize on the size of the unit to make sure that it still doesn't exceed that final end price that is expected. So that's how we balance things out. We don't really compromise anything on quality, because as the rest of the panel said, the customer is becoming more and more aware. He's shopping around. He's like, if he's giving me X, why can't you give me, why are you giving me Y and charging me at a premium? And nobody's going to pay you for your good looks, right? They're only going to pay you for delivering on time, maybe, right? That's the premium they're paying you. And that's what you can charge, because maybe you will give it at a slightly higher cost to a better contractor, which somebody may not give, to build faster for you. So these are all the different factors. And I think if you give these amenities and open spaces and design it well, this is like the basic requirement everybody wants now. You cannot shortchange a customer on that, and you shouldn't as well. So I think this is basically how we balance things out.
Great. So one way people understand how difficult it is from the developer point of view. before asking for the pricing discount. Moving on to the very important segment, I would say, and we are also having last 11 minutes, investment outlook and future trends. And over to you, Farooq sir. How you see the international investors viewing South India now, and what policy or perception shift could you further attract them?
Let me just explain to you the acronym that you see on your board, the FIABCI. It's FIABCI. That stands for Federation Immobiliers, and translated into English, it's International Real Estate Federation. It has 5 verticals: legal, broking, developers, investors. I've had the good fortune of being the world president of this organization a couple of years ago, and we have about 1.2 million members in about 70 countries, and the organization is 78 years old. And I'm the only Indian and the second Asian to have been given this, rather won this prestigious election. It's not because of who I am, but because of my country, and they see value in India as the future. You take Europe, it's on a decline from a perspective of investment. The only US, except for New York and certain 2 or 3 other markets, everything else is kind of stagnant out there. You take Asia, Singapore's doing well, Malaysia is okay, Taiwan. Dubai is another good market, but everybody sees it with a suspicious eye. We've been running around selling properties there too, but I always see it more as a kind of an investor-driven market than an actual need-based. So it leaves very little to imagination that India is the place which is not volatile. We've got a fairly stable government, good industry here, good business practices here, and quite affordable. So if you see so many of the funds and billions of dollars that have rolled into this country, it's not because they like the tandoori chicken and the climate of India and the masala vada, but it's the value for money and the investments that they're making, whether it's the stock markets that they made money earlier or in real estate. Lots of money is flowing into India. This year, I think there's been a slight restriction on certain funds, but otherwise, they see value in Indian real estate investment. There are constraints on where and where they can invest in. So I think plenty of money is coming in from overseas. Apart from the funds, you've got the non-resident Indians who are pumping into money here into various markets. Middle East is one, then the US is another, certain European countries, then Southeast Asia. Many of the funds are looking at India, and a lot of them have invested in REITs and other things out here in the Indian markets. So these people are coming here because they see fantastic returns in the long run. And they're here to stay. They're here to stay. I mean, this is going to differentiate between the boys from the men. So these funds are putting in money here, and they're going to be long-term players out here. So I would say that the next 5 to 10 years is India's. And I think we're number 5 right now on the, from a perspective of the economy, global economies. I think we should get closer to it as time goes by. And this is the market that they see real value in. They see that there's so much more potential for affordable housing, or even for that matter, high-end homes. If you look at a couple of years back, one couldn't think of selling an apartment at 60 or 80 crores, but it's being selling right now at these values in Bangalore. So these were numbers that you could only think of Bombay. But the whole of India is happening. And from my perspective, a lot more is to happen on the high end and the middle income group. So there's so much more potential for growth out here. And even the logistics, a lot of companies have been investing money out here. Retail, of course, we've not even barely touched the surface of the markets. So there is tremendous potential out here from that.
Thank you, sir. And very positive. Next 5-10 years, a lot of positive things are going to happen in. Just adding to that, probably Naveen can just throw his inputs or insights on what he feels is going to be the hotspot within or beyond Bangalore.
So before that, I'm just trying to cover a little more on the funding side. I have a little different view. I've been an investor all my life. So I've seen the 2004, 2005 to 2008, the equity run or the race which was there in India. And then we had the NBFC thing running between 2013 to 2020, fortunately or fortunately I've been part of both of them. So there are a lot of positives and negatives. So see, we still don't see, because the RERA has been a serious value add, but because the kind of regulations and the laws which are there, we still don't see a lot of international funds entering into India actually. If you even see now, we hardly have any equity funds investing in India, which was in abundance in 2005-8 when Press Note 2 came into. That is something which really needs reforms. They really need to understand that the better laws where they can exit, they have exit facilities, and that is where the large international funds will start entering into it. If we still look into it, we have a residential yield of about 2 to 3% in most of the places, whereas we have a home loan interest rate of about 8 to 9%. So on the residential side, if you leave aside the capital appreciation side, which is on and off, we do not have actually good yields. And if you look most of the developed countries where the your home loans will be anywhere between 3 to 5%. So most of the transactions and funds which we are still seeing is on the commercial side. The REITs have been very successful. We have Embassy and then Satwa doing probably one of the largest REITs in Asia. So on that side, I think there is some need. We need to see if really, see, we are about 140 billion people and growing. The economy is growing. The population doesn't seem to be coming down in any way or form. So the roti kapda makan will stay. The makan is going to require, and I think there are some large funds who are looking to do platform level deals with likes of Prestige, Brigade, some of the bigger guys. But if the real country has to grow, then we need investments, equity investments for at a much deep rooted level. We have a lot of NRIs definitely putting in. I think the H1B visa, I think what was raised is a very important point. I have few people living in my building. All of them are very clear that they want to have now a house in India because they never know where their H1B visa will get expired and they have to come back. So a lot of those monies are really coming in and it's really helping, especially the South India. But we need to see better laws and rules where we can see a real good amount of funding coming in, both debt and equity. Right now we are living completely on, we don't have large international funds. It's all domestic. And now with all the restrictions now on NBFCs, they cannot fund for the land. So ultimately real estate where the developers really need money is at the land level, which is not available. So I think there we need to have reforms. Coming back to your other question on where we see, I think one portion, as Adarsh has been talking about, our population, we are the youngest population, but it's not going to remain young always, right? There is some statistics which says we'll have 194 million senior citizens by 2030. So with that kind of a thing happening, as he said, the wife or the lady is not managing the house anymore. So the next generation, unlike what were our parents, we becoming senior citizens, we want much better lifestyle and the quality. So that is, senior citizen is going to definitely play a very important role. And I think the word senior citizen itself is self-changing, as we were talking before that some call it active home, some call it assisted living. So the whole lifestyle there will be changed. It will not be some house outside the city, is probably going to be more inside the community, maybe just a different building. Earlier what used to happen now, parents are saying, okay, we need to be one floor up, one floor down. Now they may be one building away with their own facilities and like that. So that is going to play a very important role. Co-live is going to exist and going to grow at a very different level. Because again, urbanization is a reality, a lot of people coming in. Rental are becoming very, very difficult in cities like Bangalore. So the only best option is, and I think there is huge scope of creating quality co-living places where those youngsters can come in and find a good place to live, where the workplace is close by. With the infrastructure issues, it's not possible for them to travel. You know, to buy a good quality, affordable home, probably they have to do 30 kilometers away, which may be about 1.5 hours one side. So co-live is going to be a very, very important role. What another trend I see is the aspirational level of peoples are very, very different than what it used to be. So today, what Brigade has been or Prestige has been doing, the community living is becoming more and more critical. We'll find challenges in standalone homes and all, because people, the next generation are aspirational. They want the community, they want the culture. They're living away. South Indian may be living in Delhi, or North Indian may be living in Chennai. They want all the festivals to be happening. They want to celebrate everything. They want the communities to be there. They want the swimming pool out there. They preferably want the school close by, maybe in the same place. So community living is going to come. There are a lot of sustainable things. I think FHD is doing some concepts like oregano, which is a mix of you are farmer, but you are living in the city. So there are a lot of concepts and a lot of innovators which are coming in, and we'll see a lot of changes on that side.
Thanks, Naveen.
I just want to add a few things.
Yeah.
These foreign funds are the sharpest of the minds. If you see, they're not investing on greenfield projects. They're letting us do all the hard work. They come in and then they buy the core asset. So they just don't want to get into the hassle of or any uncertainty. They want to get in when it's built. They want that stable annuity income. They come in, they pick it up. We're seeing that happen. I also want to mention that the interest rates are at the lowest in India right now. But for them, I think the issue is it's about the exchange rate that happens. And some of these funds have a 5-year, 7-year time schedule where they have to again return that money and book some profit. A lot of times the exchange rate doesn't go in favor. So I think that's where they like to invest in core assets, which is ready and stable in terms of annuity income. And they don't like long-drawn projects, and projects do take time whether we like it or not.
Thanks, Amar. And I'm just coming to the last question. I think the time is also more or less up. But how I think this can be probably been thrown open to the entire panelists, and each one can just give their views and inputs. What do you see the market is going to be in 2030? Integrated township, luxury living, senior living, or tech-led homes? I'm sure others should be starting with this senior living.
Let me, obviously I have a bias, there's no doubt about that. But let me tell you where I think housing itself is moving towards. If you see offices over the last decade, they have moved from being a physical space to a place of hospitality, right? Today's offices have a massive component of hospitality. I think homes without services won't exist in maybe a decade's time. So companies like us, other companies, many will come in where there's going to be a home that's also backed with a great layer of service, and those are going to see much better lifetime values than a home with no service. That's my prediction of a larger trend.
True. I think that's going to happen in future, like already started.
Again, senior citizen assisted living or even senior citizen apartment home living, none of these are actually going to be separate. We had actually talked about, when you mentioned integrated townships, tech assisted. So it has to be everything. We are talking about probably tech assisted integrated townships or tech assisted senior citizens living. All these are actually going to be the future of it. And it's not just integrated townships. Again, when you talk about integrated townships, it actually talks about certain amenities as the basic expectation. So right now, any property we are talking about in terms of a convenience, affordability, these are actually the things what's going to be coming up towards 2030.
Great. Anybody else?
I think I concur with what he's saying. Senior living is going to be there. Maybe I'll add a little layer, which he's already doing, which is multi-generational homes. So where the parent lives and then the child, the senior lives and then the child also lives nearby. So I think it works very well, these trends. And a lot of millennials will, Gen Z and the millennials will start buying more and more homes. So I think they'll place a lot of importance on community living. So they will look at amenities and just the schools nearby, hospitals, for their parents. All that, I think all that ecosystem is what they will count on. Not as much on standalone apartments, although they're in the best of the locations. Maybe they would like a community. I think that's what will drive, like villas and all that.
Okay, thank you.
I think I agree with this. I think community living is the way forward, and it's going to be, a lot more of housing for the old or assisted housing. We're going to see a lot more of that happening here. But one must realize that artificial intelligence is going to play a very, very important role in all of this. And designing of interiors, designing of the project itself will evolve. I mean, if you look at the Gen Z and the earlier thing that we were talking about, the millennials, we're not talking about buying homes. They were talking about rentals. There's been a shift totally, and everybody now realizes. And I'd like to conclude this by saying, real estate is the safest investment in the world. And you see the performances of stock markets, gold, or the other instruments that have been there. And I think the growth that has been there in real estate globally is number one, comparatively in every other way. You look at it over a period of 25, 30 years. So the safest investment is real estate, and it's going to be that way. Thank you.
I think I can only hope for things in the next 5 years. I can hope that a lot more people can afford to buy homes. It's not a luxury anymore. Okay, that the economy grows enough to support that. And then I think I can hope that people will be a lot more confident in real estate. I think that confidence is there right now, but I think there'll be a lot more confidence in the next 5 years, given that there's some exceptional work being done, and hopefully all these developers live up to their promises and deliver on time.
Just to conclude, I don't know, 2030 probably it's too close. But let us all, I think all of us understand that our next generation are not going to see a lot of maids, cooks and everything else. That's gone. Because, it's not going to happen. Because if you talk to them, their children are studying. We are doing well as an economy. We should be happy about it. They are going to be the next level of engineers, doctors, and they have the fire. So it will be very, very difficult for you to get your maids and house drivers, servants, etc. So where the community, it is going to be completely technological driven. The patience levels are going to be even be lower. So I think it is going to be completely technological or technology driven communities, where on a pad sitting there, you book your massage, you book your maid, you book your cook, you book your everything, you get your food, everything is going to be, and those are the communities which will be running through. And we'll see a lot of integrity between community and technology in future. I think that is where the future is going to take you. The houses are going to be more compact. You'll probably not have a laundry room. They are going to get integrated. You'll probably have smaller kitchens, because the entire assisted living is not going to remain only with the senior citizens, going to come across the entire community. People hardly cook now at home. So those are going to play a very important role, both in terms of designing of homes, and as well as how the homes or communities are going to get serviced.
So I think we had a fantastic discussion on how the future is going to be, and how South as a market in terms of the residential real estate is going to be. I think a lot of new concepts came in, a lot of new verticals came in, co-living, senior living, gated communities, a lot of inputs and ideas from the construction point of view. So I think market is emerging, a lot of new knowledge is being shared across tech platforms. I think I would say the market is going to be very, very good in a couple of years to come, and the best time to buy. I think we are all here for that, and I think next few more years, I think people should start investing more on real estate. As Farooq sir rightly said, that's the best bet in the industry right now, is compared to your gold or your mutual or whatever it is, your real estate is going to be the best thing. So on an overall level, thanks a lot panelists for throwing your insights and inputs. Thanks Realty Plus once again for this opportunity, and very, very happy that we are just closing off this session now. Thank Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir. As I was walking in, somebody asked me, when is a good time to buy? Are the markets going for? I said, today is cheaper than tomorrow. So invest today.
Thank you so much. Can I have a big round of applause for all of them, please, everybody? We have bandwidth for 2 questions from the audience since it's a very important panel. If anybody is willing to ask questions, please kindly raise hands. Yeah. I'll pass you the mic. You coordinate with sir.
Hi, it was a great discussion. I mean, it's a privilege to have this kind of a panel. One question which I had was, what will be the impact on this industry, our industry, from the shift of the mindset of the consumers from a few decades back where it was single income and double child to now a double income and single child, and probably in the next decade or so, the DINK, double income and no child. So what can be the impact?
See, I think child or no child, the concept of community will remain, right? So in terms of my product, the expectation is still going to be there to provide those amenities, those common spaces. Maybe, you know, affordability could change, right? So they could afford a larger home, okay? And they would want those spaces. So maybe we may have to curate those spaces slightly differently. So instead of doing what we call a 3-bedroom, we would call 2.5, whatever you like. So it'll be used for different purposes. So I think that's where you see things happen. I wouldn't see a negative kind of impact on the way projects are designed. I think people will still need whatever we're providing them now, and they'll need better.
Oh, it's a really good panel discussion we had. Thank you so much. The few questions I have lined up is, first thing is, where are we seeing the threshold on the housing prices in Bangalore? Are we actually targeting central Bangalore, and now that the government has planned north, south, east, west? Or are we targeting the new airport that is being planned for the 2 satellite or 3 satellite growth of Bangalore? So regarding that, that's the first question. And the second thing is, how is sustainability playing a major role in housing development? Though I know a couple of panels had spoken about it, so it will be great if you could add on it on the sustainability aspects, because we all have been drained out. There is no groundwater in Bangalore. Rains are getting fewer, and there is a lot of challenges. I hope the whole panel is aware about it. So where are we looking that as the next phase of sustainability, and how do we see our Gen Z and Alpha going through that phase? Not at least us, but the future. Thank you.
I don't think there's going to be any threshold on the prices as long as there is greed for the landowner. So that prices will actually always be, you know, dictating terms in terms of cost of an apartment. So that's where it starts. So it starts from there. So in terms of when you actually spoke about, you know, multiple satellite townships getting made, there's a lot of development and a lot of demand getting risen in all those places. Let's say there are multiple satellite townships. We are not talking about the Devanhalli alone. There is Bidadi, there are multiple places.
There are 8 satellite towns defined in Bangalore, and it's growing up, and we are afraid that we are joining ahead with the Tamil Nadu, the other states. So that also there's a government challenges coming up. So
Yeah,
yes.
there is Malur, there are multiple. So right now people are actually moving there because that's going to, people consider that as actually the future. There's a lot of development happening there. Right now, for a capital appreciation perspective, those who can't afford to probably invest the money for a capital appreciation in CBD, these are the areas that people are actually looking at currently. And yes, there is a lot of price appreciation happening. The demand is also super good in all those townships right now. I mean, probably just to add on, Sarjapur was actually once a satellite town. Now it's not.
I'd like to just add one more thing here. You see, prices are always going to keep escalating because of many factors. And the biggest thing that one has to bear in mind is the factor that today you're in Whitefield, you move 10 kilometers from Whitefield, the land is cheaper there. But without the metro line or logistics, it doesn't make sense. So as long as the public infrastructure grows along, so that's how you can keep the cost of construction is going to be the same or more or less the same wherever you do it, maybe a couple of percent this way, that way. But the major cost is land acquisition. So to peg the land prices low is the key. And this is where, money is to be made. And I think this is where inflation plays a major role. If you compare the rupee to the dollar or vice versa, from that perspective, globally, the dollar has been depreciating, but in India, it's been appreciating. So we have unique points that part of the globe doesn't have. So the only way is, if you have to buy cheap, you have to buy a little further away. Otherwise, the same thing is going to cost you 20%, 30% more. And somebody who's got a 2-bedroom wants to upgrade into a 3-bedroom. He or she sells the 2-bedroom and then moves into another location at the same cost to buy a 3-bedroom. So the cost is, the land cost is $1 million question.
Ma'am, if you want to buy a cheap home, you got to talk to the government, because 52% of the cost of your house is taxes, direct and indirect. That's where the saving is.
Also just to ask, where are the new airports planned? You spoke about the 2 or 3 new airports planned, considering this. Where? 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 Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you be louder? Yeah, please.
There is a second airport planned, and there is a research proposal that's been floated. That's the proposal for 3 locations near Nelamangala, and still the government, the airport authority has given a confirmation. So as a university, we are working on it also on the DPR. So this is, if you're not aware, we can sit across and share the proposal, so that if you're looking for some investment, definitely we could take you as a partner.
Fairfax, there's a 165-kilometer restriction of distance. So they itself, and yeah, it's far away. We have a lot of restrictions on that. I think we are going let us be very honest. The cost of construction is going out. The population of the city is growing at a very fast pace. We are not a socialist, we are a capitalist country. We cannot control the landowners on the prices going up. We cannot stop the government on the GSTs. They keep putting on basic raw materials like iron and cement. So till we have, this is one of the places, real estate is one of the very few industries where you don't even get input credit on your GST. Yeah, I'm explaining you. So we are that in a lot of other businesses, when we are spending, we are getting input credit for what we are again spending. So, but in real estate, we don't even get input credit on our GSTs. So with all those issues, as others also point out, that our biggest partner is government. Till they don't help us, the prices is very difficult to bring it down.
Thank you. We would be very happy to line up a fireside chat the next time between you both, right? We would love that. But then as of now, in the best interest of time, I have to kind of conclude this session. Thank you so much to all of you. A big round of applause for all of them, please, everybody. बहुत shukriya for joining us over here. And I'll request Mr. Amit Baid, founder and creative director, ABC Brand Advisory, to please kindly come up on stage and give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Mr. Baid ke liye zor se tali, please, everybody, once again. Thank you so much. He's been a part of a panel earlier as well. I'll request all our speakers to please kindly come up over here and stand. Maybe first do a nice group photograph of just the speakers, and then you can a little closer, please. And let's get the photos done a little fast because we're pressed for time. That fireside chat. But good points. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's always a healthy discussion. So thank you so much for all the wonderful points. I'll request Amit to please give the token of appreciation to our speakers. you so much. Can we please clap and appreciate their efforts, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us over here. Thank you. We look forward to seeing all of you the next time as well. God bless. We'll quickly request the hotel staff to please kindly clear the chairs from the stage. All of them, please kindly remove the chairs.
Alert.
Alright, thank you so much for clearing it all up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to be going ahead with the awards right now. And I request all of you to please kindly be seated and pay attention to me, please, everybody over here. You can call me an attention seeker, but I'm actually seeking that because I need everybody's attention to get going. Can I please request audience over there around the beverage side to please take their seats and settle down? Everybody over here, can I please request all of you to take your seats and settle down? Can I request all of you to take your seats and settle down? Can I please request all of you to kindly take your seats and settle down, everybody over here? We can't really begin with the awards until unless the seats are occupied. So, yeah. I'll request. I'll request my esteemed audience to please kindly take your seats as we are waiting for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please kindly take your seats and settle down. We are waiting for all of you to take your seats so that we can begin with the award ceremony. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a gala night of celebrations, but we request your presence and support. Can I please request all of you to take your seats and settle down? Can I please request all of you to take your seats and settle down? I'll request all of you to take your seats and settle down as we're looking forward to beginning with the awards. We can't begin with half.
Alert.
And just a bit of an announcement for everybody. Those who have not re-registered themselves for the awards, kindly get themselves re-registered at the registration counter. And get the yellow band, please. The ones who have not registered for the awards, I request all of you to kindly get re-registered for the awards at the registration counter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you so much for turning up over here in large numbers. I see a lot of empty chairs over here at the front. Can we please occupy them first? Can I request people at the back to occupy the chairs over here at the front first? We can't be going ahead with an award show with empty chairs at the front. So can I please request, maybe some of you can come over here and take your seats. My audience at the second row, if you can kindly take your seats over here. We want the front row to be filled, please. We don't have AI robots to fill them, so I need human beings over there, please. Can I please request people to fill in the chairs over here at the front? Sir, aage aa jaiye, please. You can take these seats. You can take these seats, sir. Please come forward. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and privilege to welcome all of you over here. My name is Shubhajit Ghosh. I'm an anchor, MC, and YouTube talk show host. And ladies and gentlemen, we are here at this very, very special glittering evening, the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards South. Like we all know, tonight is not just about trophies and titles. Tonight is about celebrating vision, innovation, leadership, and the extraordinary spirit that has shaped the South Zone's real estate industry into an absolute powerhouse of talent and potential. This is where dreams meet design, ideas meet execution, and leaders meet recognition. So thank you so much. Like we all believe, the world is watching, so the ones who couldn't really join us over here in person here in Bangalore, we have the awards being live streamed right now at the Realty Plus website. Let me quickly iterate it for all of you. It is www.rprealtyplus.com. And of course, you can see the live coverage on the social media handles as well. Everybody, I'm sure, they are hooked onto their social media platforms in every way, be it LinkedIn, Facebook, or Instagram. So on LinkedIn, you can find us as Realty Plus. On Facebook, you can find us as @RPRealty Plus. On Twitter, the ID is @RPRealty Plus. And on Instagram, you can find us as @RP_Realty. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to your winning shots from the evening. Please do use the hashtag for the evening. This is the Realty Plus Excellence Award 2025. We want to engage with your winning moments, like them, comment on them, and share them. So please do use the hashtag. Please do tag Realty Plus. We would be more than happy to be a part of your celebration. You know, everybody is well and truly aware about the kind of incredible work that Realty Plus have been doing, and not just recently. I think for the last 20, 21 years, they've completed 20 years successfully already. They're in their 21st year. Can I have a big round of applause for that fact, please, everybody? 20 plus years is a very, very long time. I have said a lot about Realty Plus. I work with them in events for a long time. So I can keep on saying and saying, but then I think an audio visual certainly helps the understanding a little better. So can I please request the console to play the special AV of Realty Plus for our audience over here? It's an AV, there's no video without an audio.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 20 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Leading the way and how for the last 20 plus successful years. A big round of applause for Realty Plus, please, everybody. And of course, for more details, you can get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, who's the publisher and business head of Realty Plus. It's no hidden secret that no event is genuinely successful or possible without the support of the partners. So I would also like to take out a moment to thank our partners for the day, as without them, we couldn't have pulled this event off. Thank you so much. This is powered by Addis Infra Solutions Limited, strategic partner Anarock Property Consultant, Mana Projects Private Limited, co-partner Nisus Finance Services Company Limited, Kohler Puravankara Limited, event associate partner Phoenix Mills Limited, Adisia Developers, White Lotus Group, strategic marketing partner Sion Marketing Private Limited, technology partner Cell.2, ArcVI, doors and window solution partner Allumal Systems India, PropTech partner Reloy, industry partner Bangalore Realtors Association India, WireNet, Vyapchi India and Kriya, Confederation of Real Estate Associates India, creative partner ABC Brand Advisory, business media partner BW Business World, online media partner exchangeformedia.com, and of course organized by the entire team of Realty Plus. Thank you so much. Your support really means a lot. Can I have a big round of applause for our partners, please, everybody? Thank you so much. You might be wondering who's this guy making us clap so many times, but then the idea is to get you all prepared and prepped up for the awards. As when the winners come up on stage, we need to appreciate for them. So this is exactly the idea. And can I please request people over there in the corner to kindly take their seats? That would be really lovely. We'll now be having the special address. For this, I'll be calling upon stage somebody truly special. He leads Kohler's business strategy and operations across the South Asia region, drawing on nearly 3 decades of leadership experience across multiple sectors, geographies, and product categories. He brings a breadth of cross-functional leadership in sales, marketing, and general management, having held key roles both in India as well as abroad. Prior to joining Kohler, he served as member of the board and chief commercial officer at Pernod Ricard India and held leadership roles at Unilodgers, Make My Trip, and Procter & Gamble. He's known for his ability to identify critical business drivers, establish robust processes, and inspire high-performing teams towards sustained top and bottom line success. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join your hands together in welcoming on stage Mr. Ranjit Oak, Managing Director, KNB South Asia, Kohler. Can we please have Mr. Ranjit over here on stage, please? A big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Swagat hai aapka. I'll request you want to use this mic? Okay, sure.
Very, very good evening to everybody here. It's been a very eventful day. Since morning, we've seen some fantastic speakers talk to us about their industry, about their area of work. I'm just going to take a few minutes to address this group. It's an honor to be able to address this audience. We've learned a lot from this audience. As a company, Kohler has been a small contributor towards ensuring that we have elevated living spaces. I myself have seen the output of a lot of the work that has happened by industry stalwarts sitting in this room, ensuring that there are people who are happily living in homes that they enjoy, become even more critical after COVID, where this is a sanctuary, where you want to ensure that every day you get a chance to come back to a place which is comfortable for you. We try to play that role. We try to contribute to this overall initiative in our very small way. But what I'm going to present to you today is a couple of figures only. The first piece is that there are only a few spaces where a home gets branded. The most critical one is when the owner of the home walks into the society that they're living in, or they know who's built out their house, and that's the biggest brand that they're buying into. But once they enter the room or enter the home, there is a very small portion of the home that actually is still branded, and that's the bathroom space. If you think about it, the rest of your home that is built out with great quality, but doesn't have the brand to be able to speak out to the consumers. It's probably one of the few places is where the consumers in India and globally have accepted a brand name on something which is within their home, and that's the bathroom space. At the same time, what we've seen is this is the space, or these are the fittings that cost actually probably 1% of the total project cost. But at the same time, we see that this is the place where quality can be driven hard. Those of you who have supported good, solid brands, luxury brands, premium brands, and I'm not talking about just Kohler, but any of the brands that are at a top value for the consumer, delivering top quality and experience for the consumer, have not looked at that 0.1% of the cost that actually translates into 10 to 15 years of a fantastic experience for the consumers. This is the space that we want to help to elevate the experiences for our consumers. Now, which are the brands that actually make the cut? And I wanted to share with you, India design has come of age. And I can say that very confidently, because there was a time when we would look at things coming from outside of India, and we would feel that this is the quality that we want. But today we have a design center which is based out of Gurgaon, and not only is it a design center that is making products, but it is making products that are globally acclaimed. Just a few examples of international design awards that have been won in a category that you would otherwise not imagine would be into a product design winning stage. IF awards, Red Dot awards, and not just that. India technology has come of age in this space. There are patents that we've launched, about 31 patents for technology that is being used in the bathroom space, in the kitchen space, where we can deliver a better experience for our consumers. India manufacturing has come of age. We have a plant in Jagadia, and we know that that particular plant is not just producing for India, it's producing for the world. A significant portion of what is manufactured in India is currently being exported to the US, to Europe, to Middle East, and Southeast Asia. This means that the quality that we are producing today in India is at a level where the world is looking and saying, this is what we want to achieve. And that's why I say India manufacturing has come of age. India service has come of age. Service turnaround time, as we define it, we are available for service in more than 700 cities across India. And we deliver on the service promise for 94.7% of the people, irrespective of where you are in India. The few places that are still challenging and outside is where brand lovers have chosen our brands in places that are so remote that it takes us a couple of days to send in our technicians to be able to help. This is further accelerated in terms of the same day resolution. We are now at close to 80% of service calls being completed within the day of when it was launched. Consumers in India, and all of you know, consumers in India today are demanding things faster than ever. The last minute delivery apps, 10-minute, you can get anything that you want, including the gold for your Dhanteras, has made the consumers expect a lot more from every company. And that's something that we are very proud that India has started delivering on. And the range and premiumization, the journey that each one of you has gone through. I've met several of you, and I've heard about your journey, about the first project that you launched. And you remember the first project like a dream. You remember every single plan, you remember every single home that was built and handed over. And at that point, you felt that this was the best possible home that you were building and delivering. But we have seen your journey. The spaces that you're delivering today have premiumized to the next level. Today, if you see the quality of homes that are being delivered in India, they are nothing short of world class. And for these world class homes, it's important for us to have world class products. Products that span across luxury, we have Kohler, across premium luxury, where we have Artist Edition, across Uber Lux, where we have Kalista as a brand, and now we are getting to spaces that go even beyond. For those of you who don't know, we have recently acquired 2 companies, one being Conclave, which delivers world-class spa solutions for condominiums, making sure that every single clubhouse or even significantly big residential homes can be supplied with spa technology that is of the next level. And we have also acquired a company called Bar & Ray, which is a consulting company that helps you to build out world-class spa facilities in the projects that you're launching. So what it tells me is India has come of age. We've seen that together you have been able to deliver elevated living spaces, and that is something, in whatever small way we can contribute, we would love to be a part of. Thank you very much for this excellent opportunity to be able to address each one of you in the room. And we are hoping to be able to have a long journey with all the partners sitting here today. So thank you very much. I'm going to end with a small AV. If you can play the AV, please.
The story of Kohler is an entrepreneurial story of passion and drive, and a human story of lifting one another to more gracious lives. It begins in 1873 with a young man named John Michael Kohler, affording his customers a basic human dignity with Kohler's first bathtub. Kohler Company is born, and cast iron tubs lead to toilets, sinks, and faucets. Through design and innovation, each generation reimagines and expands gracious living, creating smart, intuitive kitchen and bath products, inspiring guests with experiences that redefine well-being, and challenging them with championship courses home to 6 golf majors and the 2020 Ryder Cup. Today, gracious living includes caring for our individual and collective well-being. So Kohler associates across the globe put their passion and drive into helping people live gracious, healthy, and sustainable lives.
Thank you so much.
Can we have a bigger round of applause for Sir, please, everybody? Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'll request for 2 chairs to be put up on stage, please. Thank you. We're moments away from the award, but it's important that we have a very, very interesting conversation. This is a real life inspiring story. It's a real talk because it's about inspiring success stories. It's going to be a 15 minutes fireside chat, and we'll quickly set up the chairs on stage. And this is going to be moderated on stage by the lady, I think one of the most popular ladies of Realty Plus, Sapna Srivastav, editor, Realty Plus. Give her a big round of applause, please, everybody. You don't want to come now? Give her a bigger round of applause, please, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Sapna Srivastav, editor, Realty Plus. And a lot of you might know, a lot of you might not know. We're talking about architects over here. She's also an architect by profession, by the way. And by qualification, right, sorry. I've jumbled up the words. But right now she's an editor by profession and she's doing incredibly well for Realty Plus. Thank you so much, Sapna. Take your seat, please. And my eminent guest over here, very, very special. I think everybody knows his journey already, but it's important that I highlight a few very important points. His journey began in the year 2012 as a first-generation entrepreneur starting small. He built not just one, but 5 successful ventures across different industries. And ladies and gentlemen, please note the fact that each of them have been rooted in solving real problems and creating opportunities for others. His latest and most ambitious venture at Asia Developers is his attempt to bring structure, trust, and most importantly, innovation into a sector that has always been known for touching lives of millions. At just 30, he has already accomplished what it takes for many in a lifetime, proving that success doesn't really wait for age, background, or privilege. It's always a result of hard work, consistency, and unwavering dedication that leads you to becoming a leader in your space. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage M.V. Manikandan, founder and managing director at Asia Developers Private Limited. On stage, please give him the biggest round of applause. If I may request all of you to please participate in this special moment. Thank you. Sapna, you have your timer over here, and yeah, over to you.
Thanks, Shubhajit, for those lovely introductions. One thing that Shubhajit didn't say about M.V. Manikandan is that he's popularly known as MK, and he is an Instagram celebrity. So if he posts something or if he likes something, you get a lot of followers. MK, if I can, call you MK. At the age of 16, you're a first-generation entrepreneur. You started at the age of 16. At 16, most of the kids are still figuring out what they want to do. You thought, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to be a business person. How did you think of that at that younger age?
At the age of 16, entrepreneur journey was very, very hard. Because of my family circumstances, I was forced to do an entrepreneurial journey. That is how entrepreneurial journey chose me. That was the real talk we can say.
Okay. So you didn't want to do any job or get into any this thing? And
at the age of 16, you don't have education. Even you finished MBA and go, people ask for experience. At age, you don't have anything. You have to start something for yourself to earn. That's how all the journey started.
Okay, so entrepreneurship chose you or found you.
Yeah.
You started with licensing, PMC consultancy, then construction, and now in real estate. How did this journey happen?
In licensing, it happened by a miracle. One of my friends helped me to start it, and we did one of the largest licensing agency in Tamil Nadu, followed by one of the largest in PMC by construction, and doing it 10 years with in licensing and PMC itself, we did a turnover of 200 crores in Tamil Nadu, only in one state. And doing it for 10 years, it made me very boring. And at the peak of the business, one fine day, one of my mentors told, this is not your cup of the tea. Let's stop doing business and let's build a brand. So that is how all started. And I thought, we want to start a brand. Then I had a hesitation in my mind of starting what to do. Then one fine day, I went for a holiday and I took a 4 days of break. Always great decisions comes at breaks. So I thought, I'm already experienced in licensing, land aggregation and PMC. Then all combination is called real estate. So why can't we build a brand and the expertise what we have, instead of searching for what new things we can do. That's how I started Adesia. Now in 2 years, with a 560 crore turnover, with 500 people at Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
Now in 2 cities in Coimbatore and Chennai. Now expanding to 8 cities in next 1 year.
Fantastic. The session is inspiring success stories. What can be more inspiring starting at the age of 60 because of family circumstances, choosing entrepreneurship, or as he said, it was the circumstances that made him choose entrepreneurship, and then growing step by step, 10 years, achieving whatever you started, whether it is licensing or PMC, you worked hard and achieved success there. That is what led to what you are here now today, Adesia Developers, as you mentioned. Now, real estate, you've been there in real estate for 3 years. You've been connected with real estate for many years before. What are the gaps that you have seen? You are a young entrepreneur, as we mentioned, you're just 30. You bring new ideas, new thinking to the sector. What was the gaps that you saw? We have been discussing real estate the entire day, you know, all the veterans have been here. You as a young entrepreneur, what are the gaps that you saw in this sector?
Real estate is one of the largest industries in the world, and it contributes largest to the economy of the country, even though it's called as an unorganized industry, still being built in a very corporate way. So digitalization is most important. Digital transformation is most important. So once everybody not only running the organization in a corporate way, also they start running it in a digitalized way, not only using CRMs or doing marketing clouds or nothing, the end-to-end process management and the life cycle of the business entirely once it made inside the systems and softwares, then this industry will be a revolutionary industry which can make the market cap more in the country.
Okay, so digitization is something that you feel is what is lacking still in the industry from end to end.
End to end,
It's not like piecemeal
life
in
cycle
fun.
of the business, yeah.
It's not piecemeal, but the end-to-end life cycle of a project, it should be there in this sector. Fantastic. I think a lot of people here would agree with that. Let's talk about the growth. You mentioned, 3 years of Aditya developers, already 2 cities you are building projects. 560 CR turnover, 500 people you already are employing. Tell us about this growth. How are you planning this growth? You are already filing for IPO in next few years. How are you planning this such an aggressive growth?
Yeah, in the day one, I just not only wanted to do a business in the real estate industry. On the day one, in my mind, it was very clear. This is going to be definitely we're building the brand. Building the brand is only done by the people. So instead of doing business, concentrating revenue in first 6 months, we were only concentrating in bringing the greatest minds to the organization, where we tell the story, the vision to the people, and we bought the entire giants who were in the industry working in 5,000 crore companies and all MNCs number 1 and 2 companies. We convinced the CXOs and bought the top 5 people to the organization. And these 5 people brought 25 people to the organization. And this is where the people are built. I always say, if your brand want to build, it's only built by the people, not by the founder. Founder can give vision, and the professional people can only drive to the growth. So we made it at the early stage of the organization itself, where the first 6 months, the turnover was just 72 crores. And the next 1 year, we would make to 500 crores. That was 10 projects at 1 year, entirely sold out, zero stock, because all were done by experts and professionals. Journey in the organization, I manage only the strategy and finance and funding for the organization. Rest is entirely managed by the board, very professional organization. 5 people on the board by independent directors, CEO, COO, CRO, run organization from the day one. So once the vision is very strong, you know what you want and how the way you want to build, and the brand takes you to the vision you want to go.
Very rightly said. It is organization is made by the people, as you said, and a good leader will always hire people more talented, than him, smarter than him.
Yeah. Many people thinks concretes can make great offices. No, only great people can make great offices.
Great people can make great organizations. Fantastic. What excites you about real estate, about the future of real estate?
Now future of real estate, the cities are been growing. Now we as Aditya, we did a largest of case studies through various professional organizations by our own team. And we as a strategy are going to launch in 8 2-tier cities. In next 2026 financial year, our target is to launch project in 8 cities, because the 2-tier cities are growing in a very rapid way in Tamil Nadu, because we want to conquer the Tamil Nadu market cap by 15% by 2027. That is our core target on our vision. So we think in Indian market, where lots of people from North India are there here. So Mumbai was one of the India's #1 real estate market, now where Pune is taking over it, for an example. Likewise, Chennai was one of the greatest market in Tamil Nadu, now Coimbatore taking over it. So two-tier cities getting attention very much, where the international investors also are focusing towards the investing in two-tier cities, because when you invest in city, if you give it one-fold, where the two-tier city nowadays gives us 2 to 2.5 folds. One of the largest investor from Bangalore who took our 10% stake, he told this 200 crores of funding which we invested should be only invested in two-tier cities. So that much applause from the funders also. So as a strategy, we say two-tier cities are growing and boosting up to the next level.
Okay, fantastic. So it is the tier 2 cities which MK is very bullish on. That is where the next growth is going to happen in real estate and even economy. I think the tier 2 cities economy is also growing with a lot of MNCs, ITs now.
All
moving,
ITs are coming, industries all started flowing through
They
two-tier
are
cities,
going
because
to
the tier 1s are already crowded. The pricing are growing very much higher.
Right.
So the sustainability requires more. So the governments also supports the two-tier cities on subsidies and many more things.
Fantastic.
So two-tier cities are the next
Great.
real estate top-notch on investments and growth.
Good to know. Tier 2 cities are the future of real estate growth, and that is where most people are now looking at for appreciation if they see. I want to ask you, you are again, I keep coming back to it, that you are a very young entrepreneur. You started very early. What is the boldest risk that you have taken till now?
Starting Adicia was one of the boldest risks, because I was very comfortable doing PMC, doing 200 crore turnover, a very good net profit of 20 to 30%, very good, very comfortable zone. And one fine day, I always think you chase one rabbit at a time, you can reach the great heights. So closing the entire company, merging it to Adicia, closing entire division of the business, what I did for last 12 years, merged into Adicia and did only one business at a time. That is where I used 5 businesses in my entire career. When I started Adicia, I closed everything, put entire money what I earned into one business, focus on one thing. All what I did in past 5 business was only business, not brand. I believed in myself. I believe on the brand I want to create. Closed the entire revenue making businesses. And only I did not leave the people. The people who were in my journey, I merged into Adicia, but the businesses were entirely closed, and we started a new journey after 15 years of success.
No, very true. Sometimes we get into our comfort zone. Okay, this is working, then why move anywhere else? This is working, we are doing fine, we are successful. And taking that risk of closing a successful business already running and starting something new and believing in yourself, that's, it's really commendable, I think. What is your, you mentioned people are the strength of an organization, believing in yourself. If I have to ask you, what is your leadership mantra?
I always say the good leaders is what? Bringing in people more talented than you inside the organization and empowering them, delegating the power and guiding them towards your vision and giving them the clarity is what a good organizations is perfectly built. So delegating and empowering the leaders at the next level and guiding them to take decisions, not taking decisions and guiding them to do it, guiding them to take decisions and sit on the chair and motivate them is what I think the past 2 years, what I have learnt in my journey, and the result I have seen, what 15 years I not see in business, is what is the one thing in the leadership I have learnt in this 2 years of successful journey.
Fantastic. I think it's a very empowering mantra that MK just shared. Delegate, empower, enable, mentor, guide them to make decisions, rather than making decisions on their behalf and being, secure in yourself.
As a leader, we have to be zero egoistic. If you hire a person, he is more talented than you, he takes more wise decisions than you, please enjoy the success, because he is taking decisions for you. You think you are losing the control, no. You built data, people, process, system, everything in your organization. then you will not feel anywhere that you are losing the power.
Yeah, that's the mistake I think a lot of people make. They hire the best of the minds and then they start telling them, okay, you do this, you do that, rather than taking the decisions, because they are smart. And very rightly said, data, people, processes, and product, like we were talking earlier.
Data,
also.
people, process, system, and
Yeah,
then create
I've
your
learned
product.
it.
Yeah.
So fantastic, great. Now, before closing this session, I have to ask you, there are many other, who are watching us. We are live online, and people who are watching us who are here. The young entrepreneurs, people, maybe there are many young men and women who want to enter real estate. What is their one piece of advice that you would like to give them?
Always, whatever business you do, start early. Whatever expertise you have, do first in it. Always start small, do big, and scale to the sky. Don't wait until you want to do big, I want investment, nothing. You are the best investor than anybody else. So money is not the investment you require to start business. It's all the time you invest is what you get the reward on the success. Never choose the easiest path. Always choose the toughest path, because the toughest path is little bit tough only for few months or few years, but it is the permanent success which nobody cannot beat you. So always choose the right path, keep right mentors, do the best, and the outcome is called the success.
Fantastic. I think we couldn't have closed it on a better note. Choose the toughest part. Don't wait for things to happen. You are the best investor in yourself. Upgrade yourself, skill yourself, believe in yourself, and if you take the harder part, I think the success is more permanent, is what MK is saying here. So thank you, MK, for, first of all, talking to you makes us believe that the future of real estate is very bright. So we have people like you who are now leading new organizations, who have the vision to scale up, and who have the vision to take it forward and bring new innovations in it. So thank you so much, MK. Any last words that you would like to share here with the people
Any
here?
business you do with the passion, right team, give them the best respect, and make them to feel that it's their company, then nobody can stop your success. This is the biggest mantra this 2 years has taught me. Empower them, and every leader should think it is their company.
Fantastic. I think you have wisdom beyond your age. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here and for that very short and crisp, very inspiring talk.
Thank you so much. Wonderful indeed. I'll request both of you to please wait on stage. I'll request Sapna to please kindly give the token of appreciation to, I would also like to call you MK in that case. Thank you so much. Give him a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, give it to her, please. Thank you so much for being a part of this conversation and inspiring people with your real life inspiring story. We value that. Can we please remove the chairs from the stage? Shukriya. Thank you, Sapna. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just a few minutes away from the awards and we're all set to get going and honor all you excellent, incredible minds from the real estate space of the South. But before that, just a bit of a quick drill. Can I please request all of you to clap loudly, बहुत जोर से, जितना जोर से हो सके. And can we maintain the same momentum throughout all the categories and all the awards? Can we do that? Can I have a big yes from all of you on that, please? Thank you. I only heard one yes that actually kind of acknowledged all the other yeses, but that's fine. I think, ek ki Shakti, one man army, or maybe one woman army in that case. So yeah, thank you. Of course, we'll be going ahead with the awards. I'll be calling the presenters right now and we'll be beginning. But then it's also important that we thank the people who have actually picked out the winners. And I'm talking about the jury members, no hidden secret. Everybody is excellent in their own space, and it's always the most difficult task to perhaps adjudicate meticulous winners, because you got to literally filter the best out of the best. Not an easy task, but then you do it the best way possible. So before we get going, just a small AV of the jury members who have put in their efforts and time from their end to adjudicate all of you, because of whom you all are winning the awards. Can we please play the jury AV for our audience? Ladies and gentlemen, Bangalore, show your true spirit. Clap a lot louder for your jury members, please. They are the reason why you all are winning today. We are going to be celebrating, so thank you so much. Just a bit of a request to all the winners, please kindly stay with us right till the very end for a special group photograph, which is also a part of not just the memories that we have, but also the part of editorial coverage. So I'll request all the winners, even if you're getting done over here, please kindly remain with us right till the very end. We'll be having a group photo with all the winners. And let me quickly explain the format to all of you. Our presenters will be here. The winners come from this side. They get their award and they get their group photo done over here. Then they come to this side for their solo photograph. And after that, they exit from the left side. So I hope it's clear with all the winners. You come from here, you get your group photograph done over here. You move to the left side of the stage. You get your solo photograph done over there with the award. And then you come down from the left side. And we continue this cycle throughout. Thank you so much. I hope we are clear. And now I'm going to be calling up on stage our first set of presenters for the first set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, please brace yourselves for Dr. Sangeeta Hola, Taj Miss Universe winner, actress and social activist, alongside Mr. Farooq Mahmood, CMD Silver Line Realty, former FIAPCHI World President, Chairman, Emiratis Bride. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for being with us over here. Can I have a big round of applause,
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has...
I'll give you the cue. Follow that. Thank you. I'll request both of you to be over here at the center, please. Thank you. All right, we're all set to get going with the awards now. Perhaps my console friends are more excited than me. That's why they want to play everything a little early, but then you can play it right now. We are going ahead. No, we'll do
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived.
Play it. I say play it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I have to learn that.
The moment has arrived to celebrate the visionaries who continue to redefine Indian real estate with innovation and unwavering dedication. The 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 South. We come together to honor the leaders, landmark projects, visionary architects, innovative designers, prop tech pioneers, and inspiring brands that are setting new benchmarks across the industry. Tonight, we recognize passion, we celebrate innovation, and we applaud the excellence that is shaping the future of real estate. We begin with the Individual Achievement Awards. These prestigious honors celebrate outstanding contributions by real estate professionals who have set benchmarks in excellence, honoring visionary minds, shaping India's design landscape. We present the award for Iconic Design Leader of India, celebrating those redefining sustainability, innovation and purpose through architecture. And the award goes to Chitra Vishwanath, Principal Architect, Founder and MD, Biome Environmental Solutions.
Congratulations, Ms. Chitra, and let me quickly put across the word to you. She was there earlier, but then she had some prior commitment due to which she had to leave, but I'm sure she's going to be seeing the videos later on. So please kindly clap and appreciate her victory, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Ms. Chitra. On that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please.
Vice Chairman, BCD Group, Chairman, CII Real Estate, Advisor, NAR India.
Congratulations, Ashwinda ji. Ashwinda ji ke liye zor se taali, please, everybody over here in this room. Congratulations, sir. Business Leader of the Award is yours. Congratulations. And of course, celebrations ringing in. Can we have the award being given away? Yes. Both of you. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Sir, your solo photo over there at the left side. Yeah. You can place yourselves on the left side and you can get down from that side. Thank you. Can I have a bigger round of applause for sir, please, everybody? Thank you so much. On that note, we'll now move on to our next winner, please.
Recognizing dynamic leadership and strategic excellence, we present the award for CXO of the Year, honoring those who drive organizational growth with vision and impact. And the award goes to Ritesh Singhal, Chief Operating Officer, Aris Uniturn RE Solutions Private Limited.
Congratulations, Mr. Ritesh Singhal, Chief Operating Officer, Aris Uniturn RE Solutions Private Limited. Congratulations. Can we have you over here on stage, please? Is he around?
Why have me talent?
The CXO of the Year award goes to Mr. Ritesh Singhal. Okay. Thank you so much. We have Rekha Malan over here. She's the Vice President, Growth and Strategy from Aris Uniturn, accepting it on his behalf. Can we have a big round of applause for her as well, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. The award is for Mr. Ritesh Singhal. CXO of the Year is yours. Thank you so much, Rekha ji, for coming up on stage and accepting this. On that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please.
We now move on to honoring excellence in the Builders and Developers Awards. Honoring visionaries, redefining residential living is the Developer of the Year Residential, and the award goes to Assets and Mana Projects Private Limited.
Congratulations to both our winners from Assets and Mana Projects Private Limited. I'll first request our esteemed winner from Assets, Mr. Sunil Parekh, to please kindly come up on stage. He's the Honorable Executive Director of Assets. A big round of applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way to the stage to accept the award honor. Congratulations, Assets. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Mana Projects Private Limited. Can I please have Mr. Anup Prakash, Head of Marketing, and Sahil Arora from Mana Projects Private Limited over here on stage, please? Can I have a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A bit of involvement from your end, Bengaluru, from our winners from Mana Projects Private Limited. Thank you so much to both of you, and congratulations to you and your respective team members. एक फिल्म है शोले, उसका एक डायलॉग है, इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है? Can we please avoid the sannata and make some clapping and noise and appreciation, please? Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll request you to get your photographs done over there at the corner. On that note, we would like to move on to our next winner, please.
Honoring leaders driving India's logistics and industrial growth is the Developer of the Year, Industrial and Warehousing. And the award goes to Horizon Industrial Parks.
Congratulations, Horizon Industrial Parks. Can I have the team of Horizon Industrial Parks over here on stage, please? Can we have some team spirit? I see some team spirit as they make their way to the stage over here. Ladies and gentlemen, clap it up for them, please. Horizon, that is it. Setting new benchmarks in this space. Congratulations to both our winners. Congratulations to your team members as well. Congratulations to our winners from Horizon Industrial Parks. Big round of celebrations. We'll request all our winners to remain with us right till the very end. Just a gentle reminder so that we can do the group photograph. Thank you. And on that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating vision and precision in land development is the Developer of the Year Plotted Development. And the award goes to Aditya Developers.
Congratulations. Dominating and how. Developer of the Year Plotted Development goes to Aditya Developers. I'll request Mr. M.V. Manikandan, Founder and Managing Director, Aditya Developers, to please come up on stage. Or I would love to call him MK as well, like how Sapna said. Bigger round of applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, sir, to you and your team. Ladies and gentlemen, Bengaluru, I can't hear making you noise. Come on, everybody, all of you over there at the back. Can I have some clapping and appreciation? जब तक आप लोग ताली नहीं बजाओगे हम लोग अवार्ड और डिले करेंगे. I'm sure none of you want that, right? So a bit of appreciation and clapping from your end, please, will definitely help the spirit of our winners. Thank you so much. Sorry, I don't want to disturb your food space. Thank you. We'll move on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating rising stars shaping the future is the Emerging Developer of the Year. And the award goes to Signature Dwellings Private Limited.
Congratulations, Signature Dwellings Private Limited. Can I please have the team over here on stage, please? Signature Dwellings Private Limited. Can I please have all of you over here on stage, please? Can I have a huge shout out and some clapping for all of them, please, from Signature? Congratulations to all of you. Very, very well done. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all growing together as a community. Today you clap for others. Tomorrow when you win, they clap for you as well. That's exactly how it goes. Cross exchange of energy and love that radiates. Thank you so much. We'll request both of you to get your photographs done over there. We'll move on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating rising stars shaping the future is the Emerging Developer of the Year. And the award goes to Signature Dwellings Private Limited.
I think we just did this award, right? We just did this award, right? You got to play the next one, please.
Recognizing visionary growth and impact, we present the fastest growing realty brand of the year. And the award goes to Abhi Ventures.
Congratulations, Abhi Ventures. Fastest growing realty brand of the year award is yours. Can I please have Honorable Managing Director of Abhi Ventures, N. Nagaraj Reddy, and his honorable team member over here on stage. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Abhi Ventures, dominating as the fastest growing realty brand of the year. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll request both of you to get your photographs done over there. I'll request Farooq ji to please take his seat. Thank you so much. Can I have a bigger round of applause for Farooq ji, please, everybody? And I'm going to be requesting Ashwinder R. Singh, Vice Chairman, BCD Group, Chairman, CII Real Estate Advisor, NAR India, to please kindly come up on stage as an esteemed presenter for the next set of awards. Can I please have more clapping and noise for Sir, please, everybody? Thank you, sir. All right. On that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating leadership and innovation in commercial real estate is the Developer of the Year Commercial, and the award goes to Bagmane Group.
Bagmane Group it is. Aap log yahan bhi ho, yahan pe aa jao. It's your time to win. Celebrate your victory. Congratulations, team Bagmane Group. Do I have my winners from Bagmane Group over here? Do we have them? Bagmane Group are winners. Okay, I believe they're not over here, so we can clap a little louder. I'm sure they'll be seeing the videos and be very happy that you all clapped and appreciated their victory. Thank you. We'll move on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating those who redefine customer experience with care and commitment is Excellence in Customer Service, and the award goes to Sumadhura Group for Branded Clubhouse.
Congratulations, Excellence in Customer Service. Sumadhura Group it is. They win it for Branded Clubhouse. Congratulations to both of you and your esteemed team members. What a moment, all stalwarts from the real estate space coming together, joining hands and celebrating this spectacular moment. Congratulations to our winners from Sumadhura Group. Thank you so much. Congratulations. On that note, we would like to move on to our next winner, please.
Next, we move to Honoring Excellence in the Real Estate Projects Award. Honoring landmark developments, redefining commercial spaces is the Commercial Project of the Year. And the award goes to Century Real Estate Private Limited for Century Downtown.
Century Downtown ke liye Century Real Estate Private Limited it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Commercial Project of the Year. Congratulations to our winners. Give a big round of applause for our team. Century, this is your moment of century indeed. You can come from here. You can come from here. Both of you are winners, ladies and gentlemen, from Century Real Estate Private Limited. Can I have a bigger round of applause, everybody, for them, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can we have some more noise for all of them, please, everybody? They are our winners from Century Real Estate Private Limited. Thank you so much. We'll request you to get your photographs done. And on that note, we would like to move on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating excellence in creating well-planned, sustainable communities is the Plotted Development Project of the Year, and the award goes to Aris Infra Solutions Limited on behalf of Aris Uniturn RE Solutions Private Limited for KNS Candrel. And Adisia Developers for Adisia One World. And Shriram Properties Limited for Shriram, codename 10X Chennai.
What an incredible category. We have 3 winners over here, ladies and gentlemen. Plotted Development Project of the Year. I would first like to call upon stage our winners from Aris Infra Solutions Limited. Can I please have Ankit Maharishi, Head Sales and Marketing, Guru Kanade, President Projects, and the entire team from Aris Infra. Can I please have all of you over here? Our winners from Aris Infra first, and then I'll be calling our winners from the same category later on. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we understand by team spirit, team power in the true sense of the term. Kya baat hai? Congratulations. Yes, cheer for your peers. This is what we want. And every time I have these number of people coming in, I get an opportunity to say my favorite dialogue. One of my favorite dialogues, which is इतना बड़ा stage हम लोग ने बनाया ही है इसीलिए ताकि सबको fit कर सके, right? Give it up for them, please, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Whistles, louder. Nobody's complaining. You got the vuvuzelas and the whistles in front of you, right? Who can play it better? You got the whistles, right? I believe. Yes, just play it. We want that. Can you all play that a little louder? Okay, maybe we need a drill for that. All the whistles, can you all, everybody, you have it over there on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3. Play it up, the whistles, please, everybody. Not the clapping, the whistles that you have in front of you. Whistles, you can play it. All of you, let's do the drill. Play it. A little louder, everybody. Kya baat hai? We'll ask them to give the louder ones next time, but as of now, you can work out with these. Thank you so much. I'm now going to be calling up on stage our winners from Aditya Developers. They win it for Aditya One World. May I please have MV Manikandan, founder and managing director from Aditya Developers Private Limited, on stage, please. Thank you so much, sir. It's a superstar of a night for you indeed. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Give him a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Aditya, it is, weaving their magic. Congratulations. And now I'm going to be calling up on stage our winners from Shriram Properties Limited. You win it for Shriram, codename 10X Chennai. Can I please have Aneet Pillai, Senior Manager, PR and Communications, and Paul K. Paul, Assistant VP, Marketing over here on stage from Shriram Properties. Do we have our winners from Shriram Properties over here in this room? Oh, yes, we do. Yes, thank you. Clap it up for them, please, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Shriram, it is. Congratulations. Congratulations. So much. On that note, we'll now move on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating self-sustained communities built with vision is the Integrated Township Project of the Year. And the award goes to Mana Projects Private Limited for The Right Life by Mana Skanda.
Kya baat hai, Mana ko maan liya, definitely in the true sense of the term. I request Anup Prakash, Head of Marketing, to please kindly come up on stage and accept this special award honor. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Mana Projects once again. Whistles in the house, welcome. Claps in the house, welcome. Raise your hands in the air, that's also welcome. This is a party, this is a celebration. You can do whatever you want, but please keep the momentum going in. Congratulations. That's Mr. Anup Prakash, Head of Marketing. Congratulations. Mana Projects. Thank you so much. We'll request you to get your solo photograph done, and in the meantime, we'll move on to our next esteemed winner, please.
Honoring world-class innovation and futuristic infrastructure is the IT Park Project of the Year. And the award goes to Bagmani Group for Bagmani Cosmos.
Congratulations to our winners from Bagmani Group. I believe they are not over here, so can we please clap a little louder? वो लोग बाद में video देख के जरूर खुश होंगे in that space. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Bagmani Group. We'll move on to our next winner, please.
Honoring developments that redefine residential excellence is the Residential Project of the Year. And the award goes to Brigade Group for Brigade Citadel. And Bren Corporation Private Limited for Sahara by Bren. And Spectra Constructions Private Limited for Spectra Reserve.
Once again, we have three incredible winners in this very, very special category. This is the Residential Project of the Year. Can I first please have our winners, incredible winners from Brigade Group over here on stage, please. Can I have Team Brigade over here on stage? Give it up for them, pump it up for them, Bengaluru. Team Brigade, it is. Congratulations, Team Brigade Group. Many, many more awards coming your way in the future. We look forward to celebrating with you as well. Thank you. Now I'm going to be calling upon stage our winners from Bren Corporation. Can I please have Team Bren over here on stage, please? Thank you so much, Mr. Ghosh and your incredible team, my lovely namesake. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the incredible team of Bren Corporation Private Limited. They win it for Zahara by Bren. This is the Residential Project of the Year award, ladies and gentlemen. Team Bren, this is dominating, slaying, winning awards, left, right and center. Congratulations. Thank you so much. This is your night to celebrate. Enjoy. We'll move on to our next winner, which is Spectra Constructions Private Limited. They win it for Spectra Reserve. Can I please have Team Spectra over here on stage? Congratulations to Team Spectra. Can I please have all of you pumping it up over there? We talked about real estate, we talked about taxes. Talking about taxes, there is no GST or tax when it comes to clapping. So aap aur zor se taali baja sakte ho. Please, everybody. I feel a lot of you are paying taxes for that. That's why you're not clapping hard, right? Congratulations to our winners from Spectra Constructions Private Limited. Many congratulations. Thank you so much. On that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please.
Revealing excellence that blends design, value and aspiration is the mid-segment project of the year. And the award goes to Asset Homes Private Limited for Asset Dominion. And Urban Tree Infrastructures Private Limited for Excellence Apartment.
Congratulations to both our winners for mid-segment project of the year. I would first like to call upon stage our winners from Asset Homes Private Limited. Can I please have Sajid Ji, Asset Homes Private Limited. Thank you so much. We have his team members as well joining us over here. Congratulations, sir, to you and your incredible team. What a brilliant moment indeed. Thank you. Can you all please clap it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Asset Homes. Thank you so much. Truly an asset in the real estate space. I'm now going to be calling up on stage our winners, Team Urban Tree Infrastructures Private Limited. Please come up on stage. Let's clap a bit. Let's appreciate their victory, ladies and gentlemen. They also win this for mid-segment project of the year. Congratulations. Those are our winners for mid-segment project of the year. Gentle reminder to all our winners to please stay with us right till the very end for a special group photograph, which is a part of not just the memories for the night, but also part of the editorial coverage. So thank you. On that note, we'll move on to our next award, please.
Honoring sophistication, design and grandeur is the luxury project of the year. And the award goes to Pride Group for Pride Euphora.
Pride Group, it's your moment to make some noise and take pride for the incredible work that you have done. Team Pride, can I have you all on stage, please? The clapping seems to have dried up and it's not something that we want, so can I please request all of you to participate and appreciate their victories. Pride Group, ladies and gentlemen, that is. Congratulations to Team Pride Group. I'll request all of you to please kindly get your photographs clicked. And I'll request Ashwinder ji to please kindly take his seat. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Ranjit Oak, Managing Director, KNB South Asia Kohler, and Mr. Abhishek Kumar, Director, Sales, India and South Asia Kohler, to please join us on stage as esteemed presenters for the next set of awards. Thank you, sir. Welcome once again. Do we have Mr. Abhishek around? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Clap it up for both of them, please. The two forces to reckon with when it comes to Kohler. Or I can say they make Kohler cooler. That is how it is. Thank you so much. I'll request for the next winner, please.
Honoring sustainable living and responsible design, we present the award for Most Environment-Friendly Residential Project. And the award goes to Co-Evolve Estates for Co-Evolve Florenza. And DLF Homes for Park Estate.
Congratulations. Congratulations to both our winners for this category, the most environment-friendly residential project. Can I please first have our winners from Co-Evolve Estates for Co-Evolve Florenza? Can we please have our winners over here? Thank you so much. Congratulations. Big moment of pride for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, those are our winners from Co-Evolve Estates. Thank you so much, sir, both of you. Congratulations. I would now like to request our winners from DLF Homes. You won it for Park Estates, Nanda Kumar ji, and can I please have a big round of applause for sir? Thank you so much. Bengaluru, I have clear instructions. If you're not clapping, I'm supposed to delay the awards. Literally delay for no reason. I hope none of us want that, right? So can you all clap a little louder? I know there's dinner, yummy dinner waiting outside. But if you all can clap and snap, maybe do this. Clap and snap, clap and snap. On a countdown of 1, 2, and 3. Everybody in this room, we want to continue the momentum. Clap and snap. I don't see people snapping. I'm not going to resume till the time everybody's doing, and I'm genuinely serious about it. Clap, everybody, clap. Snap. Clap. Snap. Clap. Snap. Now let's continue this for the remainder of the categories. Thank you so much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be moving on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating creativity and concept-driven excellence, let's honor the winners in the category of Themed Project of the Year, and the award goes to Mana Projects Private Limited for Mana Vista, and Primus Senior Living for Primus Sangama.
Congratulations to both our winners. I'll first call our winner from Mana Projects Private Limited. Can I please have Mr. Sahil Arora over here on stage? Congratulations, Sahil Arora ji and Mana Projects. And I've created this tagline. You can use it as well. Mana ko maan liya. That is how it is. Congratulations. I would now request for our winners from Primus Senior Living. Can I please have Mr. Dev Gupta, Chief Branding Officer from Primus Senior Living over here on stage? Oh yes. You are okay. We have Mr. Adarsh over here. He's the Managing Director. Thank you so much. Give it up for him, please. Clap it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Team Primus. All right, so on that note, we'll kindly move on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating visionary excellence and grandeur in commercial spaces is the Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year Commercial, and the award goes to the Phoenix Mills Limited for Phoenix Asia Towers, Bangalore.
Team Phoenix Mills Limited, this is your moment. Can I have all of you over here at the front on stage, please, everybody? I see 2 people. Do we have more representatives from Phoenix? Well, I can say that you both have risen like a phoenix, so you can celebrate as well. Congratulations, very well done. Congratulations, thank you so much. Give it up, clap it up for Phoenix, please, everybody. The Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year Commercial is yours, etched in your name. And how? Thank you. We'll move on to our next winner, please.
Honoring visionary projects that set new benchmarks in design is the Design Project of the Year, and the award goes to White Lotus Group for Aman Vana, Home of Sanctuaries.
Congratulations, White Lotus Group. The Design Project of the Year is yours. Can I please have Mr. Pawan Kumar, founder and CEO from White Lotus Group over here on stage, please? Pawan ji ke liye zor se thali, everybody, if I may request. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. On that note, we'll move on to our next winner, please.
Celebrating landmark developments that define excellence is the iconic project of the year. And the award goes to Vaishnavi Group for Vaishnavi 81 Krishna Vrindavan.